Chapter 1180. Once all of this was done, Wang Chong turned his head and narrowed his eyes at the two men on the walls of Khorasan. Abu Muslim, Ziad, I've already given you a chance. Since you're not willing to surrender, I'll fulfill your wish. You will live and die with this city. After saying this, Wang Chong closed his eyes and became motionless. The army of 200,000 behind him also remained motionless, as if they were statues. But the more this was the case, the more uneasy the two men on the walls became. No one knew what Wang Chong was up to. Ziad, confirm it again. We can't let what happened in Samarkand happen again. Put the city gates under martial law. If you see any Sassanid approaching, kill them all. In addition, has the news reached Baghdad? When will our reinforcements arrive? Abu Muslim turned to Ziad and said, Khorasan was the last gate of Arabia in the east. Once Khorasan was lost, the Arab capital of Baghdad would be threatened. The two were only 2,000 some kilometers apart, and it would take only a few days to reach the city. In the history of the Arabian Empire's constant expansion and conquest, this was the first time it had been forced to such a close distance. This was the reason why Abu Muslim had chosen to remain in Khorasan instead of fleeing west. I've already confirmed that all the gates are heavily guarded, so there won't be any problems. The news has also been sent to Baghdad, but the nobles in the capital are in disarray. In addition, in the previous battle, the soldiers of Cairo, Qutayba, and our own soldiers have all been mobilized from the eastern half of the empire. We have no soldiers to use at the moment. Although there are other governors and soldiers, they won't be able to get here in a short time. The soldiers closest to us will need more than half a month to get here, and they don't have many soldiers. Even if they get here, they won't be a match for them, Ziad sincerely said. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the 200,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, and various other factions. Every time he looked at them, Ziad would be stunned. At the start of the war between the Arabs and the Tang dynasty, they had only had 110,000 soldiers, but now not only had their numbers not decreased, they had increased, reaching an astonishing number of nearly 200,000. Furthermore, the strength of this army was extraordinary. They stood in formation outside the city, surging with killing intent. The rebels and remnants of the dynasty that Abu Muslim and Tang Wulin had been unable to find were now borrowing the power of the Tang dynasty to emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. This was something that Abu Muslim and Ziad had never imagined. Abu Muslim's heart sank at Ziad's words. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. The only reassuring thing was that as long as nothing happened to the city gate, he still had time to wait for other reinforcements to arrive. Something's wrong. As he stared at the army outside the city, Abu Muslim's eyes suddenly widened as a thought flashed through his mind. Something strange. There must be something else that we haven't noticed. Ziad, take some people and investigate again. If you find any Khorasani spies, kill them all. Abu Muslim was currently on high alert, and he would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Khorasan was far too important. If it fell, even if he managed to survive, he would be no different from dying. But, my lord, if the Tang people want to occupy Khorasan, they can only break through the walls. The gates are under our control, so how could they get in? Moreover, we've recruited 30,000 soldiers. Even if the Khorasani have spies in the city, they won't be able to shake us. Could they just drop from the sky? Ziad couldn't help but say, drop from the sky? Abu Muslim's eyes widened at Ziad's words. He seemed to have grasped onto something, but he couldn't immediately sort it out. For a moment, time seemed to stop. As Abu Muslim was thinking, a massive boom came from the southeast of Khorasan. At that moment, countless soldiers began to roar and roar. Bang! Abu Muslim's eyes lit up, and then his eyes lit up. Bang! 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 Buzz! Abu Muslim's body shuddered at the sounds of battle, and he felt like he had been struck by lightning. He finally knew what was wrong. Wang Chong and his people might not be able to drop from the sky like birds, but they could break out of the ground. The Tang people might not be familiar with this place and could not dig out such a massive tunnel in such a short amount of time, but the Sassanid people might not be able to do so. Most importantly, this place used to be the royal capital of the Sassanid dynasty. Damn it! At this moment, Abu Muslim's face twisted into a nasty grimace. He knew that he had still underestimated Wang Chong. But before Abu Muslim could react, a heaven-shaking roar came from outside the city. The 200,000 soldiers who had been motionless this entire time suddenly charged out, their cries shaking the heavens. Just as the two of them watched, a huge metal machine was suddenly pushed forward from behind. Fire! Amidst the army, Su Han's Han waved his arm, and the sharp metal anchors that Zhang Shouji had hurriedly manufactured flew out of long metal tubes and toward the top of the city walls. Ding, ding, ding. In the blink of an eye, these sharp anchors, dragging long ropes behind them, were firmly planted on the walls of the city. Flying cannon shackles, these were weapons that Zhang Shouji had ordered his craftsmen to produce on his journey west. Although he had been pressed for time, as a master of construction, Zhang Shouji had managed to produce quite a few flying cannon shackles in a short time. These weapons were simple in structure and only required great flexibility and firepower. To Zhang Shouji, who had thoroughly studied the secrets of ballistae, this was no problem at all. After removing the unnecessary complexity and leaving only the necessary parts, the flying cannon shackles had been completed. Go! Everyone, prepare to climb the walls. Following the order, countless soldiers immediately climbed up the city wall along the ropes, like monkeys. Everyone attack the walls! Clang! With a heaven-shaking sword cry, Bahram pulled out his Wut's steel sword and pointed it at the heavens. The 8,000-some Aswaran cataphracts had been secretly sent into Khorasan through the tunnels that the Sassanid dynasty had established. This was how the Khorasani royal family and the Aswaran cataphracts had managed to escape from the Arabs, vanishing without a trace. And now they had become an important tool for the Khorasani to counterattack the Arabs. Khail, hurry and stop them! Cut the anchors and the ropes. We can't let them climb up. On the walls, the Arabs were in a panic, all of them beginning to hack at the flying cannon shackles. Hurry! Abu Muslim roared in fury at this sight. Boom! With a thought, a pitch-black energy exploded out of his body. Clang, clang, clang. 10-some sharp flying cannons were pulverized by Abu Muslim's shockwaves. Ha ha ha! Abu Muslim, there's no need to waste your energy. You've already lost this battle. At this moment, Wang Chong heartily laughed, and then he stomped down, his stellar energy exploding. With a dragon roar, he transformed into a massive golden dragon that coiled around the walls of Khorasan and began to rapidly ascend. Leaping dragon art. Even now, when Wang Chong used the same technique at different levels of cultivation, the difference in power was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The walls of Khorasan soared into the clouds, making it impossible to fly up. But the leaping dragon art that Wang Chong used was completely different. Bang! Just when the first leaping dragon art was about to be unleashed, Wang Chong stomped his right foot on the back of his left foot. There was a clattering of metal, and a visible ripple of air erupted from beneath Wang Chong's foot. Meanwhile, Wang Chong borrowed this repulsive force to once more coiled around the walls of Khorasan. Once, twice, thrice. In just a few seconds, before anyone could react, Wang Chong was already on the edge of the walls of Khorasan. Great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. Wang Chong's expression was cold and aloof as his voice resounded through the heavens. At the same time, a light even more dazzling than the sun erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong had transformed into a blazing red sun in the sky above Khorasan. Ah! As soon as this dazzling red sun appeared, a series of blood-curdling screams rang out. The Arab soldiers on the walls had no time to react before their bodies began to seethe with blood, seeping through their pores and surging toward Wang Chong. 20 to 30 Arab soldiers, furiously hacking at the flying cannons, were instantly sucked dry of their blood, their flesh withered, and they dropped to the ground. And the effects of Wang Chang's great yin-yang heaven creation art were not limited to just this. "My lord, watch out!" At the same time, Ziad cried out in alarm. Even though Ziad was doing his utmost to resist, the blood energy in his body was still being forced out of his body by Wang Chang's great yin-yang heaven creation art. Abu Muslim was in a similar situation. When Wang Chong broke into the imperial great general level, he had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of the imperial general level. His strength had reached an unbelievable level, and he was also extremely familiar with the various martial arts. His grasp and understanding of the great yin-yang heaven creation art was enough to make all experts tremble in fear. Abu Muslim and Ziad had already recovered the majority of their strength, but they were still no match for Wang Chong. Damn it! Abu Muslim's eyes widened. Wang Chong had appeared far too quickly, appearing on the walls in just a few seconds. Get out of my way! Black energy gathered around Abu Muslim's body, and like steel, he slammed it at Wang Chong. As he attacked, he rapidly retreated. Chapter 1181. Haha, Abu Muslim, it's useless. Even Qutayba has died in battle. Do you think that you can still fight me as an equal? With a thought from Wang Chong, the air in a radius of several dozen feet began to shudder, all the air under Wang Chong's control fiercely surging and churning. An enormous attractive force emerged from Wang Chong's body, pulling on the thick walls of Khorasan and pulling him toward the top of the walls. Great destruction art. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong immediately used the strongest technique of the great yin-yang heaven creation art. The entire world became deathly still, all light distorting. From a distance, it seemed like the walls of Khorasan had been plunged into darkness, and in the depths of this darkness was the most terrifying energy of destruction. Not good. With this shout, Abu Muslim and Ziad began to tremble, expressions of extreme shock on their faces. Ocean ring. Asmodee's fury. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were both shocked and enraged, and they both unleashed their most powerful techniques. Rumble. 3 enormous floods of energy collided in the air, resulting in a heaven-shaking boom. 2 screams rang out as Abu Muslim and Ziad were sent flying like rag dolls. At the same time, with a thought, Wang Chong leaped over the wall like a hawk. His body twisted in midair and steadily landed on the wall. Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps resounded in Wang Chong's ears, and Abu Muslim was forced back 6 or 7 steps before he was able to stabilize himself. Not far from him, plush! Ziad's chest trembled, and he vomited blood, his face pale. He raised his head to look at Wang Chong, who had descended like a demon god, and a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. He knew that Wang Chong was strong, but he never imagined that Wang Chong was strong to such an extent that they were no match for him even after joining forces. How is this possible? How could a person advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? No one can be like this Tang people and possess such terrifying strength. Ziad sensed the waves of pain in his body, his eyes ashen. From breaking into the great general realm to reaching the peak, everyone had spent many years and months, but Wang Chong had used only a few days to accomplish this astonishing transformation. Even thinking about it now, Ziad still felt incredibly shocked. All of this caused one to feel a deep sense of despair. Abu Muslim, Ziad, it's all over. This is your final destination. Give me your life. Wang Chong's eyes were sharp as his resounding voice resounded through the heavens. This war had begun because of Abu Muslim, because of Arabia's greed for the Tang dynasty, and in the end, it would end with the two of them. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, an enormous wave of psychic energy surged through the air, splitting into two and stabbing into the minds of Abu Muslim and Ziad like the sharpest of spears. As their minds were shaken by Wang Chong's interference, the air rumbled and the halo under Wang Chong's feet shuddered. Golden stellar energy surged out of his body, filling the heavens with a momentum that could topple mountains and topple seas as it rumbled toward Abu Muslim and it. Before Wang Chang's attack could even land, the sturdy walls beneath their feet began to crumble and cave in, a spiderweb of cracks appearing. The entire city of Khorasan began to hum and tremble, completely unable to endure this dreadful attack. Run! Even Abu Muslim and Ziyad grimaced at this sight. The strength Wang Chong had displayed had completely surpassed theirs, a strength that could make one despair. Bang! A hint of determination flashed through Abu Muslim's eyes, and with a thought he stomped down on the ground and charged at Wang Chong, his energy surging. But Abu Muslim had only just begun to attack when a burst of energy collided with him from behind and sent him flying. "My lord, run! I'll stop him." Before Abu Muslim could react, Ziyad was already charging at Wang Chong, his eyes bloodshot and a look of resolve on his face. He could not escape. After this continuous battle, his injuries were far more severe than Abu Muslim's. Moreover, Ziyad knew that Wang Chong would never allow him to escape. In his current condition, his chances of escaping alive were minuscule. Moreover, Qutayba was dead, Aibak was dead, Osman was dead, and in the end, if even his commanding officer, Abu Muslim, was killed in battle, the Caliph would have no choice but to kill him and bury him with the rest of the governors. "My lord, we've fought side by side for 10 some years, and you've always taken care of me. This time, let me take care of my lord. At the very least, if my lord survives, you will have a chance to avenge me and Lord Qutayba." Ziyad's hair danced in the howling winds as he stared at Wang Chong, his fists clenched tightly. "Tang people, come. I'll fight you to the death." Ziyad roared, and without the slightest hesitation he flicked his wrist. The ocean ring immediately began to churn up thousands of black torrents that surged toward Wang Chong from all sides. "You overestimate yourself," Wang Chong coldly snorted. His body vibrated with golden light and boomed like a tide, shattering Ziyad's attack with a single blow. Crack! Before anyone else could react, Wang Chong had already closed in, his 5 fingers gripping Ziyad's neck like a pair of iron pincers, sealing off all his stellar energy and slowly lifting him off the ground. With the ocean ring and the power of his ritual tool, Ziyad was on par with Cheng Qianli in his supreme desolation god form. 7 or 8 days ago, when Wang Chong had yet to become a great general, Ziyad might have been able to put up a fight against him. But now, Ziyad was simply too naive to think that he could contend against him. But surprisingly, Ziyad, with his vitals under Wang Chong's control and his life in Wang Chong's hands, didn't seem to care at all. He used all his strength to let out a heart-rending roar. "My lord, run! Run!" This roar was like a clap of thunder, shaking the souls of many people. Even Wang Chong was taken aback. He had never imagined that the Arabs, famed for their savagery and cruelty, would have someone like Ziyad. At the last moment, Abu Muslim was not thinking of himself, but of Ziyad, completely disregarding his own death. Fwish! 10 some zhang away, Abu Muslim had been about to charge at Wang Chong, but when he heard this roar, his body trembled and his mind began to churn in great waves. "Ziyad!" Abu Muslim's teeth were clenched so tightly that they were about to shatter. "Run!" Ziyad harshly said. "Kill!" At this moment, not far from Abu Muslim, a Tang dynasty warrior used the flying chains to scale the walls, and behind him more and more people began to climb the walls. "Charge with me! Open the gates!" Meanwhile, Khorasan was in turmoil, the clashing of swords and sabers as more and more Khorasani entered the city through the tunnels. The 8,000 some Aswaran cataphracts that the Arabs had been searching for this entire time had appeared in front of Abu Muslim in a way that no one could have imagined, and they were rapidly charging toward the city gates. Abu Muslim could see that Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, and the evil emperor were also making their way over. The situation was hopeless. At this moment, Abu Muslim understood that whether he was willing or not, whether he stayed or not, Khorasan was fated to fall. Even someone as iron-blooded as Abu Muslim couldn't help but let out a tragic roar. Wang Chong Gao Xinji. The grudge between us will not end here. There will come a day when my soldiers will reach the walls and truly set foot on the lands of the Central Plains." With these words, Abu Muslim leaped off the wall and flew off like a bolt of lightning. An Aswaran cataphract saw Abu Muslim and charged forward, but he was sent flying 50 to 60 zhang by Abu Muslim's palm. Before his body could even hit the ground, his famed Aswaran cataphract had been shattered into countless pieces. "Humph, Abu Muslim, you won't get the chance." Wang Chong sneered, activating the great yin-yang heaven creation art as he snapped Ziad's neck. Wang Chong had no pity for these enemies of the Tang dynasty. As invaders, they had to be prepared to pay a price if their invasion failed. Abu Muslim's group had only been forced into desperate straits. If these two had won, they would have had a completely different and savage appearance, and what awaited the Tang dynasty would have been nothing more than a tragic loss of territory. Sympathizing with the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Ziad, go in peace. Abu Muslim will soon join you. Wang Chong glanced at Ziad's corpse and coldly said. Wang Chong made a gesture, and a group of Tang dynasty soldiers quickly slid down the walls and began to head toward the eastern gate of Khorasan. In the distance, 10-some Aswaran cataphracts urged their horses forward and began to ride toward the gate. Rumble. A few moments later, there was a heaven-shaking boom as the sturdy gate of Khorasan slowly opened. Khorasan had been formally breached. How about it? Do you want to give chase? Chapter 1182. There's no need. Wang Chong and Gao Xianji stood side by side, gazing at the thick plumes of smoke rising from the walls of Khorasan. If someone like Abu Muslim wants to escape, it will be very difficult for us to find him in such a large city. Moreover, our next step is not to fight or kill a single person, but to consider the overall situation. General Chung, have you prepared the letter I told you about? It was prepared a long time ago. With she holding the brush, it can be sent to Baghdad by the Arabian hunting falcons at any time. A voice came from behind. Chung, Qianli tapped lightly on the top of the city wall and quickly caught up. A top-class great general would always consider the outcome of a battle, but Wang Chong did not just consider the situation on the battlefield, but also the overall situation outside the battlefield. His vision and plans were enough to make the other great generals of the continent pale in comparison. This was also why Chung Qianli admired him. The army quickly surged in. Without Abu Muslim and Ziad to guard the city, the tens of thousands of soldiers collapsed and were wiped out faster than ever before. Only 4 hours had passed from the opening of the gate to the entrance of the army. Wang Chong and his army had completely taken over this strategic city at the western end of the Silk Road. This is the Tigris River. On the western side of Khorasan, on the high walls, Wang Chong, Gao Xinji, Chung Qianli, Li Sai, Wen Shuyang, and Bahram all ascended to the top of the walls. Standing on the eastern wall of Khorasan, Wang Chong could see at a glance that a vast river was surging through the city. This river was 50 to 60 zhang wide and extremely deep. Although the water flowed rapidly, it was not as turbid as imagined. For the first time in Wang Chong's life, he saw one of the two most famous rivers of the Sassanid dynasty west of the Tsong Mountains, the Tigris and the Euphrates. This was the source of the Sassanid dynasty's civilization and also the most important river of the Arabian Empire. This is only a tributary of the Tigris River. The main branch of this river is even wider and grander than what you see. Our Sassanid people were able to nurture several thousand years of history and become the strongest country on the coast precisely because of these two rivers. But now they have both fallen into the hands of the Arabian Empire. They have even imposed heavy taxes on anyone who crosses these two rivers. Our Sassanids cannot travel east or west without these two rivers. Every year, they take an incalculable amount of wealth and send it to the Arab treasury. Bahram sighed. Wang Chong silently listened, a few thoughts flitting through his mind, but he quickly calmed down. History had changed significantly from what Wang Chong remembered. At the very least, in Wang Chong's memories, there were no tributaries of the Tigris River outside Khorasan. Wang Chong's gaze paused on this famed river of the West and Arabia for a few moments, and then he slowly raised his head and gazed into the distance. Wang Chong could faintly see an enormous capital. This was the center of the Western continent's politics, power, culture, and military. Baghdad. This thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind. Abu Muslim had wanted to break through Talas and occupy the western regions. Ironically, in the end, Abu Muslim had not been able to threaten Chong. Instead, Wang Chong had marched westward, penetrating deep into Arabia and following the Silk Road to reach Khorasan, the city at the end of the Silk Road. General Cheng, begin! Wang Chong continued to look forward, not even turning his head. Yes. A few moments after Cheng Qianli spoke, an Arabian hunting falcon soared into the sky, flying toward the capital of the Arabian Empire, Baghdad. More than 2,200 kilometers. This was already a very close distance starting from Khorasan, crossing the Tigris River and Euphrates River, and traveling west for another 1,300 kilometers. One would reach the core of the Arabian Empire. This was a majestic city, its towers and domed palaces so densely packed together that they reached into the heavens. This small place was home to many soldiers, millions of civilians, and countless merchants. The economy, culture, and politics were all extremely developed. This was Baghdad, the largest center of the Arabian Empire. On the western border, it had another resounding name, Sleepless City. Everyone in this city celebrated day and night, and it was called the Sleepless City. Cree! Suddenly, a shrill cry came from the sky. An enormous Arabian hunting falcon spread its wings, its feathers trembling as it descended from the sky like an arrow. Wrapped in a gust of wind, it flew into the imperial palace at the highest point of Baghdad. Rumble! But unbeknownst to anyone, this Arabian hunting falcon's descent into the imperial palace was like a boulder crashing into the ground, sending massive waves through the empire. Bastard! A thunderous roar resounded through the imperial palace at the highest point of Baghdad, causing countless governors, generals, and nobles to kneel on the ground, their bodies trembling in fear. At the highest point of the palace, seated on a golden throne, the Caliph of the Arabian Empire, Mu'tasim III, dressed in a white robe of silver silk and wearing a golden crown, his eyes spitting out thunderous flames. As the sovereign of the Abbasid Caliphate, Mu'tasim III was hailed as the greatest sovereign in the history of the Abbasid Caliphate. Under his rule, the Abbasid Caliphate had destroyed countless factions, and the empire's territory had been expanded to an unprecedented level of prosperity. Countless famous ministers, generals, and ministers, millions of elite cavalry and powerful armies were all waiting for him, ready to conquer the world for him at any time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the most powerful rulers in the world. But at this moment, all this glory had vanished into thin air. The behemoth army had been destroyed, the skyquaking army had been dealt a heavy blow, Qutayba had been killed in battle, Aibak had been killed, Osman had been killed, the Mamelukes had been destroyed. He had heard far too much grievous news in this period. Mu'tasim III had originally held great expectations for this eastern campaign, hoping to use his enormous army to conquer the East and unify the continent, accomplishing an unprecedented feat. But now, all his hopes had been shattered. Not only that, a great general of the Eastern infidel had arrived at his gates and threatened his Baghdad. Moreover, this enemy had put forth an extremely excessive demand. This was a terrible humiliation that Mu'tasim III could not endure. Your Majesty, these Tang people have only given us 3 days to reply, but carrier pigeons require 2 days. If we do not receive a reply or refuse their demands, they will immediately take action. They will cross the Tigris River and head west to capture even more cities. This will cause the entire empire to panic, which will be extremely detrimental to the empire. An Arab minister dressed in jewels and jewels kneeled on the ground and fearfully spoke. Useless thing. We have so many soldiers, so many governors and generals. Would we be threatened by a single infidel? Pass on our decree. Exterminate these Tang people and the remnants of the dynasty. Mutasim III was like an enraged lion, his voice ringing with fury. Bzzz. The hall was deathly still, everyone kneeling on the ground, their heads bowed to the ground. Why aren't you speaking? Speak. We have so many soldiers and generals. Are we incapable of exterminating a trifling army of 200,000? Mutasim III angrily rebuked. Your Majesty, in the previous battles, we sent all our soldiers to Talas in Cairo, the north and the east, totaling nearly 500,000 soldiers. After the defeat at Talas, we were almost completely wiped out. Right now, our entire eastern region has no soldiers to use. An Arab general stammered. Not only that, Qutayba and Abu Muslim have always been the strongest governors of the empire. The number of people in the empire that can compare to them can be counted on one's fingers. Even if we send soldiers now, we will find it very difficult to defeat them. Moreover, gathering soldiers is not something that can be done in 3 to 5 days. But if we do not immediately agree to the demands of those infidels, they will immediately cross the Tigris River and attack all the other cities, perhaps even Baghdad. Another general mustered up his courage and said, "Crack!" Just as the two of them finished speaking, a crisp sound suddenly rang out in the hall. Mutasim III's 5 fingers tightened, and the armrest of the throne in his right hand was instantly crushed to pieces. His originally fair face became extremely red. As the strongest monarch in the history of the Arabian Empire, this was the first time he had been forced into a situation where he had no soldiers to use. 1 billion taels of gold, 1 billion taels. Do all of you mean that we should agree to that madman of the East, accept his extortion, and give him so much wealth? Mutasim III's expression was furious, his eyes gloomy. 1 billion taels of gold. Even though Arabia was as wealthy as a country, having plundered the treasures of countless kingdoms and factions over the past several hundred years, accumulating an enormous amount of wealth, this was still an enormous sum to the Arabs. But, Your Majesty, if we do not agree, we will lose far more than 1 billion taels of gold. They can advance east from Khorasan and conquer many territories. With 200,000 soldiers and those skilled Eastern great generals, we won't be able to resist them in a short time. In the end, even if we drive them out of the empire, we will still suffer grievous losses. Your Highness, an Arab noble said in a trembling voice, the cities of the East were in peril, but the 200,000 soldiers had remained in Khorasan, waiting to move out. This was even more shocking than a true attack. Using several dozen cities of the Arabian Empire as a threat and using the name of war reparations to demand a price of 1 billion taels of gold was simply unprecedented. Not even in the Arabian Empire's endless conquests had such a thing been heard of. Chapter 1183. Boom! The Arab noble had barely finished speaking when a golden war boot emerged from the throne. As everyone looked on in awe, Mutasim III suddenly stood up from his throne. At that moment, the world swayed, and the vast city of Baghdad seemed unable to endure this power and fiercely shuddered. We will not submit to anyone's threats, even if all the cities of the East are destroyed and all the people slaughtered. We will not submit to the extortion of an Eastern madman. Let him take the 1 billion taels himself. Even if we have to pay half the city, we will personally tear him to pieces. Mutasim III's rage was unquenchable, and his eyes were like bolts of lightning, exuding intimidating light. In the face of the furious caliph, everyone kept quiet out of fear, no one daring to say a word. In the Arabian Empire, the caliph's word was law. Once he made a decision, no one could stop him, much less defy him. If I were His Majesty, I would give away the 1 billion taels of gold right now. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, a hoarse and mysterious voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Hearing this voice, everyone's body shook violently. The caliph's word was law. No one had expected that someone would anger His Majesty at a time like this. But a moment later, just when everyone was stunned by this person's boldness, there was a flash of light as a slanted figure shot into the hall. At some point, a tall figure shrouded in a black robe had appeared at the entrance to the hall. His pitch-black robe was embroidered with mysterious runes using golden threads. "Hi, High Priest!" A noble of the Arabian Empire trembled at the sight of this figure, his eyes going wide. No one had expected that this mysterious person who dared to contradict the caliph would be the most enigmatic person in the empire, the high priest who wielded the divine authority. This was definitely the most unexpected guest of the imperial palace. As a legendary existence that had existed for centuries in the empire, although almost no one had ever seen the high priest before, they all recognized the unique sun god robe and the black temple scepter in his hand. One of the high priest's skinny hands reached out from his sleeves, like a bird's claw, and grabbed the black scepter's power. Rolling black, mist kept coming out from his sleeves. His hat was lowered, completely concealing his face. He only stood there, motionless, but not a single one of the governors, generals, and nobles in the hall could sense the depth of his cultivation. Although he had truly appeared in front of everyone, they could not sense anything other than the black scepter. It was as if there was nothing there. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the high priestess's long robe fluttered as she stepped over the threshold and entered. "High priest, why have you come?" To Mutasim III surprise, the enraged Arab caliph Mutasim III was like a punctured balloon, all his anger vanishing. Not only was he not enraged, he was even pleasantly surprised. Boom, 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 he excitedly descended from the hall and personally went to welcome Wang Chong. Everyone in Arabia knew of the caliph's attitude toward the high priest, but only at this moment did they realize just how much importance His Majesty placed on him. The defeat at Talas, the death of Qutayba, and the arrival of the Tang people at Khorasan to intimidate Baghdad. How could I not come for such a major event? The high priest said faintly as he walked forward slowly. As he walked, the air seemed to turn into waves. Translucent ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out from his feet. It was as if he was walking on water. Not only that, when the high priest walked forward, even his figure became faint, like a transparent ripple of water. It was as if the person passing by them was not a real person, but a faint ripple of water. Swoosh! In a flash, everyone retreated to the sides, and even the governors had to lower their heads to make way. The governors' cultivation bases were also different. With their abilities, they couldn't even sense the breath of the high priestess. They could only feel a thick darkness that seemed to be devouring everything, causing them to feel fear and awe. A few moments later, the high priest stopped in front of the caliph. He did not bow, nor did he show the respect a subject should have. He exuded an aura that transcended the authority of the empire. From a certain perspective, this was an offense against the caliph. But the caliph seemed to not care at all. Not only that, the caliph seemed to be even more respectful toward the high priest. "High priest, you've come at just the right time. We have so many soldiers and so many generals. Do you think that we will be threatened by a teenager from the east? Arabia lives on war, and no soldier has ever surrendered. We still have half of the country and 1 million elites. Do we have to submit to the Tang people of the east?" The caliph strode up to the high priest. "It's just 1 billion taels of gold. Does your majesty lack money?" The high priest did not answer. Instead, he asked about something else. Although 1 billion taels is an extremely large sum, the empire has saved up for centuries. It is still possible to produce such a sum. The caliph slightly raised his head, his eyes disdainful and his face brimming with pride. 1 billion taels of gold was an astronomical sum to many dynasties, countries, and even large empires. When Wang Chong requested the imperial court to send reinforcements for the Battle of Talas, the Bureau of Personnel had only given him 20 million taels of gold. At the time, the imperial court had already felt that it was a lot, and 1 billion taels of gold was 50 times the amount that Wang Chong had used to launch the Battle of Talas, enough to buy several cities. But to the Arabian Empire, this was not an unbearable sum. This was the advantage of being a marauder. Every time he won a country, he would plunder everything from it. In this aspect, the Tang dynasty, which was bound by etiquette and righteousness, could not compare. But to rely on the strength of a single country to create wealth comparable to that of Arabia was something that only the Central Plains could do. I can produce 1 billion taels of gold, but I cannot accept the conditions of these Easterners and submit to them. The caliph's eyes were sharp as he firmly declared. This was no longer a matter of money. To accept the Tang people's conditions was to submit, to be humiliated. As the highest commander of the empire, the caliph could not tolerate such a thing. It's just 1 billion taels of gold. How can this be considered submission? Does your majesty intend to surrender without a fight? The high priest indifferently said, his expression unruffled. Only the high priest could dare to speak to the supreme caliph in such a manner, as if he was above imperial authority, and yet the caliph did not rebuke him. How could this be? The caliph was stunned at first, but then he immediately rejected the idea. We still have many soldiers in the southern war zone, the western war zone, and the other war zones. These soldiers can all be mobilized. It's just a trifling army of 200,000. Once we mobilize the army, all that awaits them will be death. The caliph clenched his fists, his voice seething with killing intent. Arabia was a country of war, and he was also the sovereign of war. This was the reason for his rage. That Eastern Tang dynasty commander called Wang Chong had actually sent a letter to threaten them. If they did not reply within 3 days, he would pay 1 billion taels of gold as compensation, and they would immediately continue eastward and occupy more cities. To Mu'tasim III, who had always been known for his unyielding character and had a deep influence on his governors and generals, this was a public provocation and humiliation. This was also the reason for the caliph's rage. Moreover, even though Qutayba and Aibak had died in battle, they had only lost 2 of their best soldiers. Arabia still had many of its best fighters. Isn't that so? Since His Majesty still has many soldiers and is preparing for an even larger war, how can this be considered a surrender? With His Majesty's abilities, gold and silver are nothing in his eyes. 1 billion taels of gold is only used to appease the Tang people. It's said that the Tang dynasty is famed for its benevolence and righteousness. Once they receive the money, they will keep their promises. His Majesty only needs to temporarily appease them. Once the army arrives, he will be able to protect the cities west of the Tigris River from their attacks. And he will also be able to break into Khorasan and wipe out the Tang people and the rebel army in one fell swoop. And he will also be able to retrieve the gold. The high priest's raspy and deep voice resounded in everyone's ears. 1 billion taels of gold is no small sum. Even if they spur their horses at full speed, they won't be able to get very far. Once we break into Khorasan, His Majesty can dispatch cavalry to pursue and retrieve the gold. Moreover, hasn't His Majesty been searching for the remnants of the conquered countries and the rebel army in the last few years without any results? We can use these Tang people to draw out the entire rebel army. Won't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone and capturing them all in one fell swoop? Buzz. Hearing this, the Khalifa's expression shook and he suddenly raised his head. He had been driven mad by the compensation of 1 billion taels of gold, and in his desperation, he had never thought of anything else. It was true that the remnants of the dynasties and the rebel army had always been a sore point for Arabia. In the last 10-some years, the empire had expended a great deal of effort in searching for the traces of these rebels. The behemoth army, the Mamelukes, the sky-quaking army, and even an Arab war god like Qutayba had been dispatched by Mu'tasim III to suppress the rebels. But the rebel army and the remnants of the dynasties had always been like rats. When the army arrived, they would hide like turtles. The moment the army left, they would come out and wreak havoc. Chapter 1184. This had always been Mutasim III's greatest worry, and there were even times when he found it hard to sleep at night. But now that he thought about it, although the Tang people had come with a fierce momentum, they had succeeded in drawing out all the hidden rebels and survivors. Just like the high priest had said, as long as he could pacify them and wait for the army to arrive, he might be able to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. If he could use this opportunity to wipe them out, then even if the Tang people seized his weak point and extorted 1 billion taels of gold, it would still be acceptable. This was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mutasim III's pupils constricted, and he instantly fell silent. His eyebrows moved slightly as he lowered his head, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. "Hüller, how long will it take for the soldiers to arrive?" The Caliph of Arabia, Mutasim III, suddenly turned his head to look at the steel-like Arab governor kneeling on the ground. He had not said a single word this entire time. The empire's white corpse, Hüller, although he was not as powerful or as famous as the Arab war god Qutayba, he had forged his reputation through battle after battle. His skin was so pale that it made him seem like a corpse. But even so, in the eyes of the Arabian Empire and the surrounding countries, Hüller's reputation was no less than that of the governor of iron and blood Abu Muslim. From a certain perspective, he was even more ruthless and bloodthirsty than Abu Muslim. Most of the opponents who had fallen into his hands had died horribly. Now that Qutayba had died in battle, the most famous governor that had been summoned to Baghdad was probably the empire's white corpse. If they wanted to deal with the 200,000 rebels and Tang soldiers in Khorasan, Hüller would be the best commander. This was also why the Caliph Mutasim III had subconsciously asked him this question. "Your Majesty, if we are fast, we can gather the army in 7 days. But these are all ordinary soldiers and cannot pose much of a threat to the thick walls of Khorasan. If we want to gather enough soldiers and top-class great generals to completely destroy the enemy army in Khorasan, we will need 15 to 20 days. Hüller thought for a few moments before finally standing up. "We'll march through the night. In 10 days at most, the entire army must reach Khorasan. I will not permit these eastern infidels to remain in Khorasan for another day." The Caliph of Arabia, Mutasim III, turned his head and spoke in an unquestionable tone. "Yes, sir." Hüller only hesitated for a moment before saying without the slightest hesitation. Time was short, and it was almost impossible to gather enough soldiers from the other Arab war zones to reach Khorasan in time. Although the empire's white corpse Hüller was pressed for time, and the mission was arduous, as long as the army marched day and night, it was not impossible. Moreover, it would only require a few casualties, because to Hüller these were not his concerns. Rumble, the bitter defeat in the east, the death of Qutayba, the fall of Khorasan, and Wang Chang's threats, all of these events had enraged the Arabian Empire and caused it to mobilize its soldiers. Not only did the atmosphere of war not weaken, it became even more intense. "Lord Protector General, the next Arab city is only several dozen li from us, and the defenses there are weak. As long as we are willing, our 200,000 soldiers can cross the Tigris River and occupy that city without shedding a single drop of blood." General Bahram also said that if we go west from there are tensome cities and the land between the cities is flat with no natural defenses. If we want to, we can quickly occupy these Arabian territories. Why has Milord stopped at this time and ordered the army to rest? In the domed hall of Khorasan, the 4th commander of the Anshi Protectorate Army, Lushi, couldn't help but ask. The palaces of the Arabs were magnificent, their domed roofs covered in all sorts of delicate vine-like carvings, and their marble floors were completely different from those of the Central Plains. There were even many pearls and agate embedded in the floor, a luxurious sight to behold. But at this moment, whether it was Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, Li Sai, the black armored guard, Su Han, Xue Qianjun, or anyone else in the hall. All of them focused on Wang Chong. If they were willing, they could take over tensome Arab cities at their fingertips, but Wang Chong had stopped at a time like this. None of them could understand why. Haha, let me ask all of you. We've been marching west from Talas to Samarkand, and then to Khorasan, suffering so many casualties. Just why? Is it just for war? Wang Chong faintly smiled. Everyone in the hall was stunned by these words. No one had expected Wang Chong to ask this question. Most of the people in the hall were generals. As generals, weren't they born for war? Wasn't the purpose of their existence to win this war? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Wang Chong silently smiled as he took in everyone's reactions. War was an art. It was a method, not an end. In every battle, one had to understand its goal and meaning. This was how one considered war on a strategic level. Judging from the reactions of the people in the hall, this concept of war clearly surpassed that of this era. The duty of a general is to win the war, but we've already defeated the Arabs, so do we still need to continue fighting? We've already lost more than 100,000 soldiers. Do we need to fight to the last man? Wang Chong swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone was momentarily speechless at Wang Chong's words. Although the war between the Tang dynasty and Arabia had ended with the Tang dynasty's victory, even pushing all the way to Khorasan and into the heart of the Arabian Empire, not far from the imperial capital of Baghdad. Directly threatening this massive empire, the Tang dynasty had also paid an enormous price. A general should lead the army to victory. If this wasn't the duty of a soldier, what else could it be? The goal of war was not to kill, nor was it to fight for the sake of fighting. Everything was for profit. Only when there was profit to be gained could a war continue. Could it be of use to the people of the country and not become a burden? Throughout history, it was precisely because wars were purely about killing that they were criticized for being overly aggressive and even dragging down the entire country. Emperor Wu of Han fought in the north and south, his accomplishments in both administration and martial arts unparalleled in the world. He was hailed as the eternal emperor, but in his later years he was criticized for his shortcomings, resulting in the weakening of the country. War involves many aspects, and it is extremely vast. Manpower, resources, weapons, soldiers, and rations are all extremely costly, so the Confucians have attacked in every possible way. This is the reason why it is said that civil and military officials despise each other and that civil and military officials do not get along. If a war does not bring benefits to the empire, no one will support it. Wang Chong sternly said to the people behind him. The conflicts between the civil and military officials had existed for a very long time, spanning through history and dynasties. Each time they erupted, the imperial court would be shaken, and even an empire might collapse. If one carefully examined the issue, the root cause was not the difference between the civil and military officials, nor was it because the civil officials were refined while the military officials were crude. The root cause was that a war could not bring any benefits to an empire. It was not just the civil officials. In the eyes of everyone else, war was a kind of consumption. It consumed war horses, livestock, rations, and countless lives. Everything about it was negative. Once a war broke out on the border, the generals would go on a long expedition and launch a defensive counterattack. In the end, they would defeat the enemy and obtain victory, but they would not lose points, not gain points. On the whole, the army and war would always give people a negative impression, always accompanied by death. Or, to put it another way, once a war began, it meant that soldiers and rations were being wantonly collected, causing panic among the people. But if war could bring benefits, enormous benefits that benefited the common people, then everything would be different. If this problem was not addressed at its root, the conflict between civil and military officials would never end, and war would again and again reach a dead end. The hall was eerily still, everyone silent. Even Gao Xianji had a pensive look on his face. Not even Gao Xianji had ever considered Wang Chong's words. Soldiers were already used to war. Once they had the upper hand, the most important thing to do was strike while the iron was hot and continue to expand their gains. They were not like Wang Chong, who clearly had the power to break through tensome cities, but chose to restrain the army and prepare for battle. Instead, he was proposing peace talks with Arabia, using tensome Arab cities as leverage to demand compensation for the war. Let alone the several thousand years of history of the Central Plains. Such a form of war had never been seen before in the entire history of the continent. It had to be said that Wang Chong always had many new and interesting things to think about. But Wang Chong, 1 billion taels of gold is such an enormous sum. Will the Arabs really agree to it? Qianli couldn't help but ask, his brow slightly creased. He had personally drafted this letter, and Lu Shi had written it. He had read it and sent it, so he knew all of its contents. 1 billion taels of gold was a sum that even he had been flabbergasted when he first saw it. If this much gold was piled up, it would truly be a mountain, enough to buy a large number of cities. Would the Arabs really agree to such a sky-high price? At the start, Qianli had believed that this was just one of Wang Chong's strategies, for the sake of some larger strategy. But it now appeared that he was completely serious. Ha, why not? Wang Chong looked at the people in the hall and confidently said, Chapter 1185. In addition, we have another option, which is to give up on the other cities and head straight for the Arabian capital of Baghdad. With our abilities, we should be able to reach the vicinity of Baghdad by more than 2,200 kilometers. Although they might not be able to take that city, they were more than enough to threaten the Arabian capital and shake the entire Arabian Empire, leaving them with the most humiliating mark in history. Not even 1 billion taels of gold would be enough to buy back this humiliation. In addition, if my guess is correct, the Arabs will most likely pretend to agree to our request and send over 1 billion taels of gold to buy time for the other armies to think of a way to defeat us. Thus, no matter what, they will. Set. Will. Out. Wang Chong's expression was confident, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 June. Wang Chong never fought a battle he was not confident in. While the threat of war and the demand for reparations were very novel in this world, they had long ago become the norm in the other world, and it had even led to the rapid rise of several peoples in that other world. War required profit, and this protracted war had lasted until now. Wang Chong needed a satisfactory number as an answer to present to all levels of society, including the people of the Tang dynasty. As if in response to Wang Chong's words, the flapping of wings rang out in everyone's ears. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, a huge golden-beaked falcon flapped its wings and descended from the sky. It flew into the hall and landed on the long golden conference table in front of everyone, and on the falcon's leg was a particularly eye-catching, rolled-up letter. Buzz! At the sight of this hunting falcon, the hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's body trembled, and they revealed shocked expressions. A few of them even stood up. Would the Arabs really agree to 1 billion taels of gold? In that instant, everyone held their breath. Swish! A thin hand reached out from the side and took the letter from the leg of the Arabian hunting falcon. A few moments later, Yuan Shusong's expression became agitated. My lord, the Arabs have agreed to 1 billion taels of gold. They've really agreed. What? A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Hearing Wen Shuyang's words, everyone in the hall was shocked to the point of standing up. Let me see. The Arab letter first landed in Gao Xinji's hands, and then Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, Lu Shi, Li Sai, and then everyone else in the hall. Other than Wen Shuyang, there were very few people in the hall who could recognize Arabic. This matter was far too shocking. Shocking at Wang Chong's price of 1 billion taels of gold, and even more shocking at the Arabs' reaction. It was no longer important whether they could recognize the words on the letter or not. They were just confirming it through this method. Even for Gao Xinji, it was unimaginable for him to win 1 billion taels of gold in a war. Even the benefits he gained from attacking Stone Country were far from comparable to this. The difference between them was like clouds and mud in the face of a great wizard. Wang Chong's simple action instantly eclipsed all his previous actions. Wonderful! Qianli clenched his fists, his expression excited. No amount of words could compare to the impact of a single Arab letter. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood Wang Chong's strategic intentions. 1 billion taels of gold. If we write a memorial to the imperial court, no one in the court, including the civil and military officials, will dare to believe it. Even the civil officials, including the Bureau of Personnel, will have a completely different opinion of us. 1 billion taels of gold was an astronomical sum. Even a vice protector general like Qianli couldn't help but be moved. Many soldiers had died in the Battle of Tales, and just the compensation for their deaths was an enormous sum. Qianli had previously considered what he should do. As the leader of these soldiers who had died in battle, every general would protect their subordinates and fight for as many benefits as possible. But now, everything had been resolved. However, the Arabs have also put forward a few conditions in their letter. At this moment, a voice rang out beside his ear. Yuan Shusong frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "You're right. According to the Arabs' conditions, they hope to sign a treaty with us in order to stop the war. The Arabs promise that they will no longer invade the Tang dynasty, but they hope that we will withdraw from Khorasan and return the territory between Khorasan and Samarkand to them. In addition, they will not threaten to attack any other cities." Buzz! The people in the room instantly fell silent at Wan Shuyang's words. They glanced at each other, none of them saying anything. From the perspective of the Tang dynasty, the Arabs' conditions were not impossible to agree to. Exchanging the territory that belonged to the Arabs for 1 billion taels of gold was not a bad deal. Moreover, the Tang dynasty had never fought all the way to Khorasan in the more than 1,000 years since the beginning of the Qin and Han dynasties. This was an unprecedented achievement. At the same time, it was not necessarily a good thing for the great Tang soldiers to be stuck here for a long time in unfamiliar territory. "I object!" A cold voice suddenly rang out. Su Han suddenly opened his mouth and said with a cold and hard expression, "If we really agree to the Arabs' conditions, all our previous efforts will have been for naught. There is a first time for everything. We were able to occupy the unfamiliar western regions and operate until now, so we can also occupy Khorasan and firmly control it. No matter what, it's worth a try." "Of course not." Wang Chong heartily laughed. "Right now, the Arabs coveted the Central Plains and were defeated by us, so they attacked Khorasan and besieged us. In this war, the Arabs are paying 1 billion taels of gold to compensate us for our losses. This is not some equal exchange. It seems like His Majesty Mutasim still doesn't understand his own situation, nor does he understand the attitude a loser should have. General Cheng, lead the army across the Tigris River and attack the closest city, Shandar. When we're about to occupy it, withdraw to Khorasan. Let them understand their situation." "Understood. Leave this matter to me." Qianli smiled. The development of this war had already surpassed the limits of his understanding, but Qianli had unreservedly trusted Wang Chong. Thus, no matter what Wang Chong said, he would carry it out without hesitation. After discussing a few more details about the defense of the city, the meeting concluded and the crowd quickly dispersed. "Wang Chong, the Arabs still have many experts. Do you really think that they will keep their promise?" Once everyone had left, only Wang Chong and Gao Xianji were left in the room. "Lord Protector General, you also said that the Arabs still have many intelligent people. How could they really negotiate peace with us? This is just a delaying tactic." Wang Chong firmly said, "Arabia was a country of war that delighted in conquest." From the very start, Wang Chong had concluded that they would never truly negotiate peace. So how could there be a peace treaty? But Wang Chong wanted 1 billion taels of gold, and whether the Arabs were willing or not, they had to hand it over. Now was not the time for them to be begging for help. After leaving the conference hall, Wang Chong climbed onto the western wall of Khorasan and looked into the distance. Beyond the wall, He could hear the howling of the Tigris River. This wide river was a natural barrier, an invisible line of defense for Khorasan. From the moment he had first arrived at Khorasan and laid eyes on this river, Wang Chong had sensed its military value. From a certain perspective, Abu Muslim had been correct. Khorasan truly was extremely difficult to break. General, have you ever thought about how we should respond when the Caliph Mu'tasim III of Arabia sends hundreds of thousands of soldiers in a thunderous rage, as well as countless governors and generals? There will never be any true negotiation with the Arabs. Even if they agree, General will find it very difficult to retreat unscathed. A voice suddenly came from behind him, and it sounded heavy. Haha, so General already knows about our business with the Arabs. Does Great General also believe that we will yield Khorasan and withdraw? Wang Chong faintly smiled, not even turning his head. He had naturally not come to the high walls of Khorasan to admire the grandeur of the Tigris River. There were far too many rivers like this in the Central Plains. Bahram's invitation was the true reason he had appeared here. Of course not, or else I would not have appeared here, Bahram said in somewhat choppy Arabic. Bahram did not speak the language of the Tang dynasty, and Wang Chong did not speak Khorasani. In the end, for the sake of communication, the two had decided to use Arabic. But in the rebel army, everyone has this suspicion. If you retreat, everyone will panic, and this wave of soldiers we gathered with great difficulty will instantly disperse. Moreover, the Arabs will pursue us relentlessly. When the time comes, everyone will suffer grievous losses. Bahram paused for a moment before continuing, a deep concern on his brow. He did not care about the negotiations between the Tang dynasty and the Arabs, nor did he care about the 1 billion taels of gold. From a certain perspective, Bahram even believed that this was a good thing, because only if the Tang dynasty benefited from it would they stay. The Arabs were far too powerful, so powerful that no empire other than the Tang dynasty could contend against them. So many rebel soldiers had been willing to come out this time because they saw hope in the Tang dynasty. Thus, if the Tang dynasty were to withdraw from Khorasan, one could easily imagine the impact it would have on them. This matter will depend on General's prestige to pacify them. The Tang dynasty will not retreat, at least not without reason. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Chapter 1186. Ah! Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as Bahram was momentarily stunned by Wang Chong's words, not understanding where Wang Chong could be so confident. Wang Chong only faintly smiled, his eyes glancing up at the sky with an unfathomable expression. In addition, if Great General is still worried, I can reveal another matter to Great General. I've already mobilized a large number of ballistae and heavy ballistae from the rear, and the Tang dynasty is also sending more soldiers from the capital. The first batch is already on the way. I believe that it will only take a few months at most to reach Khorasan. There is no harm in General telling this matter to the leaders of the rebel army. This will at least dispel some of their doubts and make them believe in the resolve of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong sternly said. Bahram's expression froze at Wang Chong's words, and then he gave a long sigh. General's words are enough. I will personally go and pacify them. Bahram quickly took his leave. The winds howled over Khorasan, howling like ghosts. Compared to before, the weather was even colder. Other than Wang Chong, no one knew that an unprecedented crisis was silently approaching, one that would be even more ferocious than many people imagined. Wang Chong faintly smiled and quickly descended the walls. In Khorasan, upon learning that the Tang dynasty was conscripting soldiers, the unease in the hearts of the rebel army quickly faded away. Half a day later, a brief but intense conflict erupted in Chandar, which was across the Tigris River from Khorasan. Chang Qianli's army had captured Chandar, and after destroying the Arab garrison and several dozen buildings, it had swiftly retreated to Khorasan. This was a demonstration against the Arabs. The Tang dynasty was using this method to express its will. If the Arabs did not agree to the Tang dynasty's conditions, this probing attack would become a complete annihilation. Several days later, when the news reached Baghdad, it unsurprisingly enraged all the Arabs. Bastard! In his own palace, the caliph even accidentally strangled his favorite hunting falcon to death. But even so, Wang Chong's strategy worked. The Arab gold was transported out of Baghdad overnight, carried by more than 1,000 war horses toward Khorasan. A much softer letter was swiftly sent to Khorasan. But at the same time, the Arabs were mobilizing their soldiers with greater frequency. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were marching day and night from various Arab war zones to Khorasan. Nearly half of the Arab governors had been driven by the furious caliph to Khorasan. This was an unprecedented march. The Tang dynasty's repeated actions had thoroughly infuriated the supreme ruler of Arabia. The Arab gold arrived much faster than expected. When the thousands of war horses carrying mountains of gold crossed the Tigris River and were delivered into Khorasan, the army was immediately thrown into a frenzy. On the same day, Qianli wrote a memorial to the imperial court in the name of Wang Chong and Gao Xinji. 7 or 8 days later, when the news reached the Tang dynasty's capital, it caused a massive uproar. How could this be? The Qixi Protector General and Anxi Protector General actually obtained 1 billion taels of gold from Arabia. Even the Grand Preceptor, who had opposed Wang Chong the most, could no longer sit still upon hearing this news. War had always been a burden on the empire, each time resulting in grievous casualties and the expenditure of the nation's crossbows. But he had never imagined that at the final moments of the war, Wang Chong and the others would repay the imperial court with 1 billion taels of gold. Even the Grand Preceptor, who was never one to show his joy, couldn't help but be dumbstruck. 1 billion taels, and it's in gold. How could this be? Not even 10 years of my Tang dynasty's taxes were this high. Everyone in the Bureau of Revenue, from the minister to the secretary, was stunned by this news. In every war, the Bureau of Revenue was always strapped for cash and racked its brains for a solution. For this reason, of the 6 departments, the Bureau of Revenue was the most opposed to the army. But 1 billion taels of gold, heavens! This was an astronomical sum. With this sum, the Bureau of Revenue would not need to worry about wars for a very long time. This tiny country is actually this rich? King Qi was also stunned when he heard the news from Khorasan. In his mind, Arabia had always been an insignificant country, not even worth mentioning. Thus, when he heard that Wang Chong and the others had obtained 1 billion taels of gold as reparations, he was dumbstruck. As a member of the imperial family, King Qi had never lacked for money, and he would always throw out large amounts of gold and silver to win over the civil and military officials. But no matter how proud he was of his wealth, he did not have 1 billion taels of gold. In the face of this astronomical sum of treasures, even King Qi paled in comparison, becoming insignificant. In the imperial court, the imperial censors, who had always been the most demanding, were also speechless at this moment. None of them could say a word. Putting aside the matter of the capital in the distant Khorasan, opening the seal on power requires user to expend 10,000 points of destiny energy. Asking again, does user confirm? In the city of Khorasan, the stone of destiny's voice resounded in Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong was currently seated cross-legged in an empty room, but in front of him were 5 golden balls of light, displaying the words mind, body, energy, technique, and power. Wang Chong's eyes were fixed on the final ball of light representing power. Force represented luck, terrain, and celestial phenomena. Wang Chong had long ago learned from the Stone of Destiny that the final reward contained luck, terrain, weather, and many other complicated things. The right time, the right place, and the right people were all part of power. This was the ability of the Stone of Destiny's final reward. Whether or not I can take advantage of power will depend on whether the Stone of Destiny's reward is as I imagine it to be. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Confirm. With a thought, Wang Chong chose to pay the destiny energy and open the seal on power. Rumble. The moment Wang Chong confirmed, the entire room with Wang Chong at the center began to rumble, and the entire world seemed to tremble. A moment later, the earth rumbled, and in Wang Chong's perception, the entire world began to churn. Everything vanished, and Wang Chong sensed a trembling shadow rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a continent beneath his feet. Bang! An enormous energy exploded in Wang Chong's mind. In a flash, Wang Chong felt like time, space, and everything else had vanished. Even Wang Chong's body had completely vanished, leaving behind only his perception. Beneath him, the shrunken piece of land rapidly expanded, becoming 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times its original size. On this undulating piece of land, many things rapidly materialized. Whoosh! A river flowed across the continent, and Wang Chong could even see the spray of water rising and falling. Next to the river, even more changes were taking place. This is Khorasan. Wang Chong immediately recognized it. On the western side of the continent, a small city had sprung up from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, bordering the river on the side. Wang Chong was already extremely familiar with Khorasan, and Wang Chong saw more and more familiar things. Fluttering banners, many barracks, and many domed buildings the size of ants. If this was Khorasan, then there was no question that the river next to it was the Tigris River. As he traveled west, Wang Chong could see the entire continent. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen the Arabian Empire in this manner, and it gave Wang Chong an extremely strange feeling. I wonder how the Arab soldiers are doing? Wang Chong suddenly thought. A moment later, Wang Chong's eyes began to move westward, surveying Baghdad and the other war zones to the west. As if responding to Wang Chong's thoughts, he could hear the sounds of fighting and the cries of soldiers. On this projection of the continent, Wang Chong could clearly see tens of thousands of war horses marching from various parts of the Arabian Empire to Khorasan. It was unknown how many soldiers and horses were rushing over day and night. In comparison, the 200,000 soldiers in Khorasan paled in comparison. 700,000, no, at least 800,000 soldiers. Even though Wang Chong had mentally prepared himself and knew that the Caliph would be enraged by his threats, this number still left Wang Chong stunned. Over the course of the Battle of Talas, including the Arab militias they had eliminated, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji had killed nearly 800,000 soldiers. This was a number that any empire would find difficult to endure, and had even surpassed the total number of soldiers the empire could muster. But even after suffering such a heavy blow, Arabia had still been able to gather 700,000 to 800,000 soldiers. This sort of mobilization ability and reserve of soldiers was enough to make any faction tremble in fear. Even if a significant portion of these soldiers had been recruited militias, it was still an astonishing number. From this, one could see why Arabia was known as the Kingdom of War. This time, the furious Caliph had mobilized almost all of his forces. The 200,000 rebel soldiers in Khorasan would find it very difficult to stop them. But there was no need for Wang Chong to stop them, as he had never thought about using his 200,000 rebel soldiers to fight against all of Arabia. History has already undergone a major change. I hope that matter will not be affected by this. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he raised his head to the sky, but a few moments later, Wang Chong's eyes flashed and he smiled. Although the world had undergone a major change, and not only had he not lost Talas, he had even led an army to Khorasan and pointed his sword at Baghdad. The matter in his memories had not changed in the slightest. The more of you come, the more will die. This time, all of you will pay the heaviest price. With a thought, Wang Chong communicated with the Stone of Destiny's Power reward. Is user certain that he wishes to spend 10,000 points of Destiny energy to exchange for it? Yes. Chapter 1188. The Arab soldiers had arrived much faster than expected. In just a few days, Wang Chang's scouts and Khorasani spies had reported that more than 300,000 soldiers had gathered more than 100 kilometers from the Tang dynasty and were rapidly setting up fortifications to guard against any sneak attacks from the Tang dynasty. More and more soldiers were being gathered, and the Arab army was rapidly growing in strength. And from the information they had gathered, the Arabs had gathered at least 2 or 3 imperial great generals. The one who has come is Arabia's empire's white corpse Hüller. This person has a cruel personality and is extremely patient. More importantly, this person's army is extremely meticulous, and his defenses are practically watertight. If we try to force our way in, we'll find it very difficult to gain the upper hand. Bahram's voice came from next to Wang Chong, who was standing next to him and explaining. Bahram knew all the Arab generals and governors like the back of his hand. In this aspect, the Tang dynasty could not compare. Many of the information that Wang Chong had obtained had actually come from Bahram. Haha, even the tightest defense has its flaws. It all depends on the choice. Wang Chong faintly smiled. The Tang dynasty had won the Battle of Talas with 100,000 against 500,000. And the enemy only had 300,000. Wang Chong had never underestimated any opponent. But even the Arab war god Qutayba had died to his sword, so why would he fear a trifling empire's white corpse? No matter how powerful Hüller was, he could never surpass Qutayba. Bahram froze for a moment, and then he nodded. The empire's white corpse Hüller was no nameless individual. The only person who could speak of Hüller in such a manner in front of him was probably Wang Chong. But Bahram was also well aware that this young commander was completely different from any other person he had ever met. All the incredible opportunities that had happened to him gave him the confidence to say these words in front of everyone. Shui Qianjun, write a letter for me to the Caliph of Arabia. Say that the two sides have already signed an agreement and that Arabia has sent 300,000 soldiers to Khorasan. This makes us feel threatened and naked betrayal. You have 1 day to withdraw your army from the cities. Otherwise, don't blame us for sending troops to uphold the agreement. Wang Chong replied without turning his head. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Gao Xinji, Chen Qianli, and everyone else around smiled. The great Tang had long ago seen through all the thoughts and schemes of the Caliph, and there were no secrets to speak of. It was just that the Arabs were still pretending to be deaf and dumb, pretending not to know. Understood. A voice came from behind him, and Shui Qianjun bowed and quickly left. Flap flap. Several carrier pigeons took off into the air, one for Baghdad while the other for the Arab white corpse and the 300,000 Arab soldiers. Boom! The letter from Wang Chong was like a boulder falling to the ground, and the 300,000 soldiers in the Arab camp instantly began to seethe. Bastard! This is intolerable bullying. The empire's white corpse Hüller had always been known for his calm and reserved personality. But when he received Wang Chong's letter, he couldn't help but slam his fist on the table, his eyes spitting fire. The Tang people had already obtained 1 billion taels of gold from the Arabs, and now they were trying to take advantage of the situation by questioning the Arabs. This was simply intolerable bullying. The Arabs had always revered bravery, and had always been the small and weak countries that had to look up to them. This was the first time they had been so openly threatened. My lord, what do we do? They've given us 1 day to withdraw from the cities. Do we really have to agree? A voice suddenly came from the side. It was one of Hüller's escorts, his head lowered and his voice cautious. The Arabs had already gathered an army of 300,000 here, outnumbering the enemy by 100,000. In normal circumstances, they would have been able to ignore them. But everyone knew that more than 100 li away, garrisoned behind the walls of Khorasan, were the 200,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty and the Khorasani army. Based on their past records, even if they had 100,000 more soldiers, they would not necessarily be able to defeat them. Impossible. The Empire's white corpse Hüller's eyes spat fire as he immediately refused. No one can threaten the Arabs like this. Pass on my order to tighten the defenses. I'd like to see just what they can do to us. Yes. The adjutant received the order and quickly turned to leave. Wait a moment. Hüller suddenly called out to his deputy. He took in a deep breath, his expression much calmer. Write a letter for me to reply to the Tang dynasty. Arabia has no intention of breaking the agreement with the Tang dynasty. The mobilization of soldiers this time is only a normal mobilization of soldiers and a necessary precaution. I hope that the Tang dynasty will not think too much about it. The deputy was flabbergasted, but he quickly understood, lowered his head, and vanished from the hall. Flap, flap. An hour later, an Arabian hunting falcon soared into the sky, leaping over a tributary of the Tigris River and landing in Khorasan. In just 5 minutes, Wang Chong, Gao Xinji, Cheng Qianli, and Li Sai had all gathered together. After reading the letter, all of them had expressions of interest on their faces. Everyone knew what the Arabs were up to and what plan they were currently carrying out. Lord Protector General, how should we reply to this letter? Shi Yuanqing suddenly broke the silence. Reply? Do we even need to reply? The Arabs don't think that we'll accept such a far-fetched reason, do they? Wang Chong heartily laughed. The Arabs were playing with words. Everyone understood what they were preparing. Since they knew that they were preparing for war, Wang Chong would not be so foolish as to allow them to smoothly assemble their soldiers. Great General Bahram, General Cheng, Li Sai, get ready. We're going to meet with the Empire's White Corps Great General, Wang Chong said. Bahram, Cheng Qianli, and the others nodded, a faint smile on their lips. Several hours later, in the city of Shirfan, 100 li from Khorasan, countless Arab soldiers had gathered, their sabers as thick as a forest. The 300,000 soldiers were brimming with killing intent, ready to engage in a large-scale battle at any moment. Be careful. Everyone get to your positions. Order the craftsmen to work day and night. If they can't build 5,000 new barracks by tomorrow, immediately kill half of them. Hurry and feed the war horses. 5 days from now, we will be fighting with the Tang people. Whip after whip cracked through the air as the Arab generals fiercely lashed the craftsmen and soldiers, urging them to complete the construction of the barracks. Shirfan was not a large city. The 300,000 soldiers had already made the place a little crowded, and there were still another 400,000 to 500,000 soldiers arriving later on. An army of 800,000 required the construction of a large number of facilities. My lord, the construction within the city is almost complete, and the defenses outside are also in the process of being built. We shouldn't have to worry about the Tang people for the time being. A voice came from behind him, coming from an Arab deputy high up on the walls. Hüller nodded in satisfaction and quickly withdrew his gaze. The enemy this time was extremely powerful. Hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers and great generals like Qutayba had already died at their hands. All of Arabia, including Hüller, was extremely apprehensive of the Tang people, and all of them were acting as if they were facing a powerful foe. Reporting. As he was thinking, an Arab horseman stirred up a cloud of dust in the distance as he galloped toward him. The scout on the horse had a pale face and looked very flustered. There's a large group of soldiers heading toward Shirfan. Boom! Hüller and the other Arab governors grimaced at these words. No one had expected that they would dare to challenge the Arabs when they had the upper hand. Bastard! The agreement has just been signed, and 1 billion taels of gold has already entered their city. The ink hasn't even dried yet. Do you think they would dare to tear up the agreement? Hüller was both shocked and infuriated. No one had ever dared to treat the Arabs like this in previous wars. Moreover, the Tang dynasty had just received 1 billion taels of gold. Yet they immediately dared to tear up the treaty and deal with them. This was simply going too far. Report. A few moments later, another shout came from the distance. followed by the galloping of hooves. Another Arab scout had a panicked expression on his face as he galloped toward Shirfan. "Sir, we've discovered the allied army of 7,000 Tang people and insurgents outside the city. They're coming toward us, and they're less than 3 miles away from us." "So fast!" Hearing this, the expressions of everyone on the city wall changed drastically. The 2 scouts had only needed a few moments to get within 3 li of Shirfan. At this speed, they would soon reach the walls. Arrogant, too arrogant. An Arab governor on the walls was enraged. The Tang people of the Eastern world were simply too arrogant. It was just one defeat, and the Arabs still had an enormous army and many governors and generals. Hüller's mind was also seething with rage. "Everyone, hear my order. Without my order, don't act rashly. I want to see just what this commander of the Tang dynasty wants." With Hüller's order, the atmosphere in Shirfan became somber. A few moments later, a cloud of dust began to rise from the distance, accompanied by the galloping of hooves and fierce neighs. "Who goes there?" Hüller immediately bellowed from a distance of 600 to 700 meters. His voice was brimming with energy, resounding over the entire Shirfan neighborhood like a peal of thunder. "Ha ha ha! Is that the Arabian Empire's white corpse Hüller on the walls?" Chapter 1189. Who are those people below the walls? Is the name of Lord Governor something you can call out? Before Hüller could speak, an Arab general next to him rebuked him. "Ha ha ha, Hüller! To think that you Arabs would have such a day. I have come this time to pass on a message from the Tang dynasty's Chishi Protector General. Immediately lead all the soldiers and withdraw from Shirfan. Otherwise, the Tang will mobilize their soldiers from Khorasan because of your treachery and attack, just like they did with Qutayba, exterminating all of you." Jalali heartily laughed as he gazed up at the walls. Jalali was a Khorasani and a member of the Sassanid dynasty. For so many years, only the Khorasani who had been oppressed by the Arabs knew what sort of lives they had lived. In front of the Arabs, all the Khorasani had to be careful and grovel, not even daring to speak loudly. They were true second-class citizens, and the Khorasani had to pay enormous taxes. Not too long ago, they had been able to stand before an Arab army of 300,000 and oppose a powerful governor like Hüller. Impudent, arrogant. On the high walls, Hüller and the other Arab governors and generals were all enraged by these words. A trifling army of 7,000 dared to act so impudently in front of them. They were seeking death. "Someone, send me 20,000 men and horses and kill them all." Hüller's face was as cold as ice as he gave the order. With Hüller's order, the city gates opened, and a group of more than 20,000 Arab soldiers surged out, their expressions cold and aloof as they charged at the Arab army outside the city. "Ha ha ha, let's go." Outside the walls, Jalali saw that his goal had been achieved, and with a wave of his hand he led his 7,000 soldiers into the distance. "The message has been delivered. All of you do your best." Jalali heartily laughed, his voice still coming from up ahead. "Where do you think you're going?" The Arab general bellowed when he saw that the Arab army was about to leave after taking advantage of the situation, and he immediately led his army forward. The 2 armies, one in front and one behind, quickly disappeared into the distance. "Damn it! Hurry up and charge forward. Don't let them escape. The Tigris River is right in front. They can't escape." Several li away, the Arab general Abra roared and thrust his scimitar into the rear of his horse, causing the entire army to madly charge forward. But before they could get far, Ney suddenly heard a fierce sound of horses. In the next moment, countless soldiers charged like a sharp arrow and stabbed into the army behind Abra. Not good. Retreat quickly. Abra's expression changed. He wanted to lead his army to retreat, but it was too late. It's too late to think of escaping now. All of you, accept your fate. A loud roar came from the front. Jalali, who had been running away with all his might, suddenly drew his sword and led the 7,000-strong army behind him in a counterattack. Rumble! They charged into the Arab formation. In a flash, the Arabs were in chaos. What? Abra's army was wiped out? On the high walls, Hüller was dumbfounded by the news. In just a few moments, Abra's 20,000 soldiers had been completely wiped out. This had happened far too quickly. How many soldiers did the enemy have? Hüller asked, his entire body in shock and confusion. Besides the 7,000 soldiers from before, the enemy also had more than 8,000 people in the rear, for a total of 15,000 soldiers. What? How could this be? Before Hüller could speak, the two Arab governors standing next to him spoke up, both of them in shock. If the enemy had a much greater number of soldiers, they could accept it, but there were only 15,000 soldiers, not even the soldiers they had dispatched. Just how had they managed to kill so many people in such a short time? Was the legend true? Was this the strongest Eastern army in all of history, even stronger than Qutaybah's army? But how could this be? From the information they had gathered, although the Tang dynasty army had won, it only had 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers left. And from the composition of that army, the enemy was mainly made up of rebel soldiers that were hiding like rats. When had this motley crew become so formidable? Pass on my order. Send out all the hunting falcons. Only now did Hüller sense that something was wrong. He had originally believed that this was just a small group of soldiers harassing and displaying their might, but it now appeared that this was not the case at all. Flap, flap. Countless hunting falcons soared into the sky from Shurfan and began to fly off in every direction. A few moments later, the scouting falcons and scouts reported back with accurate numbers of the enemy's forces. 20,000 soldiers was the exact number, and all the Tang people in Khorasani were heading toward Shurfan at full speed. Pass on my order. 100,000 soldiers will follow me out of the city. I want to personally investigate the strength of these people. Hüller was finally infuriated. One mistake was enough. This time, he wanted to personally deal with the Tang people and the remnants of the dynasty. Boom! The gates opened, and a moment later, 100,000 Arab soldiers surged out of the city. 200,000 soldiers stood behind them, ready to give chase at the slightest sign of trouble. Although only 100,000 soldiers had been dispatched, the two armies cooperated with each other and would not give the enemy any opportunities. Rumble! Not long after Hüller led his army out of the city, a massive golden dragon banner rose over the horizon. War drums began to beat as countless soldiers, formed from the Tang people, Khorasani, and other rebel soldiers, surged toward Shurfan. In the center of this army was an armored, black-haired youth who instantly attracted Hüller's attention. It's him. Hüller's pupils constricted at the sight of that young figure, and his entire face paled. He had never imagined that the young commander of the Tang dynasty would personally take action. From Talas until now, Hüller and all the Arab soldiers had heard far too much about this young commander. His appearance, temperament, weapon, and armor were all very detailed. Even if they had never seen him in person, they could immediately recognize him after hearing this description. But this was not why Hüller feared and valued him. More importantly, there was no one in the Arabian Empire who did not know that Qutaybah and Aibak had died at his hands. Everyone be careful. This person is probably the youngest commander of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong. Hüller warily said as he looked forward. Hüller's words made the other two Arab governors, Pahlavi and Karim, say nothing, but their eyes shone with deep apprehension. Gallop! A few moments later, the two armies began to approach each other in a cloud of dust. In the end, they were separated by a short distance. Tang people, you betrayed us. You clearly received the gold we paid, but you still broke the agreement. Truly despicable. The Arab governor of Hamadan, Karim, coldly flashed in his eyes as he charged forward to meet the cavalry. Although his reputation and prestige couldn't compare to Qutaybah or Abu Muslim. Kailamo, was definitely one of the most powerful governors of the Arabian Empire. Moreover, Kailamu had always had a tough personality, and he showed no fear even in the face of Wang Chong. How could this be considered breaking the agreement? I'm afraid the first to attack will be you guys, not us. A mellow and dignified voice came from the front as Wang Chong slowly rode forward on his white-hoofed shadow. His expression was calm and unruffled, and his every movement exuded a bearing and strength of character that could make other great generals of the same level pale in comparison. Buzz! All the Arab generals grimaced at these words. From start to finish, it had been the Tang people who had been provoking the Arabs, and even at the very end, it had been the Khorasani who had been too impudent. But if one seriously looked into the matter, it truly had been the Arabs who had attacked first. Bastard! It was clearly you who set up an ambush to lure us over. You've been planning this for a very long time. An Arab general next to Hüller finally couldn't help but harshly rebuke him. If we hadn't made sufficient preparations, those 7,000 soldiers would have been completely slaughtered by you. At this moment, Xue Qianjun stepped forward from behind Wang Chong and cursed. You. The Arab general was instantly at a loss for words. Although everyone knew that those 7,000 soldiers had been bait, Xue Qianjun was right. If the Tang dynasty hadn't been one step ahead, the Arab army would have already returned in triumph. There's no need to say any more. Hüller extended an arm and stopped the general behind him. Urging his horse forward, he glared at Wang Chong said, "The Tang people, you are also a famous general of your generation. Is the Tang dynasty this untrustworthy?" Wang Chong faintly chuckled as he urged his horse forward, a disdainful look on his face. Trustworthy or untrustworthy, honoring the agreement or breaking it, that's not up to you to decide. Didn't I already tell you? Within 1 day, you must withdraw from Shurfan. Since you won't abide by it, you will naturally be the first to break the agreement. Don't blame me for leading my army west and attacking. You. Hüller paled at these words. As the most powerful empire in the West, when had it been forced into such a state? I'll count to 3. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't withdraw by then, prepare to die. Wang Chong extended a finger, his entire body exuding a domineering aura. 1, 2, 3. Before Hüller could react, Wang Chong extended a third finger, and a moment later, the 20,000-some Tang, Khorasani, and other rebel soldiers roared and charged forward. Hüller's eyes lit up, and Wang Chong's eyes flickered as he raised his third finger. Domineering. Too domineering. Chapter 1190. Kail! Kail! Battle cries rang out as the army of 20,000 surged forward like a raging river, forming a vast torrent of steel that charged at the other side. This is absurd! Even though Hüller was known as the Empire's white corpse, his pale face devoid of emotion, he was so angry that his blood began to boil. No matter how formidable the enemy was, they were only 20,000 soldiers, all of them made of flesh and blood. Could they really fight 100 against 100,000? Moreover, even if they left, Shurfan was not far behind them, and there were still 200,000 soldiers inside. Kill them! Hüller's face was as cold as ice as he unsheathed his sword and gave the order to attack. Bang! The earth quaked as the 100,000 Arab soldiers roared and charged at the Tang people, Khorasani, and other rebel soldiers. Boom! The two armies, 20,000 against 100,000, fiercely clashed, causing the earth to quake in shock. But this battle was destined to have nothing to do with the intensity that Hüller had imagined. As the two armies collided like behemoths, Ney and the Tang dynasty's flanks drew long arcs across the battlefield, stabbing into the Arab army from the left and right. Meanwhile, a group of cavalry from the center of the army of 20,000 charged out like a sharp sword, piercing through the Arab ranks, cutting formation. The moment they charged into the enemy ranks, the several thousand Wushang cavalry scattered like blossoms, transforming into countless sharp blades that cut through the enemy's ranks. In the blink of an eye, the 100,000 Arab soldiers had collapsed into chaos, and all of this had taken place in just a few seconds. Bastard! Kill them! The Empire's white corpse Hüller was infuriated by this sight. For any army, the collapse of the main force would be fatal. Although the enemy was fierce, they were far from invincible. In terms of numbers, the Arabs still had the advantage, and they still had 200,000 soldiers in the cities in the rear, ready to charge out at any moment. But just when Hüller was still holding out hope, clang. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, there was the sound of metal clanging. Before anyone could react, an invisible energy spread out, and something that shocked and even horrified everyone happened. Clang, 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 the halos around the 100,000 soldiers rapidly weakened, and their auras continued to drop at an alarming rate. What's going on? What the hell happened? Why has my strength dropped so much? Be careful. The entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. This sudden development had dealt a far greater blow to the Arab army than the Wushang cavalry's cutting formation. The former was a physical slaughter, while the latter was a psychological panic that caught people off guard. And this was only the beginning. A moment later, there was another clattering of metal, and this time it was the Arab generals' turn to plummet in strength. Ah! A burst of chaotic screams came from behind them. Everyone turned their heads, only to find that the chaotic screams were coming from Shirfan city, which was far behind them. In a flash, Hüller and all the other governors and great generals grimaced. No one had expected the enemy's attack range to be so large. Not just the 100,000 soldiers at the front, but the 200,000 soldiers in the rear who were not participating in the battle were also affected. The bane of the battlefield halo, the bane of generals halo, Wang Chong, riding atop his white hoof shadow, smiled and unleashed his two strongest war halos. Unlike the top-class armies and elites led by Qutayba and Osman, the Arab soldiers were far less elite, and they were much more affected by the effects of the fog. The bane of the battlefield halo and the bane of generals halo had never been invincible. As long as an expert of the great general level took action and expended energy, they could still weaken the effects of these halos. But would Wang Chong give them such a chance? Hurry! Use the great general halo to weaken these two halos. Pahlavi bellowed in both shock and fury. Although he didn't know what sort of halo his foe was using, he was still a governor of Arabia, a great general expert. Pahlavi was able to quickly determine how to deal with it. However, before he could finish his words, the earth rumbled. In an instant, everyone felt an enormous aura suddenly rise up from the ground like a tsunami, heading toward the three of them at an astonishing speed. Since you won't retreat, then you will remain here forever. Wang Chong's voice, suffused with a bone-chilling chill, resounded through the world like the god of death announcing their fates. Impudent! The three of them looked up at the sky at the same time, but before Hüller could react, the Arab governor to his right, Kailamu, furiously leaped into the air. Clang, clang, clang. As he flew into the air, black and red halos exploded from his body. Kailamu, watch out! Hüller grimaced at this sight. Of all the Arab governors, Karim had never been the most patient. His hot-tempered personality had become a fatal danger at this moment. No one knew better than him that this Eastern youth was far more valiant than any of the imperial great generals of the conquered countries they had encountered before. This was not something that Karim could deal with alone. Bang! With no time to think, Hüller's body exploded with energy and shot into the sky like a cannonball. Roar! The moment he soared into the sky, a demonic roar resounded through the world. Behind Hüller, the air rippled, and a ghastly white foot suddenly emerged from the depths of the void, followed by a pale, white figure stepping out of the void. As everyone watched, A ghastly white corpse more than 30 meters tall appeared behind Hüller. Upon seeing this corpse, everyone suddenly understood why Hüller was called the Empire's White Corpse. How? The moment it appeared, the eyes of the giant pale corpse suddenly shot out two balls of light that were like scorching suns. At the same time, it let out a bloodthirsty and brutal howl. The howl contained a strong spiritual fluctuation that shot out in all directions. In a flash, fear appeared in the eyes of all the surrounding people. This was an instinctive fear, like ants encountering a more powerful life form. Trembling, they began to flee, not even the Arabs able to avoid it. As the Arab governor, the Empire's White Corpse Hüller's style of battle was completely different from that of the other governors. The giant corpse that Hüller had summoned possessed powerful psychic energy, and the howl of fear it let out was enough to make even Saint Martial experts tremble and feel a deep dread in their souls. But before the Empire's White Corpse Hüller could let out a howl of fear, a moment later, boom! A vast and terrifying energy that caused even the world to lose its splendor suddenly erupted and struck the giant pale corpse. The giant corpse trembled and then grabbed his head with both hands as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. His energy had also fallen into disarray. Not only that, the two suns of light in the giant corpse's eyes rapidly dimmed and dimmed. The Empire's White Corpse Hüller groaned, blood flowing out of his ears, nostrils, and eyes. That avatar was not just an avatar, but his life. An injury to the avatar was no different from an injury to him. Psychic energy. A hint of fear finally appeared in Hüller's eyes. His hell-white corpse had always been an extremely powerful psychic energy technique. Not even Saint Martial experts could withstand it, much less others. But Hüller had never imagined that his opponent's psychic energy was even stronger than his own. Ahem! At almost the same time, he heard a series of groans. Hüller was far from the only one affected by Wang Chong's psychic energy attack. To the left and right, Pahlavi and Karim were both assaulted, their psychic energy thrown into disarray. Even their techniques were affected by this psychic attack, causing them to clearly stagnate. Psychic storm. This was an evolved technique that Wang Chong had comprehended from Mazel's Thorn of Darkness. The Thorn of Darkness was a technique that could be used against a single opponent, but Wang Chong had evolved it into a psychic energy technique that could be used against multiple opponents. Even against multiple Saint Martial experts, it could still deal a massive blow to their minds and souls, throwing them into disarray. Great destruction art. A cold and emotionless voice resounded in the ears of all the Arabs. Before they could react, Wang Chong had used the strongest technique of the great Inyang, heaven creation art. Not good. Careful. The moment Wang Chong attacked, everyone felt an enormous fear, but it was too late. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, a huge airflow whizzed down from the sky and violently hit the ground. In the sky, there was a loud noise and several figures were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. Run! Hüller's face was covered in fear as he fled. If one looked carefully, one of his arms was limp at his side, blood gushing out of it. Hüller had actually been injured in a single blow. A destructive energy was wreaking havoc in his body, and in just a few moments Hüller had tried several dozen times to expel a strand of this energy, but he had failed every time. Impossible. Just what kind of energy could be so terrifying? Hüller's heart thumped in fear. He had originally believed that no matter how powerful his opponent was, he would only be on the same level as Abu Muslim. But not even Abu Muslim could defeat him like this. But before Hüller could get very far, he heard a shrill wail. Before Hüller could react, an enormous aura vanished from his senses. Pahlavi. Hüller's heart sank as a thought flitted through his mind. I said long ago that you were seeking death. Chapter 1191. Lord Governor. At that moment, all was silent. The entire battlefield seemed to have quietened down. Imperial great generals were lofty existences in the eyes of the soldiers. existences that they could only look up to and could not touch. No one had expected Pahlavi to be killed by Wang Chong in a single clash. With Pahlavi dead, the halo of energy around his body rapidly vanished, and Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield and bane of generals' halos once more swept over the battlefield. Kill! The 20,000-some Tang people, Khorasani and other rebel soldiers, charged into the battlefield. Pahlavi's death and the effects of the bane of the battlefield and bane of generals' halos instantly caused the army of 100,000 to crumble. Go! Hurry and go! The army of 100,000 was routed and began to flee. Everyone, hear my order! Kill them! Bahram unsheathed his sword and gave the order. The 8,000-some Aswaran cataphracts charged at the Arab army of 100,000. Clang, clang, clang. As they charged, one halo after another rumbled under their feet, each of the Aswaran cataphracts like a moving fortress. Boom! 1, 2, 3, 7 or 8 Arab horsemen were thrown high into the air by the Aswaran cataphracts. The enormous impact caused the bones of these Arab soldiers to creak and crack, all of them severely injured. Clang! There was a cold flash of light as the swords of the Aswaran cataphracts moved with incredible speed, beheading 4 or 5 of the Arab horsemen before they could even land. So fast! Even Wang Chong couldn't help but show a hint of praise in his eyes. The Aswaran cataphracts of the Sassanid dynasty had a heavy aura, and their attacks were fierce and violent. Some were fast, some slow, some heavy, some light. Their skill in battle had reached the pinnacle, and in some aspects not even the Mamelukes could compare. They were not even that inferior to the Wushang cavalry. Even if the Wushang cavalry's woozy steel swords and meteoric steel armor were still in existence, that any Aswaran cavalryman would envy. Pass down my order. All troops, attack with all your might. Remember, don't let the 100,000-strong army have any breathing space. Wang Chong's body swayed, and he quickly descended from the sky as light as a feather. With the momentum set, Wang Chong led his army in pursuit of the Arab army. Wang Chong was in no rush to advance. Instead, he used the disarray of the 100,000 Arab cavalry to charge into the city and break the formation of the other 200,000 soldiers. Neither Hüller nor Karim had expected Wang Chong to be so decisive. If the Arabs wanted to attack the 200,000 rebel soldiers, they would have needed to be somewhat discreet. But Wang Chong had no such misgivings, and his tactics made Hüller feel a deep sense of helplessness. The Arabs clearly had the advantage in numbers, more than 10 times that of their foes. But every time Hüller wanted to mobilize his army and use this advantage in numbers to wear them down, this army of around 20,000 would always be able to find a weak point in the Arab army. Just one attack was enough to make all of Hüller's efforts go to waste. Once, twice, thrice, the 20,000 rebel soldiers were like the precise scalpel of a surgeon, cutting down the 300,000 Arab cavalry time and time again, causing the Arabs to fall into chaos and collapse. They even used their soldiers to block their own people, causing even greater chaos. This pursuit lasted for more than 100 li, with repeated clashes in the middle, until finally Hüller was in complete despair. Retreat! With Hüller's order, all the soldiers madly fled, abandoning all resistance. As they pursued north and south, the army of 20,000 killed more than 100,000 Arab cavalry and drove them for more than 200 li. In the end, they scattered and fled in every direction. Only then did Wang Chong and Bahram withdraw. General, let's retreat. Our men have sent word that even more Arab governors and soldiers are on their way. If this continues, we might be surrounded. Several hundred li from Shirfan, Bahram rode alongside Wang Chong on his monstrous war-horse. As he looked at the young face at his side, a hint of heartfelt admiration flashed through Bahram's eyes. This young Eastern commander possessed the courage, daring, and keen intuition that Bahram had never seen before. Under his command, the 20,000 soldiers could display a power that not even Bahram could compare to. He always knew where the enemy's weakest point was and could predict them ahead of time. Moreover, each time he would only send one group of soldiers. He could use the smallest number of soldiers to achieve the greatest effect and neutralize the enemy's counterattack. Although the 300,000 Arab soldiers had attempted to counterattack time and time again, they had been strangled in the cradle by Wang Chong. This was completely different from the military tactics that Bahram was familiar with. When the empire's white corpse Hüller finally fled, Bahram could clearly see the helplessness on his face, an expression that was even more despairing than when one had been defeated in terms of martial might. Although knowledge is far away in the Central Plains, we must still go and seek it. The Tang people's art of war is probably far superior to that of our Sassanids and the Arabs put together. Perhaps this Tang dynasty from the east is the true ally that we've been waiting for. As Bahram gazed at Wang Chang's chiseled face, he made up his mind. This was the first time he had truly fought alongside the Tang dynasty. Even Bahram would find it difficult to fight 100,000 with 20,000 soldiers. Wang Chang's unfathomable art of command and the valiant Wushang cavalry had left an indelible mark on him. It's about time. Let's stop while we're ahead and withdraw. On the other side, Wang Chong had no idea what Bahram was thinking. Looking away from the distance, Wang Chong quickly nodded. This preemptive strike had already taught the Arabs a very good lesson. Moreover, with 20,000 soldiers, killing 100,000 soldiers was also an excellent way to weaken the enemy, greatly reducing the pressure on the Arabs when they finally gathered their main army and reached the walls. Rumble! A few moments later, all the Wushang cavalry, Aswaran cataphracts and rebel soldiers had retreated to Khorasan, vanishing without a trace. Bastard! We will definitely tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. In the distant Baghdad, the Caliph of the Arabian Empire furiously roared upon receiving the news from Shirfan, his voice so furious that it seemed like it would tear apart all of Baghdad. Very quickly, an extremely harsh letter was sent from Baghdad to the distant Khorasan. But to everyone's surprise, the Caliph of the Arabian Empire, Mutasim III, very quickly received an even harsher letter. In the letter, Wang Chong pointed out that the Arabs had gone back on their word. On the surface, they had agreed to negotiate with the Tang dynasty, but they were secretly preparing for war. Hüller's actions were a deep offense. Wang Chong stated in the letter that if the Arabs did not apologize for their actions and pay an additional 200 million taels of gold, the Tang dynasty would launch an all-out assault and capture all the Arab cities in the area. Bastard! Upon receiving Wang Chong's letter, Mutasim III was so infuriated by Wang Chong's rudeness that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Who do these bastards think they're talking to? Do they really think that our Arabia is one of those weak countries that they can do whatever they want? 200 million taels is impossible, simply shameless. But even so, 3 days later, 200 million taels of gold were delivered to Khorasan with astonishing speed, accompanied by a much gentler letter. Ha ha ha! Upon receiving the Caliph's letter, Wang Chong, Gao Shinji Bahram, the King Gonka, Banahan Lisai, and Suhan's Han, all of them couldn't help but laugh. The Caliph of Arabia is probably even thinking of killing now. Cheng Qianli placed the letter back on the table and softly chuckled. They have to endure. They're no longer just worried that we'll attack their cities, but that we'll continue to attack them, just like we attacked Shirfan. In the last few days, the sky over Khorasan has been covered with hunting falcons. The Arabian Empire has probably released all their hunting falcons to monitor our movements. This time they're truly afraid. Zhang Ke couldn't help but say, the corners of his lips twitching. After fighting with Wang Chong for so long, this period of time had been the most relaxing and satisfying. As he watched Wang Chong toy with the Arabian Empire, he was clearly infuriated to death, but wave after wave of gold was sent to him. This was an indescribably wondrous feeling. All the unhappiness and frustration that had been building up from the Arabian threat had been swept away. "My lord, why don't we think of a way to clear out all the hunting falcons overhead?" Zhang Kay eagerly said to Wang Chong. Zhang Kay, don't be so mischievous. The Arabian hunting falcons are not people we can casually touch, and we've already achieved our goal. There's no need for us to send any more soldiers. Su Qi said, General. At this moment, a voice rang out in his ear. Great General Bahram, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly spoke, his words immediately attracting everyone's attention. This one has a proposal, and this is also the wish of the other leaders. We hope to ally with the Tang dynasty to form a long-term alliance with the Tang dynasty at its head to resist the Arabs. Bahram's words plunged the room into silence. 8,000 to 9,000 Aswaran cataphracts and more cavalry were gathering around them. This was an enormous force, and the Aswaran cataphracts that were approaching 200,000 Aswaran cataphracts. Just like how the Arabs had thought of using Uzun to deal with the Tang dynasty, if the Tang dynasty wanted to establish a foothold in the distant Khorasan, it needed to borrow the strength of these people. At the very least, no one was more capable than them in gathering information. There had never been an alliance like this before, and everyone knew that this was no trifling matter. In a flash, all eyes focused on Wang Chong. Wang Chong said nothing, a hint of imperceptible shock in his eyes as he turned to Gao Xinji. The latter nodded, indicating that Wang Chong was in charge of this matter. Great General Bahram, are you serious? Chapter 1192. Forming an alliance and forming an alliance with the Tang dynasty at its head were two completely different concepts. The Tang dynasty could not submit to any other faction. If they formed an alliance, it had to be led by the Tang dynasty. But this matter required the willingness of Bahram and the others. But according to Wang Chong's expectations, even if Bahram and the other rebel leaders agreed, they would have to wait until they had completely defeated the Arabs and survived this crisis. That Bahram had so quickly proposed an alliance with the Tang dynasty at its head was truly unexpected. Bahram said nothing, his mind churning with countless thoughts. The matter of forming an alliance with the great Tang had revolved around his mind for a very long time, and Bahram had also considered whether he should wait until he had successfully withstood the Arab assault before making a decision. After all, if they couldn't hold Khorasan and force back the Arabs, any alliance would be meaningless. But after much consideration, Bahram made his decision. He had personally witnessed the power of the Tang people. If there was one country in the world that could resist the Arabs and help them rebuild the Sassanid dynasty, it could only be the Tang dynasty. Now, in the future, and in the next several hundred years, if the Sassanids wanted to survive the Arab assault, they would need the help of the Tang people. Moreover, in his time with Wang Chong, the strength of character, strategy, bearing, courage, and insight that Wang Chong exuded had left an extremely deep impression on Bahram. This was a true genius, a saint of the art of war completely different from the god of war Qutayba. For a 17-year-old youth to possess such astonishing talent, Bahram felt a heartfelt admiration and respect. This was also an important reason why Bahram had made this decision ahead of time. Rather than saying that Bahram had chosen the Tang dynasty, it was more accurate to say that Bahram had chosen Wang Chong and believed in Wang Chong. We believe in general. Bahram stared at Wang Chong and said a few simple words. Boom! These 6 words seemed to possess an extraordinary power, causing the entire hall to fall silent. Not even Bahram realized that the moment he said these 6 words, the power structure of the western Tsong Mountains, from Samarkand all the way to the distant Arabian capital of Baghdad, would be profoundly altered. This was the firmest alliance on the continent. The Sassanids had also become the firmest ally of Wang Chong and the Tang dynasty. From the beginning to the end, his determination was unwavering. A day later, in Khorasan, Wang Chong, Bahram, Gao Xinji, and the other rebel leaders swore an oath of blood, establishing a powerful alliance with the Tang dynasty at its head. Time slowly passed, the weather growing colder by the day. During the day, many parts of Khorasan were covered in a thick layer of frost, and even the surging Tigris River was covered in a thin layer of ice in the early morning. With the arrival of winter, the entire world became somber. From the Tsone Mountains to Baghdad, there were very few people on the Silk Road, including the Arabian Empire. Everyone had gone into hibernation. In a place 500 to 600 li from Khorasan, in stark contrast to the somber and desolate atmosphere of the world, a dense mass of people spread out for several hundred li under the cold and gloomy sky. In the center of this mass of people were large black banners that blotted out the sun and covered every corner of the world. Is everyone here? Outside a massive tent, the Empire's white corpse, Hüller, rode a white warhorse and coldly said. His gaze was like a bolt of lightning sweeping across the earth. The Arabs were well-trained and well-trained. After a great deal of time, the Arabs had finally gathered their forces on this land. One enormous aura after another soared into the sky from the vast army. Many governors and generals had already gathered in this region, a force that would make anyone apprehensive. My lord, the last governor of Jia'nan has arrived, and the last group of soldiers has been gathered. All the soldiers have arrived. Hüller's aide respectfully bowed at the waist as he spoke from the side. Buzz. Hüller's eyes exploded with light, many times brighter than before. But Hüller quickly calmed down. Hüller, are you ready? At that moment, a dignified voice rang out from behind him. The voice contained boundless authority and dignity, as well as a tone of condescension. Hüller's body trembled at this voice, and he turned around to look at the source of the voice. My lord, the 750,000 soldiers have been gathered, and all the governors have gathered here. We can advance on Khorasan at any time and attack those remnants. Hüller lowered his head and bowed. All was quiet, and if one looked carefully, one would see 3 figures standing in a line, their bodies exuding the auras of mountains and seas. Although Hüller was known as a powerful governor of Arabia, he was clearly dwarfed by these 3, like a child standing before an adult. The 3 titans of black radiance. There had been many formidable governors in Arab history, but before Abu Muslim, the 3 titans of black radiance had been the most famous. They had been the strongest governors of the empire in the east, but they had later retired from the army. Only after they retired did Abu Muslim and Ziyad have the chance to become the most famous governors of iron and blood in the east. Although they had retired from the army, the 3 titans of black radiance still possessed an extremely high prestige in the army. Not even Hüller could compare to them. Qutayba had died in battle, Ibak and Osman had been killed, and even Hüller had been defeated. There was basically no one in the Arabian Empire that could contend against the Tang dynasty's Wangchong. Thus, they had been forced to invite these 3 renowned figures of the army. Then let's move out. The head of Black Radiance, Fadi, said, Leave those top-class Tang dynasty generals and Bahram to us, the Blood of Black Radiance said. The Blood of Black Radiance, Faras, added, Once the city is breached, kill all the Khorasani. Leave none alive. The Blade of Black Radiance, Imran, said, Anyone who dares to collude with the infidels of the East should be prepared to die. Khorasan needs a true cleansing. The 3 of them spoke in calm and emotionless voices, deciding the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Khorasan with just a few words. Boom! With this order, the army began to move. More than 700,000 soldiers, countless governors and generals surged toward Khorasan, causing the earth to tremble. At the same time, on the western walls of the distant Khorasan, countless figures were gathered, all of them looking in the direction of Baghdad, the atmosphere solemn and respectful. Even though the other side was empty and devoid of people, all of Khorasan was fraught with tension, as if a battle was about to begin. Whoosh! Without any warning, the wide Tigris River outside Khorasan suddenly began to sway. As if its rhythm had been disrupted by some energy, the water splashed and splashed into discordant waves. Rumble! A few moments later, a power emerged from the ground, and everyone on the walls of Khorasan could clearly sense the walls beneath their feet shudder. What's going on? The people on the walls looked around, all of them extremely uneasy. However, in just a short moment, not only did the tremors not weaken, but they also intensified, as if there was an invisible giant hand shaking the entire city underground. "Look over there." Suddenly, a tall Khorasani cried out in alarm as he pointed into the distance. Following this person's gaze, everyone could clearly see a thin black line on the horizon approaching Khorasan. This black line was like a strand of hair at first, but it quickly began to transform. A few moments later, it was like a black wave sweeping toward Khorasan. "Careful! It's the Arabs!" A moment later, a horn blared from the walls, shattering the silence of Khorasan. As the war drums thundered, the mood in Khorasan grew tense. In the distance, as if in response to the cries of alarm, a massive black Arab war banner slowly rose from the horizon, its black banner flapping in the wind. "Khail, charge!" In the distance, the vast sea of Arab cavalry could see the towering walls of Khorasan. Suddenly, they unsheathed their scimitars and charged toward Khorasan like a flood of steel stretching for several dozen. "They're finally here?" On the high walls, Wang Chong, wearing the heavenly mandate battle armor, looked down, a faint smile on his lips. He had arrived on the walls of Khorasan the moment he had first heard the tremors. The army before him was so vast and imposing that anyone who saw it would feel a powerful visual impact. It was like the entire world was pressing down on them, instilling a deep fear in them. But to Wang Chong, all of this was within his expectations. "Suki, Xue Qianjun, are you ready?" Wang Chong said without turning his head. "My lord, everything is ready. All the ballistae and equipment have been inspected." The two replied in unison. "Remember, as long as we can hold out for half a day and don't let the Arabs break through the gates, we don't need to worry about anything else." Wang Chong indifferently said. His expression was confident, exuding a powerful charisma that made others involuntarily trust him. "Understood." The two of them bowed and accepted the order before quickly retreating. "General, are you really sure that we only need to hold out for half a day to survive the Arab assault?" Chapter 1193. He did not doubt Wang Chong, but Wang Chong gave off the feeling that he had a card up his sleeve. It was as if this Arab assault could not threaten Khorasan at all. But other than saying that the Arabs would need to hold out for half a day, Wang Chong had said nothing else. Bahram could not understand why Wang Chong was so confident that he could deal with the Arabs. "Haha, you'll understand when the time comes." Wang Chong faintly smiled. There were some matters that could not be explained too much. The more people that knew, the greater the chances of failure would be. "Su Han, get ready." "Yes." On the city wall, Su Han bowed in acknowledgement and quickly left. "Keklak." A few moments later, Su Han gave the order, and the walls of Khorasan began to rumble with the clattering of gears. After so many days, Zhang Shouji and his craftsmen had worked day and night to repair the ballista bolts they had picked up from the battlefield of Talas. In the end, they had repaired 30,000 ballista bolts and more than 20,000 damaged bolts. These damaged bolts were not as powerful as normal ballista bolts, but they still had 50 to 60% of their original power and could still play an important role on the battlefield. The walls quickly fell silent. Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, Wang Yan, Wang Fu, the evil emperor, chief of Wushan, and the other rebel leaders were all lined up on the walls to observe the situation. The world was overcast, leaving only the howling of the cold winds and the rumbling of the earth. Nay, the neighing of war horses came from the distance, and in the blink of an eye, a spotless black war horse led thousands of Arab cavalry toward Khorasan. This abrupt change immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The Tang people and Sassanid survivors on the walls, listen up. I'll give you one last chance. Open the gates and immediately surrender. Otherwise, the moment the walls fall will be the moment of your death. The brown-bearded Arab general on his black war horse bellowed, appearing extremely ferocious. "Keklak, The Arab general grabbed a golden bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and fired at the walls of Khorasan. Boom! A streak of light shot through the air, passing over the tributary of the Tigris River and thundering into the walls of Khorasan. Only a few feet from the top of the walls. Buzz! The walls where the arrow had struck had caved in, and the tail of the arrow was trembling. It was clear that an Arab letter had been coiled around it. Interesting. Wang Chung smiled and extended his palm. The golden arrow stuck in the wall automatically flew out and landed in Wang Chung's hand. Wang Chung lightly flicked his finger and shattered the golden arrow. Then he opened the golden letter of challenge. The contents of the letter were extremely simple, but they were brimming with a menacing aura. General, the Arabs demand that we immediately disarm and surrender the city. Otherwise, once the city is breached, they will kill all the Khorasani inside. The Arabs want to massacre the city. Bahram said from behind him. Although Wang Chung understood a little Arabic, only Bahram could fluently read the written language of Arabia. After reading the contents of the letter, Bahram turned to Wang Chung and awaited his decision. Bahram, how much time did the Arabs give us in the letter? Wang Chung placed his hands behind his back and asked without turning his head. 1 hour. If we don't receive a reply in 1 hour, they will attack the city. In addition, they have sent the 3 titans of black radiance. Bahram's voice was tinged with deep concern. Rumble. As if in response to Bahram's words, the army in the distance parted like a wave, and 3 muscular warhorses, wearing heavy armor, rode out of the sea of Arab soldiers. The 3 of them said nothing, but their bodies exuded an enormous and suffocating pressure. For a moment, even the voices on the walls of Khorasan became much quieter. Although the 3 of them did nothing, even ordinary martial artists could sense the dreadful auras emanating from their bodies. The 3 titans of black radiance. Bahram recognized them at a glance. The 3 of them had thunderous reputations, and in terms of fame and strength, these 3 titans of Arabia were above Bahram. They had also made their names much earlier than Bahram. Although Bahram had a grim expression, Wang Chung's sleeves fluttered in the wind. His expression relaxed. Didn't the Arabs give us 1 hour to consider surrendering? Tell them that we will seriously consider it. Everyone on the wall was dumbfounded by these words, and even Bahram was dumbfounded. Marquis. At that moment, even Chinbin didn't know what to say. In addition, tell them that 1 hour is not enough. I need to carefully discuss this with the leaders of the rebel armies, so I need at least 6 hours. Wang Chung added. Buzz. The walls were eerily silent at first, but then they slowly began to understand, smiles appearing on their faces. Understood. Leave this matter to me. Bahram was the first to respond, a smile on his lips. Following that, the others also reacted and laughed. How can 6 hours be enough? Marquis, it should be at least 8 hours. That's not enough. I feel like we need at least 12 hours. That won't do. Think about it. We have so many rebel armies. The people on the walls began to talk, all of them smiling. At this moment, they completely understood Wang Chung's intentions. A few moments later, a letter personally written by Bahram was wrapped around an arrow and handed to a Khorasani master archer. We've already thought it over. Catch! Bahram harshly shouted from the wall. He then turned his head to glance at the master archer next to him. Boom! An arrow flew through the air like a lightning bolt, landing in front of the Arab army and exploding into a cloud of dust and stone. Niai, an Arab horseman, charged forward, plucked the arrow from the ground, and then charged back at the 3 titans of Black Radiance and Hüller. The head of Black Radiance, Fadi, opened the letter with a flick of his finger. After glancing at the contents, he frowned. What's wrong? Hüller leaned over and glanced at the letter, upon which he frowned just like the 3 titans of Black Radiance. Opening the gates and surrendering had been just empty words. No one had expected the Tang people to actually agree, only that they needed 8 hours to consider. What do you mean? The head of Black Radiance, Fadi, tossed the letter to Hüller. The three titans of Black Radiance were powerful Arab governors with extremely high prestige in the army. If it were just a war, the three of them wouldn't even have furrowed their brows. But the contents of this letter left the three titans dumbfounded, and they didn't know how to react. Hüller, what do you think? The Blade of Black Radiance, Imran, suddenly asked. I also don't know, but this general believes that the Tang people are definitely playing a trick. Hüller's brow furrowed in contemplation. So you mean that we should immediately attack Khorasan? The Blade of Black Radiance, Imran asked. His face was completely shrouded in a black visor, making it impossible to see his expression. Hüller opened his mouth, but he hesitated. He instinctively wanted to say yes, but he swallowed his words. For a moment, all was quiet. The three titans of Black Radiance and Hüller were silent, all of them stumped by Wang Chong's simple reply. Marquis, look, all four of them are stumped. They definitely didn't expect us to reply and ask them to seriously consider it. On the distant walls of Khorasan, Shuet Qianjun, Su Kai, Qin Bin, and even Su Hanshan were all paying close attention to the Arabs on the banks of the Tigris River. The three titans of Black Radiance and Hüller had stopped their horses as if they had been petrified. It was an extremely comical sight. As expected, Marquis' reply has put these fellows in a difficult position. Qin Bin smiled. Wang Chong, do you think they'll agree? Gao Xianji could not help but ask as he looked into the distance. It doesn't matter if they agree or not. Everything will depend on their own choice. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back and smiled. Wang Chong and the others didn't have to wait for long. A few moments later, the Arabs replied. Dish! A golden arrow was nailed to the walls, the quivering tail of the arrow carrying the Arabs' reply. The Arabs had agreed to the request of the Tang dynasty, but only for 6 hours. If the gates were not opened in 6 hours, the Arabs would immediately attack. On the walls, the Arabs maintained their composure upon receiving the Arabs' reply, but they were inwardly bursting into laughter. Write another letter to the Arabs. Tell them that a portion of the rebel army is intensely opposed and is already preparing for a mutiny. 6 hours is not enough. We need even more time. Wang Chong stood with his hands behind his back as he spoke once more. Bang! With Wang Chong's order, another arrow carrying the letter from the Tang dynasty shot into the Arab ranks. Upon receiving the letter from the Tang dynasty, the three titans of Black Radiance and Hüller had strange expressions on their faces. They had originally been anticipating a fierce battle, but the development of the situation had taken them by surprise. In normal circumstances, the Arabs wouldn't even need to think about it. They would just charge into Khorasan and kill all the Tang people. But everyone knew that Khorasan's walls were high and thick, and there were 200,000 rebel soldiers within. This was no small number, and even in normal circumstances, the Arabs would have to pay a heavy price for victory. Chapter 1194. What do we do? It was Hüller's turn to ask a question, his expression extremely unsightly. Let them do as they please. Isn't it just 8 hours? I'd like to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. The moment Faraz of Black Radiance spoke, the three titans of Black Radiance seemed to reach an agreement and left behind this order. The three quickly turned their horses around and rode into the depths of the army. As for the Tang dynasty, they exploded with cheers and laughter upon hearing the Arabs' news. 8 hours was equivalent to half a day. With just a few words, they had completely toyed with the Arabs. Let's go back and rest. Great General Bahram, I'll leave the matters on the walls to you. Although the Arabs have promised to attack the city in 8 hours, we can't completely trust them. Protector General Gao and I will come to your aid at any time. Wang Chong turned to Bahram. After fighting alongside Bahram, he had gradually gained an understanding of this Sassanid great general. His style of battle was upright and dignified, steady and almost impenetrable, with him standing guard on the walls. Even if something went wrong, Bahram would be able to buy them enough time. Relax. Leave this matter to me. Bahram's eyes were bright as he patted his chest. Wang Chong nodded and turned to Li Sai. Li Sai, you stay as well. Work with Bahram in the defense. Yes, my lord. After descending from the walls, Wang Chong quickly entered the Lord's Hall of Karasin, accompanied by Zhang Shouji, the King Gonka, and Banahan. Venerable Senior Zhang, have you prepared everything I ordered you to do? Wang Chong sat down in the hall and solemnly said, replying to Marquis, according to your Excellency's orders, we began preparing 7 or 8 days ago. Everything is in place. There will be no slip-ups. Zhang Shouji bowed his head and said respectfully, My lord, our side is also ready, but forgive me for speaking out of turn. Could it really be as my lord said? Banahan asked doubtfully. When he first received Wang Chong's order, he had asked about it, but Banahan felt that it was too unimaginable. It's fine if that's not the case, but if it really is as I imagine, then it won't just be the Arabs but us as well. Wang Chong's gaze was like lightning as it slowly swept past them, and his expression was incomparably solemn, although he had always looked relaxed in front of everyone, as if victory was in his grasp and he had a well-thought-out plan. Only Wang Chong knew that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined, and it was possible that the entire army would be wiped out. Understood. Seeing the solemn expression on Wang Chong's face, everyone replied in unison. Let's check it again. Wang Chong said. Yes, my lord. Time slowly passed, and the Arab army was getting closer and closer. It was only 10-some paces from the surging Tigris River, its 700,000 soldiers exuding a formidable pressure. But just as they had agreed, the Arabs did not rashly attack, instead waiting for the Tang dynasty to open the gates and surrender. In the blink of an eye, noon had passed, and everyone was waiting for Wang Chong's answer. Bang! An arrow quickly flew down from the walls of Karasin and landed in front of them. My lord, the Tang people have sent another letter saying that the rebel army in the city is getting more and more opposed. Although a large number of rebel soldiers have agreed, they will need another 2 hours to convince the rest. The messenger took the arrow and quickly ran into the tent at the back. What? Upon hearing the news, the Empire's white corpse healer stood up in anger. In the tent, the 3 titans of black radiance were motionless, but they were also frowning. What's going on? It's already been 8 hours. Are they still trying to fool us? The Empire's white corpse healer roared. My lord, but we already gave them 8 hours. If Karasin really is, as they say, wouldn't all our efforts have been for naught? At this moment, one of the generals said. Healer froze, momentarily at a loss for words. This time there are a lot of rebels. Each of them has their own ideas. The Tang people have just arrived. Even if they want to surrender, it will be difficult to get their consent. At this moment, another general spoke. Healer's eyes widened, and he was rendered speechless. He could feel that he was completely toyed with by the young commander of the Tang dynasty. It was a very bad feeling. Pass down my order. Give them another 2 hours. The 3 titans of black radiance finally made up their minds. However, this feeling was very uncomfortable. The 3 of them were now regretting their previous proposal. Flap, flap. A messenger bird soared into the sky and quickly flew into Karasin. But 2 hours later, the Tang dynasty sent another message. The rebels still had not reached an agreement and needed more time. But it wasn't long before they could reach an agreement. They hoped that the Arabs would patiently wait for news. Bastard! A steely fist smashed into the tough Arabian steel, leaving a massive dent in it. Hüller was naturally seething with anger, especially the 3 titans of black radiance, who were sitting motionlessly in the tent, their brows twitching. 12 hours had passed since the negotiations had begun, and now that they thought about it, it was truly absurd. Moreover, as time went on, even the 3 titans of black radiance began to feel that the Tang people were intentionally stalling for time. But even so, the four of them were still unable to completely confirm the Tang people's intentions. 2 hours. We'll give them 2 more hours at most. If they don't surrender by then, no matter what reason they give, we'll immediately attack. Fadi, the head of Dark Radiance, finally made up his mind. Every game had an end, and 14 hours was the limit that the 3 Titans of Black Radiance could endure. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before nightfall. At that time, even if the Arabs wanted to attack, they would be powerless. Flap flap. As the 3 Titans of Black Radiance made their final decision, a second Arabian hunting falcon soared into the sky and vanished from Khorasan. A storm was brewing, and even though neither the Tang dynasty nor the Arabs had moved, the atmosphere was more tense than ever. Both sides had gathered their armies, and everyone knew that the moment the battle began, it would be earth-shattering and corpses strewn across the land. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. While both parties exchanged letters, it was already nearing dusk. Flap flap. Finally, a messenger bird soared into the sky from Khorasan and landed in the Arab camp. This time, the Arabs finally received the final reply from the Tang dynasty. After repeated and difficult discussions, the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, and the rebel armies had finally reached an answer that suited all sides. No surrender! Bastard! The 3 Titans of Black Radiance, Hüller, and all the Arab generals were thoroughly enraged by this letter. Pass on my order. Immediately begin the attack. Once the city is breached, kill all the Tang people and Khorasani. As long as they can still breathe, leave no one alive. The order of the 3 Titans of Black Radiance was swiftly transmitted to the army. Rumble. The originally calm ground suddenly trembled violently. As the 700,000 soldiers began to advance toward Khorasan, their enormous momentum caused the entire Tigris River to tremble and lose its calm. Kail! Kail! Amidst heaven-shaking fighting cries, countless small boats, tens of thousands of them, were pushed out of the Arab army and plunged into the Tigris River. Soon after, countless war horses entered the boats, all of them rushing toward Khorasan like a school of carp in a river. Careful! A shrill cry resounded through the heavens, followed by the rumbling of war drums as countless soldiers scaled the walls of Khorasan. At the same time, several thousand ballistae lined up on the walls of Khorasan, their sharp tips aimed at the small boats and the Arab cavalry on the Tigris River several dozen zhang away. The Arabs had clearly made ample preparations for this battle. Each boat was manned by an extremely skilled soldier, and these soldiers continued to row the boats with astonishing speed. 20 zhang, 100 zhang, 50 zhang, the Arabs were getting closer and closer to the shore. Finally, release. On the walls, Qin Bin swung his sword. The first to attack was not the several thousand Tang dynasty ballistae, but the beehives that had been dismantled from the steel walls. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous booms rang out from the city walls. In the next moment, a dense rain of arrows covered the sky like dark clouds, completely obscuring the sky above the Tigris River. Swish, swish, swish. A destructive wave of attacks was unleashed. Screams filled the air as countless Arab cavalry, caught off guard, were pierced through by the rain of arrows. Their bodies trembled for a moment before plummeting from their boats like wooden pillars. Plop! Plop! In a single wave of attacks, tens of thousands of Arab cavalry were plunged into the icy and turbulent waters of the Tigris River. The clear waters were dyed red and began to spread. The Arab soldiers that had appeared here had all been transferred from other places and had never fought with the Tang dynasty before. They were completely unprepared for the Tang dynasty's methods of attack, resulting in severe losses. Ready. Chapter 1195. Release. With another order, tens of thousands of arrows rained down, engulfing the Arabs on the Tigris River. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the beehives were no longer targeting the Arabs on the boats, but the wooden boats crossing the Tigris River. Careful! Protect the boats! The Arabs had reacted very quickly, but wooden boats were not soldiers. They were too densely packed and not easy to defend. Bang! 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 With a series of crisp sounds, a wooden boat was riddled with holes. The rain of arrows had holes that looked like honeycombs, and it quickly sank into the rapidly flowing Tigris River. One boat, two boats, three, one boat after another was quickly sunk into the river. The Arabs had made many preparations, all the boats being covered in metal to strengthen their defenses. But the powerful beehives that the Tang dynasty had installed on the walls were still no match for them. No matter the price, all soldiers charge. The three titans of black radiance quickly appeared on the Tigris River as three enormous storms of energy approached. They raised their heads, their gazes sweeping over the walls toward Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, and Bahram. In their correspondence, Wang Chong's group had completely toyed with them, causing the three titans of black radiance to burn with rage. They wanted nothing more than to immediately kill Wang Chong's group. In the entire Arabian Empire, no one had ever dared to humiliate them like this. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the Tang, Khorasani, and rebel soldiers on the other side of the river watched as more than 10,000 wooden boats emerged from the rear of the Arab army and were tossed into the Tigris River. In just a few moments, the Tigris River was once more covered in wooden boats. Charge! With this order, the 100 vying boats once more shot toward the majestic walls of Khorasan. Chui Piaochi, Li Sai, Banahan, Kingonka, get ready, Wang Chong said without turning his head as he stared at the Arabs charging at him. Yes, this general obeys. Behind him, everyone responded in unison. They quickly turned around and headed down the city wall. Qianli, Yuanqing, Shi, the three of you should go as well. Gao Xianji looked at the opposite side and ordered. Eben, you go. Bahram spoke at almost the same time. This general obeys. Behind Bahram, an early-level imperial great general bowed and began to descend the walls. The ships were getting closer and closer. People were constantly shot through by the rain of arrows, and there were also ships constantly falling into the water and sinking into the Tigris River. Along with their horses, they were overturned by the huge waves and washed downstream. Even though the Arabs had suffered grievous losses, with tens of thousands of soldiers dying in the Tigris River in just a few rounds of attacks, the Arabs had not been able to resist. But a mere several tens of thousands of soldiers was a negligible number to the more than 700,000 Arab cavalry gathered in the army. Crash! The river trembled and white waves surged. A wooden boat was the first to cross the Tigris River and reach the opposite bank. An Arab horseman clad in thick black armor jumped off the wooden boat and landed on the sturdy shore on the other side of the river. 1, 2, 3 more and more horsemen leaped onto the shore and began to make their way toward the majestic walls of Khorasan. Kill them all! Prepare the ropes! Siege ladders, prepare! Shouts resounded through the city walls as the Arabs once more displayed their immense ability to mobilize and organize. In terms of conquest, few civilizations could compare to the Arabs. Not only did the Arabs not fall into chaos under the assault of the beehives, they even began to organize siege ladders on the other shore. From the imposing walls, one could see heavily armored Arab soldiers assembling the steel parts into steel siege ladders. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike. Here in the middle of the army, the Arab horsemen took out large bags made of black leather, from which they extracted long ropes. Siege troops, get ready! An Arab general bellowed from below the walls. Following his orders, long ropes were quickly handed over to the burly, muscular, and explosive warriors who were a head taller than the other warriors. Swish! With a shrill whistle, these Arab strongmen swung the ends of their ropes. After taking aim, they swung them, sending the thick and heavy ropes whistling through the air toward the high walls. Shio! 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 Just when they were a few feet away from the top of the city wall, an astonishing scene occurred. At the end of these ropes, steel ropes as thick as a finger suddenly extended out, and at the end of each steel rope was a sharp steel claw. Clang, clang, clang. 7 or 8 sharp claws shot out and latched onto the walls, securing the steel ropes to the walls of Khorasan. Go! With this order, the ropes were pulled taut and fixed to the ground, and the agile Arab soldiers quickly began to climb up the steel ropes to the walls of Khorasan. In just a few moments, the eastern shore of the Tigris River had been completely occupied by the Arabs. Even the rushing waters of the Tigris River had been blocked by the Arab warships, with not a single wave to be seen. The atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser. On the high walls, Wang Chong stood with his hands behind his back, silently looking down at the Arab army, his expression calm and unperturbed. Behind him, all the soldiers were waiting for Wang Chong's order. Wang Chong said nothing, only silently gazed at the rapidly flowing Tigris River. More and more Arabs were crossing the river and reaching the eastern shore. 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. When the number of soldiers on the eastern shore reached 200,000, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with cold light and he immediately swung down an arm. Attack! With Wang Chong's order, the dense beehives on the walls began to attack, a torrent of arrows howling through the air. At almost the same time, the several thousand Tang ballistae suddenly changed directions. Instead of aiming at the Arab soldiers below the walls, they began to tilt, following the taut ropes as they aimed at the Arab soldiers climbing up the walls. Buzz! The Arab soldiers at the very front were in the midst of accelerating their charge when they suddenly saw a flashing arrowhead in front of them and a massive ballista in the rear. Their eyes went wide and their pupils constricted as an unprecedented sense of danger swept through their bodies. Not good. Jump! The Arab soldier at the very front immediately released his arm in fear and prepared to jump down. But before he could do so, boom! A massive ballista bolt shot out of the ballista like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing through his shoulder and sending him flying backward. Swish, swish, swish. Ballista bolts flew through the air and blood splashed through the air. The Arab soldiers climbing up the ropes were like skewered grasshoppers, pierced by the sharp ballista bolts one after another. The sound of arrows piercing through flesh and bone was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Thud, thud, thud. A few moments later, 20-some Arab soldiers were pierced through by ballista bolts and dropped from the ropes. At almost the same time, the enormous ropes began to shudder and groan as tens of thousands of Arab soldiers began to drop to the ground. Su Hanshan's ballista army had shocked the world with a single volley. In this volley, they had killed 15,000 Arab soldiers. Ever since the Battle of Talas had ended and all the ballista bolts had been used up, Su Hanshan had begun to strictly control the use of ballista bolts. Until a new batch of ballista bolts arrived, the tens of thousands of ballista bolts that Zhang Shoji had repaired were their only remaining reserves. And for the Tang dynasty, the ballista bolts and beehives were only the beginning. A moment later, rumble! As the Arabs looked on in shock, the massive and sturdy gates of Khorasan opened with a boom. The Arabs had predicted that this would have been the most difficult part, but it had been accomplished so easily. And then, something even more shocking occurred. Kill! War cries shook the heavens as tens of thousands of Tang, Khorasani, and rebel soldiers charged out of the open gate, their eyes wide with rage and killing intent seething from their bodies. Careful! Get into formation! At this sight, the Arab soldiers on the eastern shore fell into panic. In terms of soldiers, the Arabs had the absolute advantage. 600 to 700,000 soldiers were more than enough to crush the mob in the city. No one had expected that the Tang dynasty would dare to attack even though they had the advantage in numbers. Damn it! On the other side of the river, the 3 titans of black radiance grimaced. Pass on my order! All soldiers, hurry up and cross the river. We can't give them a single chance. Yes, tensome messengers scattered and began to issue orders in various directions. But it was too late. The surging tributary of the Tigris River had become a shackle around the neck of the Arab army. The Arabs had hundreds of thousands of soldiers. but the soldiers on the west bank and the warships on the tributaries of the Tigris River were completely useless. Only the 200,000 soldiers on the east bank were truly fighting the Great Tang. In terms of numbers, the Arabs on the eastern bank had no advantage. Attack halfway across the river. Chapter 1196. From the moment he saw the tributary of the Tigris River, Wang Chong knew that this city would be even more difficult to take than he had imagined. In Wang Chong's hands, this city was even more powerful than the Arabs. It was even tougher and more difficult to take. On the battlefield of Talas, Wang Chong still needed to establish 2 steel defense lines to separate the Uzin, Western Turks, and Arabs, but there was no need for that here. A single river was enough for Wang Chong to complete his strategy. This was what the art of war referred to as attacking halfway across the river. Boom, boom, boom. The air boomed as the Wushan cavalry and Aswaran cataphracts charged through the open gates, sweeping through the Arabs. Swords and scimitars slashed down, throwing the Arabs into disarray. Some were thrown into the air by their horses, some were cut down by their blades, and some were killed or wounded. The formation of the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers was thrown into chaos. With the Wushan cavalry and Aswaran cataphracts leading the charge, the Khorasani and rebel soldiers followed closely behind, charging at the Arabs on the eastern bank of the Tigris River like a massive wave. And this was not the end. On the high walls, Wang Chong stomped down, unleashing 2 powerful war halos that spread out in all directions, illuminating the entire battlefield and bolstering the feet of every Arab soldier. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike here, clang clang clang. With a metallic clatter, the war halos of at least half of the Arabs began to flicker like candles in the wind, and in just a few moments they began to fall off. The bane of the battlefield halo, the bane of generals halo. After unleashing these 2 war halos, Wang Chong immediately stomped down and fired off a third. This time, however, the target was the Wushan cavalry instead of the Arabs. The halo of Dusk Stallion. When Wang Chong imbued the 3 halos of Dusk Stallion on the Wushan cavalry, the several thousand Wushan cavalry were like tigers that had grown wings. Their speed, strength, and dexterity were greatly boosted, and their strength soared. Rumble. The Arabs had already been finding it very difficult to resist, and now they were even more routed. Ah! A stalwart Arab horseman bellowed as he was struck by a Wushan horseman. Both he and his horse were thrown tensome meters into the air. Their chests caved in and their organs shattered. In all directions there were countless people who were sent flying into the sky like this. Bastard! On the west bank of the Tigris River, the 3 titans of Black Radiance were utterly infuriated by the sight of the Tang, Khorasani, and rebels surging out of the city, their corpses piling up into mountains and their blood flowing into rivers. Governor, hear my order. Immediately move out and kill those Khorasani survivors and Eastern infidels. Before he finished speaking, a gale surged, and the giant black capes behind the 3 Black Radiants suddenly unfurled. The 3 of them rose into the air almost at the same time. Boom! Amidst the intense neighing of horses, the air suddenly caved in, and 6 deep hoof prints appeared uniformly. The formless, and impenetrable air was like solid ground beneath the feet of the 3 titans of Black Radiance. Not only that, but the moment the 3 of them stepped out, the 12 powerful hooves of the 3 black armored war horses simultaneously ignited a raging black flame, making the 3 of them look like devil gods from the end of the world. Clang! A black war halo shot out like frost. The head of Obsidian grabbed the reins and was the first to leap out, heading for the wall on the opposite side. Behind him, the others flew out at the same time. Haha, it's time to move out. Wang Chong chuckled, his hair flying in the wind. Before anyone else could do anything, bang! His body leaped off the walls of Khorassan, and as soon as he touched the ground, he began to accelerate toward the 3 titans of Black Radiance. Great Yin-Yang Heaven creation art. Wang Chong was as fast as a bolt of lightning, and as he shot forward, the air around his shoulders rumbled as the illusions of 2 suns and moons appeared. A moment later, the air began to howl, with Wang Chong at the center of the battlefield. Even the horses of the 3 titans of black radiance were affected, their bodies swaying and on the verge of falling out of the sky. Directly below Wang Chong, the blood of the Arab horsemen was being sucked out of their bodies, transforming into a bloody mist that surged toward Wang Chong's body. Damn it! The 3 titans of black radiance couldn't help but grimace at this sight. Boom! A black spear as thick as a child's arm smashed down, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that surged in every direction, clashing with Wang Chong's terrifying suction force. Careful! The moment the head of black radiance froze the air, a frantic shout came from his side. The head of black radiance raised his head and was immediately alarmed by what he saw. In a nearby flash of light, the young commander of the Tang dynasty had recovered. What shocked the head of black radiance the most was that there were 3 identical versions of Wang Chong. Even someone of Fadi's cultivation level was unable to tell which one was real and which one was fake. This is impossible. Just what sort of technique is this? The head of black radiance's, Fadi's, brows rose in shock. Illusion techniques were not particularly high-level techniques, but illusions that could fool an imperial great general were extremely rare. In all his years of campaigning, Fadi had never encountered such a situation. Kill him! After their initial shock, the 3 titans quickly calmed down. Hung! The 3 big shots gripped their spears and attacked at the same time. 3 enormous destructive forces suddenly burst forth from their bodies and fiercely pierced into the air. At that moment, space itself seemed to be torn apart. Bang bang! 2 of Wang Chong's clones popped like bubbles. At this moment, an earth-shattering noise was heard. Great destruction art. Black radiance corrosion. In the blink of an eye, the 2 massive, destructive golden torrents collided heavily in the void. Boom! In a flash of light, the head of black radiance, Fadi bellowed as he and his horse were thrown several dozen zhang by Wang Chong from the eastern shore of the Tigris River to the western shore. Boom! An invisible wave of energy exploded as Fadi's horse stomped on the ground, neighing and swaying several times before finally stabilizing itself. Half the battlefield was deathly still, and on the western shore of the Tigris River, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The empire's white corpse, Hüller, was a powerful and illustrious governor of the empire, and the 3 titans of black radiance had far surpassed him in fame, prestige, and strength. Not even governor of the East, Abu Muslim, could compare. No one had expected that Fadi would be thrown several dozen zhang away by a single blow from Wang Chong. In terms of strength, he had been completely suppressed by this youth of the Tang people. This wave of Arab commanders truly is much more formidable. In the air, Wang Chong stretched his arms and legs, but he did not pursue. Ever since he had broken into the great general level, his strength had skyrocketed. There were very few experts that could compare to him, much less defeat him. Not even the 3 titans of black radiance were a match for him, but they were still top-class governors of the Arabian Empire. Even Wang Chong would find it very difficult to kill them in a short time. Bastard! Let's kill him together. The moment Wang Chong stepped into the air rumbled as he sensed extreme danger from behind him. At almost the same time, the other 2 titans of black radiance and blade of black radiance gripped their spears and charged at him from 2 completely different directions. Ha ha ha! You want to bully me with numbers? Chonga, let me help you. Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly resounded above their heads. Before the voice faded away, an enormous and unstoppable aura wrapped in tens of thousands of airflows poured down from the sky. Who is this? Careful! Feeling this terrifying aura, Imran and Farrell were both horrified. The young commander that had appeared before them was already very powerful, but the martial artist above them was actually even more powerful than him. With no time to think, the two of them mustered all their strength and shot upward. Rumble! In an instant, there was an earth-shattering explosion as the three destructive forces collided heavily in the air. But before the first wave had even subsided, Wang Chong unleashed a palm that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom! 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 In a flash, the air exploded, sending shockwaves several hundred zhang high into the air. The thousands of Arab cavalry on the ground didn't even have time to scream before they were pulverized. Amidst the destructive air waves, two figures flew out like cannonballs. Damn it! In midair, Imran and Faraz burst out two war halos in succession and managed to stabilize themselves with great difficulty, but both of their faces had become extremely pale. Although the two of them had managed to resist the combined attacks of Wang Chong and the evil emperor in that fierce clash, their internal organs had suffered significant damage. These bastards! It seems like the information was correct. Several extremely formidable experts truly did come to Khorasan this time. No wonder someone as powerful as Qutayba died to them. But no matter how powerful they are, they won't be able to escape unscathed. Everyone, hear my order. Attack! The voices of the three titans of black radiance echoed over the Tigris River, and then the three of them once more charged forward. Behind them, one Arab governor after another flew over the Tigris River and toward Wang Chong's group. 6, 7, 8, 9, 20 Arab governors and many generals were charging toward Khorasan. Chapter 1197. Wang Chong, I have come to help you. In a fierce gale, a figure descended from the walls like a large bird. Chief Wushang, wielding his cane, was extremely conspicuous. After the Battle of Talas, with the help of Wang Chong and the other generals, the old village chief and the evil emperor had both recovered from the battle and regained their former strength. 8 ultimate sunderings, art! At almost the same time, Gao Xinji unsheathed his sword and flew down from the walls. Ocean ring! A loud roar resounded through the heavens, accompanied by the roar of the tide. Cheng Qianli also jumped down from the walls, the ocean ring in his hand. Earlier, Wang Chong had killed Ziad and obtained the ocean ring. In the end, after everyone had tested it, they had realized that Cheng Qianli was most compatible with the ocean ring, so they had left it for him to use. Although Cheng Qianli no longer had the supreme desolation god, he had the ocean ring, allowing him to rise to the ranks of great generals. Bahram, Ebni, and the other rebel leaders charged down from the walls in the face of the onslaught of Arab governors, brigadier generals, and other generals. Not long after this battle had begun, it had become a top-class battle between great generals. The sky above the battlefield on the east bank of the Tigris River quickly became dangerous. Airwaves were like ocean waves, crashing, colliding, and roaring in the void. All kinds of martial arts and weapons flashed in the void. The various forces cooperated with each other and attacked together. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Nay! Suddenly, a fierce screech came from below. An Arab governor glanced down and instantly grimaced. "My lords, it's bad. Our army can't hold on for much longer." Beneath the majestic walls of Khorasan, countless people of the Tang dynasty, Khorasani, and rebel armies were charging through the Arab soldiers, killing their way along the walls and the edges of the battlefield. While the three titans of Black Radiance, Hiller, and the other Arab governors were engaged in fierce battle with Wang Chong's forces, the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, and the rebel army of the various regions, under the leadership of Cui Piaoqi Lisai and the King Gonka, had completed the encirclement of the 200,000 Arab soldiers and was beginning to encircle them. In the rear, soldiers were still pouring out of the open gates of Khorasan. If this continued, the battle between the three titans of Black Radiance, Hiller, and Wang Chong would not even be over before the 200,000 Arab soldiers on the eastern shore were completely wiped out. Retreat! All troops retreat! The three titans of Black Radiance looked down at this sight, their pupils constricting and their faces paling. The Tigris River on the western side of Khorasan had become the Arab army's fatal weakness. In normal circumstances, the Tang dynasty would never try to outflank the Arabs while they still had 500,000 soldiers on the other side of the river. But the Tigris River made it extremely difficult for the Arabs to send reinforcements. Thus, even the 500,000 soldiers on the western shore were powerless to do anything. Humph, you only thought of this now. Chui Piaoqi, Li Sai, King Gonka, hear my order. All soldiers, pull back and exterminate the Arabs. Wang Chong, standing in the air, could clearly hear these words. Keeping one's eyes and ears open to all directions was an essential quality for a general. While Wang Chong was battling with the 3 titans of black radiance, he had already taken care of everything. By the time the Arabs noticed, Wang Chong had already finished his preparations, encircling all the Arab soldiers on the eastern shore of the Tigris River. Boom, boom, boom. With Wang Chong's order, the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, and other rebel armies instantly tightened into a fishing net and began to charge at the Arabs from every direction. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few moments, groups of Arab cavalry were cut down like weeds. No matter how they struggled, they were unable to resist. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000. The rate at which the Arabs were being routed was much faster than expected. One side had come prepared and was attacking in an orderly fashion, while the other side was in a state of panic, not even knowing where the attacks were coming from. Defeat was like a landslide. In the highest level battles in the sky, the Arabs could still hold their own against the Tang, even holding a slight advantage, but on the ground, it was a completely different matter. Kill the soldiers they've surrounded and open a path of retreat for the main army. Honglong, a wave of black energy descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily into the midst of a rebel army. In an instant, explosions filled the sky as countless Revolutionary Army soldiers were blasted into pieces and sent flying into the sky. The head of Black Radiance, Fadi, was the first to descend to the ground. At the same time, Hüller and the other Arab governors descended to help attack the Tang dynasty army by the Tigris River. With the cooperation of these governors, the Arabs quickly opened a path to the western shore, and the soldiers scrambled to board the warships and retreat to the western shore. Go! Let's go! An Arab horseman had a panicked expression on his face as he stepped onto a small warship and began to flee in panic toward the western shore of the Tigris River. Behind them, more and more Arab soldiers were surging through the gap to the west. Retreat! Retreat at full speed! The Arab army was in chaos. Fars, Gamadan, lead your armies to cover the rear. Don't let the Tang people charge over. The Empire's white corpse Hüller suddenly landed on the ground and ordered 2 nearby Arab governors wrapped in heavy black armor. But before Hüller could finish speaking, boom! In the rear of the army, a massive dragon banner suddenly appeared in the open gate of Khorasan, and beneath it, a muscular figure like a mountain strode out of the gate. Behind him, metal clattered as one army after another surged forward with unstoppable momentum toward the Arab army. The Divine Martial Army, the Dragon Stallion Army, the Divine Prison Army, the Azure Martial Army, the Tongluo Cavalry, these top-class armies of the Tang dynasty entered the battlefield. Clang! There was a flash of cold light, and before an Arab horseman could react, he was cleaved in 2 along with his horse by a Divine Martial Army soldier. Boom, boom. 1, 2, 3, as the Tang dynasty mobilized its top-class armies, wave after wave of Arab soldiers were felled. These Tang soldiers were like sharp swords that reaped the lives of the Arab cavalry. Countless horsemen charged forward, but they were like ants trying to shake a tree against the sharpness of top-class armies like the Divine Martial Army and Divine Prison Army. The moment they charged forward, they were cut down and dropped to the ground. 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000, although the Divine Prison Army, Divine Martial Army, and Dragon Stallion Army were dismounted, they were able to advance faster than all the cavalry. Aya! Screams filled the air. This was the first time the armies of the interior of the Arabian Empire had experienced the power of the top-class armies of the Tang dynasty. The pressure and momentum they exerted were unimaginable. The Arab army had already been at an absolute disadvantage, and now that the Black Armored Guard had led the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, and other elite armies into the fray, the Arabs were in an even worse predicament. They were truly on the verge of a landslide, with no hope of recovery. Everyone retreat at full speed. Hüller clenched his teeth at this sight. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on any hope and order his army to retreat at full speed. Boom! A horn blared from the camp on the other side of the river. This time it was a true retreat. The moment the horn blared, the Tang dynasty's Khorasani and the rebel armies began to roar as they accelerated their encirclement. Thump, thump, thump. One pale-faced corpse after another dropped to the ground. In just a few moments, 110,000 of the 200,000 soldiers that had reached the eastern shore of the Tigris River had been killed. Moreover, the vast sea of Tang dynasty soldiers, Khorasani, and rebel armies continued to push forward. The space was getting smaller and smaller, and not even the warships were able to ferry all the Arabs and cavalry. Finally, splash, splash. In a panic, the Arab cavalry and their horses hurriedly plunged into the icy and turbulent Tigris River. They were swept downstream by the current. Behind him, 2, 3, 4, tens of thousands of Arab cavalry, driven into the river by the Tang army, jumped into the river. Jumping into the river only had a certain chance of death, and the chances of survival were rather high. But if they were pursued by the Tang people and Khorasani, they would be doomed. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 more and more soldiers jumped into the river and swam to the other shore, but even more were fleeing. In just a few moments, all the Arab soldiers on the eastern shore had either jumped into the river or boarded warships and retreated to the other shore. At the same time, the three titans of Black Radiance, Hüller, and all the Arab governors and generals soared into the air, either on the surface of the river or through the air. All of them headed for the opposite shore. Let's stop here. When they were still some distance from the river, Wang Chong waved his hand to stop them. The Tigris River was a double-edged sword. It could be used to deal with the Arabs, but it could also be used to restrain the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, in the heart of the Arabian Empire, the Tang dynasty had the initiative. The ones who truly needed to break this stalemate were the Arabs, not the Tang dynasty. Retreat. Chapter 1198. My lord, what do we do? On the other side of the Tigris River, countless Arab soldiers emerged from the icy waters in fright. On the shore, Hüller unwillingly turned to the head of Black Radiance, Fadi. It's too late. Fadi gloomily said. He raised his head and looked up. The sky was dark and gloomy, with only a faint light shining through. Unknowingly, it was already night-time. In these circumstances, no matter how unwilling Fadi was, he could only give up and wait for tomorrow to fight. Has the army led by Jalil still not arrived? Fadi turned to look at a general behind him. My lord, Lord Jalil is already traveling at full speed, but the weather is cold and the steel bridges are too heavy. As a result, the journey has been somewhat delayed and will probably only arrive tomorrow morning. The Arab general lowered his head and bowed. A hint of anger flickered through Fadi's eyes at these words. For this siege, the Arabs had mobilized almost all of their forces, and they had made far more preparations than many people had imagined. In their original strategy, the Arabs had prepared a large number of steel bridges to cross the river. But Fadi believed that they already had a large number of warships, so there was no need to wait for these bulky steel bridges. Fadi had never imagined that his decision would cause his army to pay such a grievous price. Send an order to Galil. Tell him to march quickly. I must see those steel bridges crossing the river by daybreak tomorrow. Fadi said without turning his head. This general will go. The general behind him bowed and said, In addition, Hüller, write a letter for me to His Majesty the Caliph. Tell him that our top-class soldiers are far from enough. I hope that His Majesty can dispatch even more great generals to exterminate the Tang people. In addition, if possible, I request that His Majesty send Governor Ansari to assist the soldiers of Khorasan." Fadi said, "Buzz." Hiller's body trembled at the mention of Ansari's name, his eyes going wide. In the Arabian Empire, Ansari's name was like the noon sun, and he was probably not much inferior to Qutayba. In Arabia, Ansari and Qutayba had been known as the twin heroes of Arabia, but in the struggle for the position of war god, Ansari had lost to Qutayba. In a moment of rage, he had withdrawn from the army. Qutayba had spent all these years leading his army into battle, immersing himself in the joy of conquest. As for Ansari, in order to defeat Qutayba and wash away his shame, he had been cultivating in seclusion. After so many years of suffering, there were rumors in the outside world that Ansari's strength had already surpassed Qutayba's. Some people had once seen Ansari, but a single glance was enough to make them shiver in fear and lose the will to fight. An ordinary rumor would have been ignored, but the speaker was an Arab governor. When this news spread, it sent shockwaves through all of Arabia. However, Ansari had a cruel personality that was even worse than Qutayba's, and he would even attack his allies at times. Almost no one in the empire wanted to have too much of a relationship with Ansari. That's right, there's also the governor of death of the southern war zone, Adil. Transfer him over as well. We don't need any other soldiers. We only need them, the blood of Black Philas suddenly said. But my lord, Lord Adil is currently dealing with the Wadler people in the south and the peasant rebels. He has no time to spare, Hiller said, his voice tinged with hesitation. Although Arabia was extremely powerful, it also had many enemies that they needed to defend. The more countries they conquered, the more resistance they would encounter. This was also why Arabia could not mobilize all its governors at once. Although the enemies around Arabia were not as powerful as the Tang dynasty, there were many more weak and resisting factions. This was also why Arabia had been forced to station many soldiers in various places. Although Adil was powerful, his position was extremely important and could not be easily mobilized. It won't be too much of a problem if he's only gone for around 10 days. In addition, could the tribes in the south be stronger than the 200,000 soldiers in Khorasan? Philas sternly said. This, Hiller lowered his head in silence. The threat from the east this time was far greater than any of the factions on Arabia's border, perhaps even greater than all of them combined. In addition, although the Tang dynasty only had 200,000 soldiers in total, which was not a large number, everyone had witnessed the strength they had displayed. Before the battle had even begun, Arabia had already lost 200,000 soldiers. This was something that no other faction on Arabia's border could accomplish. Understood. I'll do it right away, Hiller sternly said. The 3 Titans of Black Radiance reported the names of 10 some Arab governors, and Hiller recorded them all. A few moments later, an Arabian hunting falcon took to the air and flew off in the direction of Baghdad. Hiller, pass on my order. When all the steel bridges arrive tomorrow, immediately cross the river and launch an all-out assault. Kill all the Tang people and Khorasani in the city. Leave no one alive. Yes. As the night darkened and the Arabs retreated, Khorasan fell into a state of tranquility. The weather was getting colder and colder, and no one noticed that a thin layer of frost was slowly forming along the steep walls of Khorasan. The weather was even colder than it had been in the early morning. At this moment, Khorasan was ablaze with lanterns. The battle for the day had ended, and the Tang dynasty had made a small sacrifice in exchange for a massive victory. But it was still far from over. Lord Protector General, what should we do next? Although the Arabs have already retreated, these losses are far from enough to deal them a serious blow. Shi Yuanqing turned to Wang Chong, his expression somewhat grave, as he spoke from a corner of the hall. Moreover, based on the Arabs' usual style of battle, they've suffered in the battle of the day. I'm afraid that they'll be even more prepared in the next wave of attacks, and their attacks will be even fiercer. Not only that, I'm worried that they'll summon even more experts and soldiers. After all, this place is too close to Baghdad. Qianli also spoke, his expression extremely grim. This was not the first time they had clashed with the Arabs. In the Battle of Talas, they had believed that they had pushed back the Arabs, but in the end, the Arabs had received an endless stream of reinforcements. Every time they pushed back one wave, another would come, and each wave was getting stronger and stronger. Not only that, in this wave, even more rebel soldiers should have come to Khorasan to reinforce us. But I've received news that all the rebel soldiers on the Arabs' border have been severely suppressed. I sense that the Arabs are thinking of ways to mobilize even more border soldiers to deal with us. To the Arabs and the Caliph, we've already become a serious problem. Bahram's voice was heavy. It's simply impossible for us to fight against all of Arabia with just 200,000 soldiers. This is impossible. General, without the reinforcements of the Tang dynasty, we will not be able to contend against them. General, do you really think that we can stop this wave? With these last words, Bahram looked worriedly at Wang Chong. The Tang dynasty was too far from Khorasan, and Wang Chong had long ago told him that the Tang dynasty's reinforcements would never arrive, at least not so quickly. But Wang Chong had revealed on more than one occasion that they could stop the Arab assault, and he was extremely confident that they had a plan in mind and something to rely on. But Bahram truly couldn't understand what Wang Chong was relying on. He had originally believed that Wang Chong was trying to keep it a secret, but he hadn't expected that not even Gao Xianji or Qianli would know. Buzz! Bahram's words instantly caused everyone in the hall to focus on Wang Chong. Even the usually reticent, black-armored guard looked over. All of them were looking at Wang Chong, trust and expectation on their faces. At this point in the battle, Wang Chong had become the pillar of support for everyone. Even Gao Xinji, an experienced Anqi protector general, had unwittingly begun to place a great deal of trust in Wang Chong. Haha, I've already taken care of everything. Before daybreak tomorrow, everything will be clear. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Everyone in the room was stunned by Wang Chong's words. With so many Arab soldiers outside the city and so many imperial great generals, it was already quite difficult for them to hold off this wave. For Wang Chong to say that they could finish off the Arab army before daybreak was simply unbelievable. Anyone else would have taken them to be a madman, but since it was Wang Chong, no matter how crazy he was, they believed that Wang Chong was serious. The meeting quickly came to an end. Out of their trust in Wang Chong and the knowledge that he had already made arrangements, no one asked any more questions. Time slowly passed, and the temperature grew colder and colder. Even though the two sides had stopped fighting, the Tigris River was still a matter of tension both inside and outside the city. To the southeast of Khorasan, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged in a lavishly decorated hall with a dome-shaped roof. A single candle was lit, and in the dim light, Wang Chong sat cross-legged. It was late at night, and all was quiet inside and outside of Khorasan. Other than the rushing of the Tigris River and the neighing of Ney's horse, there was nothing else. Time slowly passed. Although he couldn't see anything, Wang Chong could sense that everyone in the city was silently watching and waiting for him. But few people knew that Wang Chong was also waiting for that matter to arrive. Thump, thump, thump. As he was thinking, someone knocked on his door. Enter. Chapter 1199. The door to the room opened, and the gray-robed Zhang Shouji walked in. Marquis, it's the appointed time. Pass on the order. Proceed according to the plan. After a few moments of silence, Wang Chong nodded. Regardless of whether or not that event would occur, Wang Chong had to make complete preparations. Moreover, it was already close to the Z period. If that event really did occur, and he did not make sufficient preparations, he might be caught off guard. Understood. This old man will go and make the arrangements. Zhang Shouji nodded and quickly withdrew from Wang Chong's room. A few moments later, The tranquil city of Khorasan was abuzz with chatter and chatter. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Arab camp, separated only by a river, were silent. The night was so cold that even the sneezes of the war horses were white. The weather was getting colder and colder, and this winter seemed to be much colder than the winters of the past. But to the Arab soldiers who cultivated in martial arts, it was still within the limits of endurance. Although the cold was heavy, the baleful aura of the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers was even heavier. At the very front of the camp, all the Arab commanders had gathered, gazing at the majestic city of Khorasan. To the army, nothing was important other than capturing the city and killing the Tang people, Khorasani and rebel soldiers. Bang! Suddenly, a hubbub erupted from Khorasan, immediately attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? At the very front, the head of Black Radiance, Fadi, raised his head and looked at Khorasan. "My lord, are these Tang people planning to attack?" An aide next to him said. "Impossible." Before the aide could finish, a deep and resounding voice came from the side. The blood of Black Radiance, Faraz, shook his head and immediately rejected the idea. "These Tang people and Khorasani soldiers are simply not enough to launch an attack on us. Moreover, once they do, the Tigris River will become a massive obstacle. Forcefully attacking is suicide. But what are they trying to do?" The Empire's white corpse healer also said. The three of them stood side by side, their expressions constantly shifting. The activity in Khorasan was far too strange. Everyone could see that the city was brightly lit, but the gates of Khorasan were tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. Time passed slowly, and all the soldiers received their orders. They were all on standby, ready to deal with any possible emergencies. Other than being brighter and hotter, everything in Khorasan was the same as before. Even the raucous chatter rapidly faded away. "What are these guys doing?" An Arab general muttered to himself in the dense Arab camp, his words echoing the thoughts in everyone's mind. Even powerful governors like Fadi, Faraz, and Hewler were confused. They couldn't figure out what the Tang people were up to. If the Tang people weren't going to attack, what was the point of making such a big commotion? "Pass down my order. The army is to be on full alert. Everyone else is to rest. In addition, prepare to attack the city at daybreak," Fadi sternly said. His words were quickly spread throughout the army. Khorasan quickly calmed down. Wang Chong sat motionlessly in his room. Several hours had passed, but the event Wang Chong had been waiting for still had not occurred. Other than the fact that Khorasan had grown colder, there was nothing strange about it. At some point, it was the Z period, and Wang Chong's brow began to crease. "Impossible. Did I make a mistake in my calculations? That thing won't happen." Wang Chong's expression was calm, but he was beginning to feel uneasy. If nothing unexpected had happened, the event he had been waiting for should have already occurred, but Wang Chong had still seen no signs of it. After being reborn twice, many things had changed and deviated greatly because of his own reasons. The King of Song had not been demoted, the Southwest had not been lost, and not only had Talas not been lost, it had been won. Everything was completely different from his memories. Could it be that the matter had been completely changed because of his interference? Wang Chong's brow was creasing tighter and tighter. If that event disappeared because of him, then at daybreak, the Tang dynasty would have to face the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers on the other side of the Tigris River, many governors and generals, and even more reinforcements. Just as Bahram had said, this was using the strength of a corner to contend against the entire empire. This would be an unprecedentedly fierce battle, and the chances of victory were minuscule. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a little vexed and anxious. He almost subconsciously picked up the teacup on the table and prepared to take a sip. But the moment he brought the teacup to his lips, Wang Chong heard a cracking sound. This sound was almost inaudible, but it was like a peal of thunder in Wang Chong's ears. Wang Chong's eyes widened as he subconsciously lowered his head to look. A moment later, a shocking sight occurred. In the teacup, on the surface of the calm tea, a thin layer of ice was covering the entire surface at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, the frost was constantly spreading, rapidly deepening and thickening. Whoosh! A cold gust of wind blew in through the slightly ajar door. Wherever the cold wind blew, the walls of the room were visibly covered in a layer of white frost. Even the teacup in Wang Chang's hand was covered in a fine layer of ice. Ah! Cries of alarm came from outside the door, but they only lasted for a few moments before fading away. It's here! Wang Chong seemed to understand something. Turning his head, he strode to the door and opened it with a creak. Boom! At this moment, it was like he had gone from one world to another. A blizzard blew past, and Wang Chong's body was immediately covered in a thin layer of frost, including his hair and the tip of his nose. Outside the door, flames were blazing. Wang Chong had ordered Zhang Shouji, Banahan, and the other craftsmen to light many fires in Karaisen, and these furnaces were constantly spewing smoke into the sky. The heat exuded by these furnaces and bonfires combined to make the night of Karaisen less cold. But now, all these flames seemed to be suppressed by some invisible energy, and the light of the furnaces rapidly dimmed. A gust of wind blew past, and 10 paces from Wang Chong, the fire in a furnace went out and froze. The furnace that had been heating up rapidly became icy cold, and then its surface was covered in a layer of white frost. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces, 3 furnaces. The moment Wang Chong stepped out of the room, more and more furnaces were extinguished. In just a few moments, the temperature had dropped by 10 degrees, and it was continuing to drop at an astonishing rate. As far as Wang Chong could see, a layer of white frost was rapidly enveloping the earth, and as the blizzard howled, his vision was soon reduced to a hazy white. Nay, a few moments later, Wang Chong suddenly heard the neighing of Nei's horses and the cries of soldiers in the distance. Across the Tigris River and the walls of Karaisen, the Arab camp was in chaos. Wang Chong, you're here. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in his ear as Gao Shinji strode out of the blizzard. The weather has changed, and the temperature is rapidly dropping. This sort of weather is extremely disadvantageous to us. Behind him, Chang Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, Lu Shi, and the others walked over. What a heavy blizzard! When we arrived, we saw that the walls were already covered in ice. Lord Protector General, what should we do now? Chang Qianli asked. The snowstorm came too suddenly, and the temperature dropped very quickly. Furthermore, it was still dropping. Even Chang Qianli felt that something was wrong, let alone the others. The temperature was dropping too quickly, not just 1 or 2 degrees, but 10 degrees. If this continued, the ordinary soldiers would soon find it unbearable. Haha, there's no need to worry. I've already made preparations. This sudden drop in temperature is a blessing, not a curse. To their surprise, Wang Chong was not the slightest bit worried. On the contrary, his face lit up with joy. He abruptly turned his head and looked at a certain place in the night sky. There seemed to be a profound meaning in his eyes. Gao, Shinji, Chang Qianli, and the others were stunned at first, and then they subconsciously followed Wang Chong's gaze. When they saw where Wang Chong was looking, their bodies trembled in understanding. A blizzard! This was admittedly a problem for the Tang people, Sassanids, and rebel soldiers, but it was a true disaster for the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers camped out in the open. At that moment, everyone understood what was going on. So, Wang Chong, is this the opportunity you spoke of? Gao Shinji and Wang Chong stood side by side, gazing at the blizzard and the ever-thickening frost. Wang Chong nodded. The blizzard he had been waiting for had finally arrived, and there was no need to hide anything. The little ice age. This thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind as he gazed up at the blizzard. Other than himself, no one else, not even Gao Shinji or Baram, knew what this blizzard signified. This was no ordinary snowstorm, nor was it any ordinary harsh winter. When a country is on the verge of destruction, a monster must appear. Before any calamity, there would always be signs and phenomena. Not long ago, the black eclipse of the sun over the city of Talas was the beginning of this calamity. Chapter 1200. After the snowstorm, in less than 2 or 3 years, an unprecedented cold wave would sweep down from the far north, creating an unprecedented cold winter. This was a dreadful cold that occurred once every several hundred years. It would not last for 1 or 2 months, nor would it last for 5 or 6 months. It would last for more than 10 months. All the plants in the lands beyond the Great Wall would freeze to death, and millions of livestock would perish. Only a scant few would be able to survive this harsh cold. And it was precisely this harsh cold that led to an even greater calamity, a series of upheavals and darkness. This series of events was known in history as the Little Ice Age. Other than those who had experienced it, no one else knew just how frightening this cold was. Keklak, as they were speaking, the temperature dropped once more, and everyone standing in front of Wang Chong's room could hear a massive boom. This was the sound of another thick layer of ice forming on the walls of Khorasan, a sound that would make anyone's heart tremble in fear. Lord Protector General, the temperature is dropping extremely rapidly. Take all the soldiers of the Anchi Protectorate Army and hurry into the underground caves and cellars. Wang Chong suddenly turned his head to Gao Xinji. What? Everyone was dumbfounded by Wang Chong's words. Underground caves and cellars? Wang Chong had even prepared these things, but Wang Chong had never mentioned them before. I've already taken care of everything. If Milord didn't come, Kong Xian and the others would have already gone to inform you. In addition, I've already had Banahan, the King Gonka, and Chui Piaoqi pass down the order. All the wool and cotton clothes have been distributed to the soldiers. After putting them on, they can enter the underground caves and cellars. The temperature there will be much higher and warmer than on the surface. Wang Chong indifferently said to the Anchi generals. Before he could finish speaking, Chang Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, Lu Shi, and the other Anchi generals had their mouths wide open, so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even Go Xianji was visibly moved. No one had expected such a terrible cold. That was why Gao Xianji, Ching Qianli, and the others hurriedly went to find Wang Chong. But they didn't expect that while they were still thinking about how to deal with it, Wang Chong had already arranged everything properly. In addition, Bahram should have already sent people to inform the people of the city. This severe winter will be much more terrifying than what we can imagine and what we can see right now. It will also last for a much longer period of time. This is just the beginning. Wang Chong solemnly said. Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, and the other Anchi generals were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Not even the sages of ancient times could determine victory from 1,000 li away. But Wang Chong had already surpassed the realm of the sages. For a moment, all of them felt a supreme reverence, like the person standing before them was not a person, but an unfathomable god. Gao Xinji quickly left with his generals, and all the arrangements that Wang Chong had made were swiftly carried out. The howling of the blizzard grew louder and louder, filling the entire world. And in the midst of the raging blizzard, all of Khorasan was abnormally quiet. Marquis. A few moments later, a voice came out of the blizzard. Li Sai, with his massive sword on his back, swiftly walked out of the blizzard with Chui Piaoqi, Kong Xian, the King Gonka, and Su Hanshan. In just a few moments, the temperature had plummeted. Their hair, beards, shoulders, and arms were covered in a thick layer of frost, and the temperature had already dropped to negative 40-some degrees. Even people like Li Sai and Su Hanshan felt a slight chill, let alone the others. The Z period of the day was when the temperature dropped the most and was also the coldest. Almost all the blizzards and hail began to sprout at this time. In this bitter cold, even ordinary soldiers could not withstand it, although they had also cultivated astral energy, That level of astral energy simply could not withstand this cold for a long time. Almost all the ordinary soldiers were wearing cotton-padded or woolen clothes and hiding in the cellars. Those that could still move on the ground were the elites. All the soldiers have been recruited and are ready to go. Marquis, when are we going to attack? Li Sai's body was as straight as a mountain, his eyes suffused with a strong desire to fight. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. This blizzard was simply unprecedented, and everyone was trying to avoid it. But this also provided the army with an excellent opportunity. In the art of war, the right time, the right place, and the right people were all working together. This was something that Wang Chong had always taught them. And this sudden blizzard was the best opportunity to attack the Arabs. Li Sai's words instantly silenced everyone. Kong Xian, Su Hanshan, Huang Batian, and the King Gonka all turned to Wang Chong, awaiting his order. As they waited, the surroundings grew quieter and quieter. The panicked shouts of the Arabs could be clearly heard through the high walls, and not even the blizzard could suppress them. The Arabs had been too careless. This abrupt change in weather had left them completely dumbfounded, and their army of hundreds of thousands had been caught completely unprepared. The panicked shouts and neighing of their horses were the best proof of this. According to Wang Chong's orders, the most elite soldiers had already been recruited and were ready to charge out at any time to deal a fatal blow to the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers outside the city in this extremely rare weather. There's no rush. To everyone's surprise, Wang Chong waved his hand and rejected their proposals. Wait a little longer. Now is not the time to strike. These words were completely different from what they had expected, leaving them all dumbfounded. But, Marquis, based on what we've seen, the Arabs are already preparing to retreat after this sudden change. If we don't move now, we might lose this golden opportunity. We might just watch as they flee and lose our best chance to attack. Kong Xian argued, an unwilling expression on his face. The duty of a general was to fight. If they did not use this chance to deal with the Arabs outside the walls, once the winter passed, they might come back. At that time, the Tang dynasty might not have a chance to defeat them. Although Su Hanshan and Cui Piaoqi said nothing, their eyes were also filled with doubt. Speed was paramount in war, and the longer they waited, the more Arabs would flee. It's not that simple. The Arabs won't be able to escape. Wang Chong's eyes focused and became sharp. His every movement exuded a powerful confidence, as if nothing in the world could escape his control. To the east of Khorasan is a blizzard and the ground is frozen. Even if they want to escape, they won't be able to get very far. An army of 600,000 to 700,000 won't be that easy to escape. Moreover, the longer we wait, the more they will die, and the weaker their resistance will be. Moreover, their formation will fall into disarray. That will be the best time for our attack. Everyone was stunned by Wang Chong's words. This general will deliver this order. They quickly bowed and acknowledged the order. In this aspect, they were still far inferior to Wang Chong in the art of war. Li Sai and the others quickly withdrew, leaving Wang Chong alone in the blizzard. Time slowly passed, and while Khorasan was quiet, the Arab camp was in chaos. "My lord, this storm is too strong, and the temperature is dropping too fast and too low. The soldiers simply can't hold on. The provisions we brought with us have all been frozen, and the war horses are all stiff and paralyzed. My lord, we can't hold on any longer." Amidst the raging blizzard, the generals were panicking and shouting at the top of their lungs. However, their voices were completely scattered by the blizzard. This development had come too quickly and abruptly, leaving everyone dumbfounded. At the very front of the army, the 3 titans of black radiance stood side by side, an invisible barrier of energy exuding from their bodies, repelling the blizzard and the bitter cold. The 3 of them said nothing, although they did their utmost to maintain their composure. The gloominess and grimness in the depths of their eyes revealed their true emotions. How could this be? Fadi's eyes flashed as he stared at the nearby and majestic city, his mind in disarray. They only had one night. As long as the sun rose, they could mobilize their army and use their overwhelming strength to completely conquer the city that was occupied by the cultists. However, this unprecedented cold and stormy weather had completely disrupted their plans. The combined assault of the storm and the rapid drop in temperature had thrown the army of hundreds of thousands into chaos, no longer as majestic as before. The neighing of horses and the screams of soldiers filled their ears, causing their hearts to drip blood. The three of them grimaced even more. Empress Dowager, requesting retreat. My lord, requesting retreat. The panicked cries of the generals came from behind them. The situation was dire. If this continued and they did not retreat, the army would be completely wiped out. Buzz. The three of them stood motionless as they looked across at Khorasan, which was also shrouded in snow and still like a dead city. Their minds conflicted. In a flash, countless thoughts surged through their minds. Hiller, can we try to attack the city? Fadi suddenly said, his voice tinged with a final sliver of hope. My lord, it's impossible. I've already sent people to try. Khorasan is completely covered in a thick layer of ice. Our ropes can't pierce through the ice. Moreover, even the ropes have been frozen and can't be stretched. We can't attack the city. We can only retreat to Shandar. Hiller's voice came from the side, brimming with unwillingness. How could Hiller not have considered what the three titans were thinking? The temperature was still plummeting, and in this bitter cold, the tents alone were not enough to hold out. Everything had been taken into account in the Arabian war plan. The only thing that had not been taken into account was this bitter cold. Only by hiding in cities and houses could they just barely resist the cold. Otherwise, the army of more than 600,000 would be defeated without a fight, suffering unprecedented losses. At this moment, the closest city was Khorasan, but the ice over Khorasan had become an insurmountable moat for the army of hundreds of thousands. Moreover, there were still 200,000 Tang people, Khorasani and rebel soldiers in the city. No one knew if the enemy had predicted this, or if they had set up an ambush. Chapter 1201. Fury, discontent, struggle. How could they admit defeat just like that when success was right in front of them and within their grasp? Withdraw. Finally, in the face of the ever-worsening blizzard and the ever-lowering temperature, Fadi's face contorted and he was forced to give the order to retreat. Rumble. Upon receiving the order from the three titans of black radiance, the entire army began to retreat to the west. They've begun to retreat. As Wang Chong stood in the blizzard, his eyes closed. A thought suddenly flitted through his mind. Through the blizzard, Wang Chong could hear that the Arab army had suddenly become much more restless. After a series of struggles, the ambitions of the Arabs had ultimately been unable to withstand the cold before the Little Ice Age. In the face of the might of nature, human strength was far too weak, too insignificant. As the horses neared the west, Wang Chong silently calculated, but he did not attack. The temperature was still plummeting, and the blizzard was still raging in the darkness. The complicated weather made it so that even if the Arabs wanted to retreat, it would not be as easy as imagined. It's about time. Just when the blizzard was at its most intense and the temperature was at its lowest, Wang Chong finally raised his head to the snowy sky. We can move out. Boom! With Wang Chong's order, a group of elite soldiers galloped through the blizzard and appeared at the eastern gate of Khorasan. Whoosh! Walala! Buckets of boiling water were poured down from the city gate, landing on the thick layer of ice there. As the thick layer of ice melted, there was a massive boom as the frozen gate of Khorasan once more rumbled open. Nay! The white-hoofed horse reared, its metallic neigh echoing far and wide in the wind and snow. As one, Wang Chong and his horse shot out of Khorasan like an arrow. Bzzz. It was like he had gone from one world to another. Even though Wang Chong had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but shiver in shock when he saw the world outside Khorasan. Khorasan was already extremely cold, but only when the gate was open did Wang Chong realize just how frozen the world had become. The tributary of the Tigris River outside the city had long disappeared. The entire raging river had long since turned into solid ice, and the ground was covered with several feet of snow. The whole world had completely turned into a white, extremely cold world. And on the other side of the river, countless Arab tents had been erected, all of them like ice sculptures in a world of ice and snow. Enemy attack. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from the Arab camp, shattering the silence. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes as he came back to his senses, his expression turning sharp. After waiting for so long, it was finally the Tang dynasty's turn to attack. Clang! An intense sword cry rang out, clearly audible even in the darkness and the blizzard. Riding on the white-hoofed shadow, Wang Chong unsheathed Bahram's golden sword and issued an order. Attack! Rumble! A moment later, the earth quaked as a pair of heavy hooves raised high into the air and stomped down, sending ice and snow flying into the air. Wang Chong's stellar energy exploded out of his dantian, expelling all the wind and snow around him. Then, man and horse became one and charged toward the opposite shore. Behind him, the earth quaked and the cavalry charged forward. Nearly 20,000 elite soldiers, chosen from the Tang people, Khorasani, and rebel armies, charged like a storm, one after the other, transforming into an unstoppable flood. Enemy attack. No one had expected the Tang dynasty to launch an attack in this world of ice and snow. The Arab camp was in chaos. Many soldiers had gathered together and were charging forward in an attempt to hold back the soldiers of Khorasan. But it was too late. Bang! In a single leap, Wang Chong crossed the frozen Tigris River and landed in the Arab camp. Kail! Kill! At almost the same time, the Arabs on the banks of the river began to respond. Tens of thousands of Arab cavalry began to gather in the snowstorm and charge toward Wang Chong's group. Translated by Hyper Sheep 325, edited by Mike here. At almost the same time, Wang Chong led his army of nearly 20,000 in a thunderous charge. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the two torrents of steel quickly collided. Boom! Like a massive wave, countless Arab cavalry were sent flying into the air, screaming. There was no fierce battle like he had imagined. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Bang, bang, bang. The 20,000 elite cavalry formed from the Tang people, Khorasani, and rebel soldiers cut down swathes of Arab cavalry like weeds. These several thousand soldiers had not even been able to slow down the army. Rumble. As the army advanced, thousands of Arab cavalry were felled to the ground. Hurry! It's the Tang people! Hurry and stop them! Desperate shouts came out of the blizzard. Many people were still gathering in the direction of the Tigris River, but most of them couldn't even tell which direction they were coming from. Bang! Bang! An Arab horseman stood next to his war horse, his body covered in ice and snow. Just when he was about to mount, a sword suddenly appeared out of the blizzard and cut off the Arab horseman's head. Even at the moment of his death, the Arab horseman's eyes were still wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he had died. Around him, countless other Arab cavalry had also been killed. Many of them hadn't even been able to tell which direction the attack was coming from before their heads had been cut off. The Arabs truly have been greatly weakened. Fierce winds howled in his ears as endless snowflakes blew at him. But before they could even get close, they were pushed away by Wang Chong's stellar energy. In this battle, the resistance of the Arabs was insignificant. Wang Chong could clearly sense that these Arabs had been severely weakened, not even 30 to 40% of their original strength. With this level of strength, it was simply impossible for them to contend against the well-prepared Great Tang. In order to survive in this extreme cold, one had to expend a great deal of energy. This was also why Wang Chong had chosen to wait an hour before launching his attack. Kill! As he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting. Tensome Arab cavalry braved the wind and snow as they charged toward Wang Chong. But Wang Chong only glanced behind him, and a moment later, bang, bang, bang. When these Arab cavalry were still 10 paces from Wang Chong, they began to drop to the ground. Their blood energy surged out of their bodies, transforming into pillars of smoke that sank into Wang Chong's body. Not even the blizzard could disperse them. All soldiers, hear my order! Advance at full speed. Wang Chong quickly regained his composure and stomped on the ground. Clang! The bane of the battlefield halo, the bane of general's halo, the halo of Dusk Stallion, all of these halos began to spread across the entire western bank of the Tigris River. Aya! Screams echoed through the night, instantly becoming more shrill. The blizzard and frigid cold had already plunged the Arabs into dire straits, and Wang Chong's 3 war halos only made their situation worse, plunging them into complete despair. Thud, thud, thud. Countless Arabs collapsed to the ground, their blood spreading through the snow, but it quickly froze over. In the howling wind, Wang Chong rode deeper into the valley. Through the blizzard, a protruding object in the middle of the frozen white tents quickly attracted Wang Chong's attention. Riding over, he saw an Arab soldier lying on the ground, his right hand pressed against the ground, his face stricken with fear. His mouth was wide open, and his body was covered in a thick layer of snow. But Wang Chong could no longer sense any signs of life from him. There was a bandage on his leg, which clearly identified him. A wounded soldier. Although a large number of Arabs had managed to escape from yesterday's battle, many of them had been wounded as well. These weakest wounded soldiers were the first to succumb in this blizzard. The extreme cold, their weak bodies, and the severe injuries on their bodies caused them to be the first to lose their lives in this great wave of change. They were the first to lose their lives. Despite the constant clanging of metal, the sounds of fighting, the panting of war horses, and the trampling of hooves, Wang Chong's attention was completely focused on the ice sculptures of the Arab camp. 1, 2, 3 more and more Arab soldiers sealed in ice appeared in Wang Chong's vision, far more than Wang Chong had imagined. The Arabs had retreated, and besides those soldiers who had not been able to retreat in time, this place had become a graveyard for the wounded. What a terrifying cold! It's probably even colder than the one in my memories, Wang Chong quietly said to himself, his mind in turmoil. Because of his intervention, history truly had undergone a major change. That unprecedented cold in his memories had not disappeared, but had become even more frightening. This was only the precursor to the Little Ice Age, but it was already so frightening. Wang Chong did not dare to imagine just how cold the true Little Ice Age would be. Marquis. Chapter 1202. Storm Furnaces. These were storm furnaces that Zhang Shouji had designed. After hearing Wang Chong's idea, Zhang Shouji had designed them and completed them in less than half a day. Almost every one of the 20,000 elites had brought 2 storm furnaces with them. One reason was to distinguish friend from foe in the blizzard, and the other was to keep warm. These storm furnaces were designed for war horses, as these war horses were far weaker than the 20,000 elites and needed these furnaces even more. The 8,000 Arabs left behind in the camp had been completely exterminated, awaiting Marquis' orders. As the storm furnaces grew clearer, Li Sai's stalwart figure gradually became visible. Have you found any traces of the other Arabs? Wang Chong's brow rose as he quickly regained his composure. Reporting to Marquis, our scouts have already found traces of them in the west. Just as Marquis predicted, the Arabs have begun to retreat. Their formation has fallen into complete disarray. However, the snow on the ground is extremely thick, and the surface is covered in ice. They can't get very far. Li Sai sternly said. Very good. Wang Chong nodded. and as he came back to his senses, his eyes turned sharp. "Pass on my order. Pursue at full speed." Bang! The white hoof shadow raised its hooves high into the air and stomped down. Wang Chong galloped out amidst the swirling snow, leading his army westward in pursuit. The 20,000 elites swiftly vanished into the blizzard. From a distance, it was impossible to make out their figures, only the flickering lights of countless fireflies. The ground was covered in snow, making it difficult to see what was going on. In the distance, one could see a group of figures stumbling along on war horses. This was a group of Arab cavalry. They had been completely separated from the rest of the army in the blizzard, and the extreme temperature and cold had left them extremely weak. The mouths, noses, eyes, hooves, and bodies of their horses were all covered in a thick layer of frost, making their movements extremely slow. Damn it! How could such a thing happen? We didn't die in the hands of those Tang people. Are we going to die in this snowstorm? An Arab cavalry captain finally couldn't help but ask. His face was pale, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Who would have thought that an army of hundreds of thousands would be defeated by a blizzard? This was an unprecedented humiliation. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from the blizzard behind him. This sudden noise instantly attracted everyone's attention. Pairs of eyes quickly turned to look behind them. My lord, what is that?" An Arab horseman said, his face pale and his lips trembling, his face suffused with deep fear. Could it be that the Tang people have caught up with us? An Arab horseman in the rear gulped, his eyes wide with fear and alarm. "Shut up! Don't say such nonsense here." Before the man could finish, the Arab cavalry captain interrupted him. "In this kind of extremely cold weather, I can't even see the direction. The Tang people can't leave the city. They can't even take care of themselves, so how could they possibly chase us? Hiya!" At this moment, a harsh shout came from behind them. In the very rear of this group of Arab cavalry, a sword hummed as it emerged from the blizzard. Swish! It instantly cut off the head of an Arab horseman at the very back of the group. The head spun 7 or 8 paces away, its eyes wide open, and then it crashed into the ground, sending up a shower of snow. At that moment, time seemed to stop and all was deathly still. All the Arab cavalry stared with wide eyes at the decapitated head, their eyes brimming with shock, but even more than that, fear. "Run!" Someone shouted, and in a flash, time seemed to stop. All the Arab cavalry seemed to be frightened and began to flee in every direction. Even the war horses they were riding on seemed to have received a huge shock. They neighed in fear and stood up on their hind legs. Their originally stiff bodies also sped up quite a bit as they rushed forward at top speed. But no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the Tang dynasty cavalry in the rear. Buzz! The air buzzed as an invisible ripple swept through the blizzard. Before the Arab cavalry could get very far, an invisible halo swept past them, and then a second, a third. The Arab cavalry felt like they had been shackled, their speed dropping and their auras weakening. "Kill them! Leave none alive!" Just at this moment, in the boundless blizzard behind him, energy surged. 2 faint fireflies first swayed out, followed by a majestic warhorse, wrapped in a layer of cotton armor, leaping out from the blizzard, landing on the ground with a thump. Then 2, 3, 4, almost 20,000 cavalrymen charged out of the snowstorm, like a tornado sweeping through the clouds. Blood sprayed and screamed as one Arab horseman after another was pursued by the Tang dynasty army, their faces stricken with fear as they dropped to the ground. After them, nearly 20,000 Tang dynasty, Khorasani, and rebel elites continued to gallop across the earth in pursuit. Behind them, almost none of the Arab cavalry had survived, their corpses strewn across the ground. From the Arab camp on the western shore of the Tigris River to the west, Wang Chang's forces were like a storm of death as they followed the fleeing Arabs. Only by pursuing them and seeing them with their own eyes did they understand just how chaotic the Arabs were. In these several dozen li, the Arabs had lost their sense of direction and organization. Many of them had frozen to death, and even more had been trapped in the snow. Countless war horses had been frozen to death. When Wang Chong and his 20,000 soldiers arrived from the rear, these Arabs were all stunned. Even in death, they did not dare to believe that Wang Chong would dare to brave the frigid weather and pursue them in this world of ice and snow. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few moments, 60 to 70,000 Arab cavalry had been caught up to and killed by Wang Chong's army, and this number was still increasing at an astonishing rate. 60 to 70,000 soldiers were scattered over several dozen li, completely powerless to resist. The 20,000 soldiers, led by Wang Chong, had crushed through the enemy with absolute superiority, killing tens of thousands of Arabs. In a short period of time, 60 to 70,000 Arabs had fallen to the Tang people's swords. Marquis. As the pursuit continued, a voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear. Two specks of light pierced through the wind and snow, rapidly approaching Wang Chong. But it was not Li Sai, but Anchi Vice Protector General Cheng Qianli. He was clad in armor, and the stellar energy around his body was vast and mighty. Hot air surged, and his eyes revealed a strong desire to fight. We've discovered the main force of the Arabs up ahead. There are at least 100,000 of them. My lord has sent me to ask if we should pursue? Cheng Qianli sternly said as he stopped several paces in front of Wang Chong. The Arabs had an army of 600,000 to 700,000, and they had only been killing scattered soldiers on their way here. But now they had finally found the main force. Haha, aren't we looking for their main force? Tell Lord Gao to immediately attack. With these words, Wang Chong and his horse shot forward, vanishing into the snow. Careful! Everyone assume formation! The Tang dynasty is in pursuit. Everyone get ready. Not far from Wang Chong's forces, an army of several dozen Arab generals had gathered together, a vast army of Arab cavalry behind them. The Tang people's tracks had already been exposed, and everyone was panicking. No one had expected that the Tang dynasty would ignore the blizzard and pursue them, but the long years of training had allowed this army to quickly respond. The more than 100,000 Arab soldiers swiftly took up positions along the long road and silently waited in the blizzard. In the blink of an eye, amidst the deafening sound of metal clanging, an incomparably large, invisible ripple suddenly spread out from the blizzard in front of them. Easy. In just a few moments, the countless soldiers at the front of the army began to feel their auras drop to an extremely weak level. Enemy attack! The leading Arab general paled at this sight and let out an earth-shattering roar. He recognized this halo. It belonged to the young commander of the Tang dynasty. Boom! Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering sound could be heard as the armored cavalry charged forward. Amidst the neighing of horses, countless armored cavalry charged forward. Each of these horsemen was like a moving fortress as they charged toward the 100,000 Arab cavalry. Not good. It's the Aswaran cataphracts. The Arab generals' eyes constricted at the sight of these heavy and sturdy horsemen armed to the teeth. Kill them! The Sassanid great General Bahram charged like a storm into the Arab ranks. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash of light, Bahram plunged into the Arab ranks like a sharp blade. Wherever he went, hundreds of Arab soldiers would be sent flying into the blizzard. Before they could even fall to the ground, their organs would be crushed and they would die. Soon after, Ney and his 8,000 some Aswaran cataphracts divided into 80 groups, thrusting like the sharpest of swords into the Arab ranks. Aya! Screams filled the air as the orderly Arab ranks instantly fell into chaos. Kail! Kail! The 8,000 some Aswaran cataphracts poured down like mercury, instantly throwing the tens of thousands of Arab soldiers into chaos. Screams, neighs, and the cracking of bones mixed into a cacophony of screams and whinnies. but the Aswaran cataphracts did not even pause as they continued to charge westward. Chapter 1203. Impossible! Impossible! How could there be so many Tang people? At the very front of the army, the Arab general's eyes were wide open, his entire body so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had never imagined that so many Tang people would be chasing them out of Khorasan, and that their strength hadn't been weakened at all. It's over. No one in the Arab army can stop them. The Arab general's heart sank to the bottom, his body trembling in fear. The Arab army had struggled for a very long time in the bitter cold. All of them were exhausted and weak, and their strength had been severely reduced, and the rebels in Khorasan had not been weakened at all. Hurry! Send a message to Great General Fard. Tell them that the Tang people have come. The Arab general's heart was dripping blood. He knew that all of them were finished, but he also knew that the Tang people and the remnants of Khorasan would not let the matter rest. However, before he could finish speaking this order, a cold light flashed, golden light spilling out. A sharp long sword with unimaginable speed pierced through the heavy wind and snow, instantly piercing through his chest, stabbing through his beating heart. So fast! The Arab general's eyes went round as he dropped to his knees. The last thing he saw was a war horse with snow-white hooves and a teenager of the Tang people, his cloak flapping in the wind. Gallop! As the horse's hooves landed, Wang Chong pulled back his sword, his face unperturbed, not even glancing behind him. Hear my order. Continue the pursuit. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, over 10 some li. Wang Chong's army defeated wave after wave of retreating Arab soldiers. In just a few short moments, Wang Chong's army had killed more than 100,000 Arabs, and Wang Chong's army was pitifully weak. Ahead should be the 3 titans of Black Radiance and Hewler's group. After some time, Wang Chong's army was 40 li from Khorasan. His expression was grave and stern, and his eyes were incomparably bright. In the darkness of the night, even the snowstorm could not conceal them. Tell Gao Xianji and Great General Bahram to gather all the soldiers and prepare for battle, Wang Chong suddenly said in a deep voice. Wang Chong was not the only one involved in this pursuit. Gao Xianji, Chen Qianli, Bahram, the King Gonka, Banahan, and the other rebel leaders, all of Khorasan had been mobilized. If they wanted to defeat Arabia, they had to do it tonight. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and no one wanted to miss it. Screech! As soon as Wang Chong finished speaking, sharp whistles came from all directions in the snowstorm. This was the signal they had agreed upon. This time Gao Xianji, Chen Qianli, Bahram. All of them were commanding their own armies, but all of them had to submit to Wang Chong's command. This was the precondition for this operation. Hiya! With a shout, the nearly 20,000 soldiers swept through the Arabs with an invincible momentum and unstoppable momentum. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike here. A few moments later, the battle was over, leaving behind a ground littered with corpses. The remaining soldiers, unable to tell which way to go, madly fled in every direction. 3 titans of Black Radiance. You're the only ones left. A cold light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes as he charged forward. The temperature is dropping even more. What? The Tang people, the Khorasani, and the rebel army are using the blizzard to pursue us. Around 50 to 60 li from Khorasan, 3 black war horses were riding in a monstrous line, and on their backs were the 3 titans of Black Radiance. My lords, the news has been confirmed. They've been following us this entire time, and they've already killed more than 100,000 of our soldiers, and this number is still increasing. The deputy delivering the news had his head lowered, a nervous expression on his face. Damn it, these despicable Tang people. Fader clenched his fists as the blizzard buffeted his face, his expression seething with rage. Pass on my order. Gather the army and prepare to deal with the Tang people. Yes. The messenger swiftly left to carry out the order. "General, the scouts have reported that the 3 Titans of Black Radiance have been discovered up ahead, and they're already gathering their army to deal with us." In the rear, Bahram, Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, the rebel officers, chief of Wushan, the evil emperor, and Wang Yan had all gathered around Wang Chong, all of them looking at Wang Chong as if they were following Wang Chong's lead. In their pursuit of Tensum Li, they had killed countless Arabs, and now they had finally caught up to the 3 Titans of Black Radiance and Hiller's forces. Wang Chong's judgment had been correct. In this frigid weather, the Arabs simply couldn't advance very quickly. Although the distance between Khorasan and Shandar was only 100 some li, it was an extremely long journey for the Arabs. Blizzard greatly weakens the strength of ordinary warriors, but for elite warriors, the degree of weakening is much smaller. Moreover, even if we kill so many of them, the Arabs still have more than 500,000 soldiers. With our current numbers, we will find it very difficult to defeat them. Bahram sternly said, a hint of hesitation on his face. The 3 tycoons of Black Radiance weren't ordinary characters. Although this snowstorm had caused them a lot of trouble, it was impossible to defeat them with just this. The blizzard had almost no effect on the strength of great generals. No one spoke, all of them staring at Wang Chong. The nearly 20,000 soldiers had also gathered in the rear, waiting for Wang Chong's order. Seeing the grave expressions on their faces, Wang Chong suddenly chuckled. His expression was indifferent, as if he was facing a powerful foe. Although the 3 Titans of Black Radiance are formidable, they're not invincible. Moreover, although the Arabs still have more than 500,000 soldiers, the blizzard and the darkness of the night mean that countless people have gotten lost. It's already quite impressive that the 3 Titans of Black Radiance can gather 300,000 soldiers. Moreover, these 300,000 soldiers are scattered over a region of Tensum Li, making it impossible for them to gather together. Not even the 3 Titans of Black Radiance can do anything about this. This isn't just because of the commander-in-chief, but also because of the soldiers. In addition, the morale of the Arabs is at an all-time low. This blizzard has completely destroyed them. The longer they stayed in the snowstorm, the higher their chances of dying. All the Arab soldiers are thinking about fleeing to the cities in the rear. They have no heart to continue fighting. No matter how cruel the orders of the 3 Titans of Black Radiance are, they won't be able to stop them. Wang Chong's eyes were wise and confident, always exuding the aura of having the pearl of wisdom within his grasp. It was like nothing in the world could stump him, making others feel compelled to submit to him. Thus, I estimate that the 3 Titans of Black Radiance won't be able to gather that many soldiers, no more than 100,000. Wang Chong indifferently said, in front of the power of nature, human strength was very insignificant. Moreover, this was not an ordinary snowstorm. When all the soldiers were thinking about fleeing, not even the 3 Titans of Black Radiance could do anything. Gathering 100,000 soldiers was already an incredible feat. Whoosh. Although no one said anything at Wang Chong's words, they instantly relaxed. 100,000 soldiers was still not a small number, but it wasn't impossible to deal with. Moreover, although the Tang dynasty only had 20,000 soldiers, all of them were top-class elites. Whether it was the Angolan cataphracts or the Wushan cavalry, they were all top-class existences. 20,000 against 100,000 was still a very high chance of victory. Chong'er, what do we do now? The mellow voice of Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, came from behind him. This battle was extremely important. Although Wang Yan had lost his mighty miracle god clone, he still possessed considerable strength. In this battle, besides the ordinary soldiers, the Tang dynasty had also sent out all its elites. Wait, Wang Chong confidently declared as he looked forward. The 3 Titans of Black Radiance stood at their head, Hüller at their side, and the other governors and generals to their left and right. Behind them was a vast and somber army. Everyone was waiting patiently. However, an hour passed and nothing happened. What's going on? Have the Tang people still not arrived? One of the Arab governors behind the 3 Titans of Black Radiance broke the silence. These words caused everyone to grimace, and even Fadi couldn't help but frown. Hiller's eyes widened as he sensed that something bad was about to happen. Something's not right. Based on the information from our scouts, the Tang people should have already arrived and begun their attack. There's no reason for there to be no movement, unless... A thought flitted through Hiller's mind. He did not continue, but his face paled. Unless they're intentionally using delaying tactics. A voice came from the side. Philas, one of the 3 heavyweights, had a gloomy expression as he finished what Hiller had left unsaid. All was deathly still. The 3 Titans, Hiller, and the other Arab governors and generals all grimaced. The Tang people of the Eastern world were using an open strategy. As long as they did not leave, the 3 Titans and Hiller would not be able to safely head to Shandar and sell their backs to the Tang people. And as the blizzard intensified and the temperature dropped, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be locked in a stalemate in this blizzard, and the situation would only worsen. It was clear that the Tang people were using this method to delay them and prevent them from moving. Damn it, this bastard! The Arab governors clenched their teeth, their fists about to shatter. If this continued, they would forever be in a passive position. No, we can't just passively wait like this. Since they won't come, we'll go. Hiller, pass on my order. Move out the army and attack. Fadi's eyes flashed with cold light as he quickly made his decision. Rather than passively waiting, it was better to attack. The blizzard was intensifying, and this was the only way for the Arabs to escape their current predicament. Chapter 1204. Get ready. As the Arabs moved out, Wang Chong looked forward and smiled. The Arabs have split into 3 groups and are already attacking. Lord Gao, great General Bahram, let's get ready to move out. Bang! With Wang Chong's order, the army of 20,000 moved out, vanishing into the blizzard like ghosts. But this time, Wang Chong's forces had not vanished in the direction of the main force of the 3 Titans of Black Radiance, but to the northwest. Amidst the wind and snow, the sound of horse hooves could be heard, and an austere aura permeated the air. Rumble. After some time, 3 pitch-black Arabian war horses charged out of the snowstorm, seething with killing intent. They were followed by tens of thousands of war horses that surged forward like a tsunami, appearing where Wang Chong's party had just been. What's going on? Where are the Tang people? The 3 Titans of Black Radiance were struck dumb by the sight of the empty, snowy ground. Those damn bastards! They actually ran. A bearded Arab governor angrily said through clenched teeth. It was obvious that the Tang people knew that they were coming and had fled like rats. They simply didn't dare to directly confront the Arabs. Clang! At this moment, the faint sounds of fighting came from the blizzard, accompanied by the clattering of metal. Judging from the sound, it was still very far away. This sudden noise immediately attracted everyone's attention. Not good. It's the left flank. Let's go. In a split second, Fadi suddenly thought of something. With a loud shout, he immediately turned his horse around and charged towards the left flank without hesitation. Behind him, the rest of the army was also panicking as they followed Fadi. Even Hiller was somewhat panicked by Fadi's words. For this attack, the army had divided into 3 groups: left, center, and right. The left and right flanks would take a detour first, while the center would follow. The Arab strategy was very simple. They would first use the center army to draw the attention of the Tang people, and then when the Tang people were engaged in fierce battle, the left and right flanks would flank them and completely rouse the Tang people. But at this moment, Hiller suddenly realized that other than his central army, the other 2 armies had disappeared without a trace. The sounds of fighting just now had come from behind him. I hope that nothing has happened to the right flank. Hiller's mind was filled with unease, and for the first time he felt extremely uneasy. Rumble. A few moments later, The three titans of black radiance, Hüller, and the others finally found the left flank army several li away. The ground was covered in a thick layer of frost and snow, and not even the blizzard could bury these traces of battle in a short time. There was no such thing as the left flank. The ground was strewn with countless Arab corpses. War horses were lying on their sides, their mouths and noses exhaling white gas, but they were quickly frozen into ice, and then their bodies became stiff and motionless. In the midst of these countless corpses, Fadi and the others found the corpse of the governor of Fire, Absa. His body was covered in sword and saber marks, and his blood energy had been sucked dry. His face was facing down as he lay motionless on the ground. Not far from him, a black Arab banner had been thrust into the ground, fiercely flapping in the blizzard, cracking and shattering. This Arab war banner had already been frozen in blood. "We've been tricked." Firas and the others were spitting fire in their eyes, their fists clenched so tightly that they felt like they were about to shatter. But how did they find out about us splitting into 3 groups? One of the governors asked. No one could answer this question. The Arabs' decision to split into 3 groups had been an impromptu decision, but the Tang people had apparently known about it. Not only had they avoided the main force of Fadi's forces, they had even succeeded in attacking the Arab flank. The battle had proceeded very quickly, and the Tang side had the overwhelming advantage. The governor of Fire, Absa, had been killed at the very start of the battle, and the rest of the Tang forces had been no match for him. These bastards! Fadi was filled with hatred. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw a figure brushing past him and rushing forward. "Hüller, where are you going?" Fadi recognized the man's back with a single glance and raised his head abruptly. "Right flank." In the distance, Hüller threw down these 2 words and immediately vanished into the snowstorm. Behind him, Fadi and Firas shuddered when they heard these words. As if they understood something, their expressions changed, and they followed Hüller and charged forward. Around 5 minutes later, the group arrived at the second battlefield. From the moment they had sensed danger, they had done all they could, but they had still been too late. The battle was over, leaving behind only ruins and corpses. "We're too late. They've already left." Hüller knelt on the ground, bent down, and picked up a piece of bloody ice. The blood on the ice had not completely frozen, so it was clear that they had not been gone for long. "My lord, can you distinguish their auras?" An Arab governor walked over, his fists clenched, his face seething with rage. "It's very difficult. They've already mixed in with our army. In this area of 20 to 30 li, we have hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It's impossible to distinguish between 20,000 soldiers." Fadi hatefully said. There was something else that Fadi had not said. The blizzard was not as simple as the weather. It was accompanied by violent tides of energy and the rapid drop in temperature. Even the senses of great generals, like the 3 titans of black radiance, were greatly affected. In the face of the might of nature, the abilities of humans were far too insignificant, not even great generals. Then can we find the enemy commander? Only great generals can kill great generals. If we can't find the ordinary soldiers, we can only lock onto the enemy commander? Another general said, 2 massacres in a row had aroused everyone's anger. Yes, massacres. The cavalry on the left and right flanks would not even be able to last until the main army arrived. Impossible. This time, before Fadi could speak, Hüller took the initiative to answer. His eyes were filled with pain, a thick killing intent surging out of him like a tide. "These damn bastards have completely concealed their auras. We can't sense their existence at all. The connection between great generals has no effect on them." "What?" Hearing this, everyone revealed a shocked expression. "But, my lord, at the great general level, all techniques that can conceal their auras are top-class techniques. The enemy has killed more than one of our great generals. So quickly. Could it be that all of their great generals are so skilled that they can all conceal their auras?" Another general said, This person was wearing the armor of a high-ranking general and standing behind an Arab governor. He seemed to be very close to the governor and was clearly his adjutant. As an adjutant of a governor, he could receive a great deal of information. Great general-level experts would develop an innate sense of connection with other experts of the same level. Concealing one's information from another was no simple task. At the very least, he knew that very few of the governors who had come to Khorasan had been able to do this. "Let me answer all of you." The wind and snow howled, and the sound of hooves could be heard through the wind and snow. Imran, the blade of obsidian, rode a black war horse that was brimming with explosive power and bulging muscles. He slowly approached from the back. He stared ahead with a grave expression on his face. Because the enemy has an extremely powerful expert among their top-class martial artists who can control the weather and the flow of origin energy to confuse and obscure our senses. The enemy has come prepared for this battle, and the situation is extremely disadvantageous to us. Right now, the connection between great generals is not as good as our eyes and ears. At the very least, if we hear the sounds of fighting, we can immediately rush over. Imran's words caused the three titans of Black Radiance and Hewler to fall silent, their hearts extremely heavy. This battle had been far more difficult than they had imagined. Although they still had more than 500,000 soldiers, they had been completely scattered in the blizzard, unable to use their advantage in numbers. On the other hand, for some reason, the Tang people were always able to keep track of them. From a certain perspective, they had already lost this battle. Several li away, tens of thousands of Arab cavalry were scattered across a vast expanse of snow, knee-deep in the snow as they trudged westward. The world was silent. Kail! Kail! Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar shattered the tranquility of the army. Before these people could react, a group of cavalry, their bodies covered in snow, shot out of the north like a sharp arrow toward the retreating army. Chong, cold light flashed, and ripples spread out in the air. In an instant, heads flew high into the air in response. Following closely behind, the second and third squads of cavalry charged out from the snowstorm, each of them emitting a strong killing intent. "It's the Khorasani! Enemy attack! Let's go!" An Arab horseman quickly recognized one of the enemy soldiers. The Arabs had ruled Khorasan for so long that they were extremely familiar with the appearance of the Khorasani. They could recognize them at a glance from their physique and demeanor. The soldiers shout immediately threw the entire army into chaos, and they began to madly flee in every direction. But after being frozen in the snow for more than 2 hours, both their physical strength and martial arts had been severely depleted. There was no way they could flee in such a hurry. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, one Arab horseman after another began to fall. Some of the Arab horsemen, their eyes brimming with despair, madly charged forward to take down the Tang people and the Khorasani with them. But their scimitars were easily dodged. Then, in a flash of cold light, they fell from their horses. Chapter 1205. The battle quickly unfolded, with Arabs, Tang people, Khorasani, and rebel soldiers fighting everywhere. In the rear of this army, a young and slender figure slowly rode out, his cape flapping in the wind. Wang Chang's eyes were like lightning as he slowly scanned his surroundings. His eyes were unperturbed by the screams coming from the blizzard. This battle was going exactly as he had predicted. As time went on, the Arabs were in a worse state. There was no need for him to personally participate in a battle of this level. Get ready. The three titans of Black Radiance and Hewler are right behind us. They'll arrive in another 5 minutes. Finish this battle as quickly as possible, Wang Chong calmly said. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it rang out clearly in everyone's ears. "My lord, are the Arabs coming back so quickly?" Shi Yuanqing looked at Wang Chong with admiration. For some reason, Wang Chong was always able to accurately predict the arrival of the Arabs, making it impossible for them to track him. The blizzard seemed to have no effect on him at all. Shi Yuanqing himself had tried this himself, but in this sort of blizzard his perception could not exceed 100 jong. There's nothing we can do about it. Every time we fight, we make a lot of noise. The clashing of swords and the explosions of energy will always be able to penetrate through. The 3 titans of black radiance heard these sounds and rushed over. Wang Chong calmly said, "There was always a loss for every gain," and even Wang Chong found it very difficult to take care of everything. But even if the 3 titans of black radiance and Hewler heard the sounds and rushed over, it was already too late. All of their tracks were within Wang Chong's perception. King of Gonka, Li Sai, Chui Piaoqi, Kong Xian, all of you go as well. Finish this battle as quickly as possible. Yes, a voice came from behind him as the King Gonka, Li Sai, and the others galloped forward, brushing past Wang Chong and charging toward the Arab cavalry. With the addition of the King Gonka and the others, the battle sped up considerably. Only Wang Chong remained seated on the white-hoofed shadow, his eyes closed and motionless. Buzz! With a thought, Wang Chong quickly communicated with the stone of destiny in his mind. A moment later, in a flash of light, a miniature continent appeared in front of Wang Chong's eyes. If one looked carefully, one would see that it was a miniature version of the battlefield between Khorasan and Shandar. On the projection of this piece of land, everything, big or small, was clearly displayed. Even this snowstorm was on full display above this continent. Wang Chong could even see the swirling vortexes up above. But Wang Chong's gaze only paused for a few moments before turning elsewhere. Buzz! With a flash of light, the shrunken continent quickly enlarged, and many small dots appeared on the surface of the continent. Behind Wang Chong's group, a large group of black dots was rapidly moving toward Wang Chong's group. Heart, physique, aura, technique, power, these were the 5 rewards of the Stone of Destiny. As for power, it was the last reward of the Stone of Destiny. Only now did it reveal its true power. This snowstorm was accompanied by an intense tide of energy that could even confuse the senses of great generals. But Wang Chong was able to use the power of power and the projection of this continent to grasp the movements of the Arabs in the palm of his hand. Wang Chong could see the composition of the soldiers, where they were distributed, where they were advancing, and when they were about to arrive, and he could even quickly calculate them. With nearly 20,000 elite soldiers and the projection of the continent, Wang Chong was like a tiger that had grown wings in this blizzard, allowing him to sweep through everything in his path. Wang Chong, are we going to pursue the other Arab cavalry now? The thundering of hooves could be heard in the middle of the snowstorm. Wang Chong came back to his senses and raised his head to see that Gao Xianji was riding a snow-white warhorse. Beside him, Bahram walked side by side. The battle had ended much faster than Wang Chong had imagined. In just a few moments, not a single Arab horseman was left standing on the battlefield. Only a few wounded horsemen in the distance were madly fleeing. But from their staggering figures, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to last much longer. There's no need. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he rejected Gao Xianji's proposal. They had already ambushed 20 to 30 groups of Arab cavalry, and there weren't many Arab cavalry left in this area. The remaining soldiers were scattered over a large area. Some of them even lost their way and running toward the sea, and there were quite a few of them. 20,000 cavalry killing these scattered soldiers was a waste of time and energy, and it was not a wise decision. This meant that the greatest enemies left in this area were the 3 titans of black radiance and the soldiers led by Hewler. Let's go. We'll retreat first and wait for them to arrive. With Wang Chong's order, everyone obeyed. After a few moments of cleaning up the battlefield, they once more set off to the north, vanishing into the blizzard. Not long after Wang Chong's forces had vanished, war horses galloped out of Khorasan. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning, tens of thousands of war horses charged through the snowstorm and onto the battlefield. The 3 titans of black radiance and Hewler had heard the commotion and led their armies over. Along the way, Whenever they encountered any stray Arab cavalry, Fadi, Firas, and the others would absorb them. Along the way, the number of soldiers around them didn't decrease. Instead, it snowballed, and in the end it skyrocketed to over 200,000. The three titans of Black Radiance and Hewler had used this method to gather their soldiers, so that Wang Chong could defeat them one by one. The sight of the scattered corpses made Fadi's eyes bulge out of their sockets, and he raised his head to the sky and bellowed, "You damned cowards! One day I'll tear all of you to pieces." Fadi had rushed all the way here in a hurry. Yet this was the result he saw. He was on the verge of despair. "My lord, calm your anger for now. The blood on the ground is still wet, so they shouldn't have gotten far." An Arab general examined the blood on the ground and quickly raised his head. The footprints on the ground point to the west. They must have gone to pursue other soldiers. No matter what, we can't let them succeed. Another general said the battle had not been over for long, and the footprints on the ground clearly indicated the direction in which the Tang people and Khorasani had been moving. Everyone's painstaking effort to chase after him had finally paid off. "Let's go." The leader of the Dark Radiance, Fadi, let out a low roar. He looked towards the west, and the light of a ferocious beast flashed in his eyes. Rumble. The war horse neighed as Fadi and his horse flew out, quickly rushing towards the west. Behind him, all of the troops set off once again, surging forward like a tidal wave. Hundreds of war horses galloped past, and when half of the army followed the three titans of Black Radiance across the battlefield, nay, the fierce neigh of a horse came from the blizzard to the north, and before the Arabs could react, a storm of energy shot through the air like a lightning bolt toward the battlefield. Almost at the same time, the previously deathly silent northern region suddenly erupted with activity. Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Even the raging and howling blizzard could not cover them up. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses charged out from the blizzard in the north. Not good. In the distance, the three titans of Black Radiance, who had already charged very far away, heard these cries and trembled, their faces paling. "Run! We've been ambushed!" Their faces turned ghastly pale, and with no time to think, they turned their horses around and galloped back to the battlefield. Fadi's group had moved very quickly, but they were still too slow. Wang Chong had been watching this army of 200,000 this entire time, and the 20,000 soldiers that had been lying in wait in the blizzard for this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Before Fadi could reach the battlefield, he could already hear the neighing of countless war horses, swords, and battle cries. A few moments later, there was a massive boom as the 200,000 Arab soldiers were cleaved into by Wang Chong's army. Cutting formation. Solar charge. Furious roars resounded through the blizzard as the Wushan cavalry and the Iswaran cataphracts continued to use their techniques to divide and charge, further dividing the already panicked Arab army and throwing it into even greater chaos. Boom, boom, boom. Once, twice, thrice. The Wushan cavalry and the Iswaran cataphracts used their own methods to charge and break down the Arab army on both sides. And this disorderly army became an invisible barrier, blocking the three titans of Black Radiance on the west and the other armies on the east. Bastard. The Arab generals, including the three titans of Black Radiance, were all enraged by this sight. In just a few moments, Wang Chong had thrown the entire battlefield into chaos. From the perspective of the Arabs, all they could see was the disorderly Arab army in the middle of a blizzard. Only the neighing of horses could be heard, and it was impossible to tell where the Tang people were. Force your way through. Separate the soldiers in the center. Fadi's eyes went red as he finally gave the order. The enemy had come prepared and had dealt a fatal blow. If they could not be decisive and harden their resolve, the entire army would be wiped out. Nay. Chapter 1206. Get ready. The plan is a success. The three titans of black radiance have appeared. Everyone, prepare for battle. Almost at the same time, Wang Chong reined in his horse and listened to the sounds coming from the west. His lips curled into a smile. Each of the three titans of black radiance was powerful, on par with Abu Muslim, but in terms of military affairs, the three titans were far inferior to Wang Chong. Buzz! Wang Chong suddenly raised an arm in the middle of the snowstorm. In an instant, with Wang Chong as the center, all the troops scattered in all directions. An invisible killing intent filled the air. Kill! The neigh of a horse tore through the air, and a few moments later, the chaotic western battlefield was torn asunder by a powerful energy. The three titans of black radiance and Hewler led their cavalry through the snowstorm and into battle. Kill them! Fadi's eyes were blood-red as he immediately saw Wang Chong riding the white-hoofed shadow in the center of the battlefield. Everyone was instantly roused. After such a long time and being led by the nose by the Tang dynasty in the wind and snow for so long, they finally found the young commander of the Tang dynasty, the culprit behind everything. Rumble. The earth fell silent as the tens of thousands of Arab soldiers transformed into a massive awl that pierced through the chaotic ranks of the Arab army to slash at Wang Chong. Wang Chong reined in his horse, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at Hewler and the three titans of black radiance charging at him. He took the bait. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. To capture the followers, first capture the leader. In the end, the three titans of black radiance still fell into his encirclement. Clang! A sword cry drowned out the wind and snow, resounding throughout the entire battlefield. As countless people watched, Wang Chong stood proudly and unsheathed the golden sword he had exchanged with Bahram, its sharp tip pointing to the sky. Not good. Although he didn't see anything, when he saw Wang Chong's confident expression and how he completely ignored the tens of thousands of soldiers, Fadi's heart trembled violently. He suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. But before he could think deeply, Fadi heard a deafening battle cry in the next moment. From all directions, countless warhorses suddenly galloped over from the snowstorm. Their surging killing intent swept over like a tide. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Be careful! Enemy attack! The three heads of Black Radiance's expressions changed drastically when they saw the army suddenly charging in from all directions. Each of them looked extremely unsightly. I've been tricked. That was the only thought in the trio's mind. None of them had expected that these Tang people would be able to set up a trap within a trap when the two armies were facing off against each other and fighting each other on the battlefield. They had set up an ambush circle to wait for them. Their actions were all within the opponent's expectations. To catch bandits, first catch their leader. Kill that young commander of the Tang dynasty. Fadi's eyes chilled as he quickly made up his mind. Only by killing this most troublesome and thorny commander of the Tang people, the one who had caused all this, could they successfully resolve the situation. Hiya! Urging his horse's abdomen, Fadi took the lead and charged in Wang Chong's direction. At almost the same time, Faraz, Imran, Hewler, and the others shot toward Wang Chong. Ha ha ha! Arabs, your opponent is here! Suddenly there was a burst of laughter. Amidst the clattering of horse hooves, a man and horse became one. Like a god, he passed through the blizzard and flew over from a height of 20 to 30 meters above the ground. Gao Xianji's hair flew in the wind, and his stellar energy surged. Still in the air, he threw his spear at Fadi, and behind the spear were 8 massive pillars brimming with destructive energy. Fire god power! At almost the same time, Sassanid great General Bahram charged at Faraz. Behind him, a crimson golden flame flew up along with the long sword, turning into a huge golden flame that floated in the air above Bahram. The destructive power contained in the fireball was boundless, enough to intimidate any expert and make them tremble in fear. The fire god was one of the gods worshipped by the Sassanids, and in Sassanid legends he was called the Sun God. As the great general of the Sassanid dynasty, Bahram had inherited the strongest Sassanid technique bestowed upon him by the imperial household. Soon after, the origin energy in the sky began to violently ripple. Under the influence of some invisible energy, the snowstorm began to gather, contract, and collapse. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a mountainous palm of ice that slammed toward the other Arab governors. The evil emperor and chief of Wushang also descended from the sky and began to attack the other Arab governors. Kyle, Cheng Qianli, Wang Yan, Banahan, the king of Gonka, and the other rebel leaders began to attack Fadi's group from all sides. This storm of attacks left all the Arab governors and generals dumbfounded, their faces ashen. There was no doubt that this was a trap specifically designed for them. Fight it out with them. Don't retreat. Careful. There was no time to think. In their panic, they hurriedly began to fight with Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. Boom, boom, boom. The snowstorm clashed with the fierce energy of the attacks, causing the air to tremble and explode. Although the three titans of Black Radiance, Hüller, and the other Arab governors were doing their best, they were no match for this sudden assault. Plush! The evil emperor pointed a finger, and thousands of beams of energy fused into one, transforming into a dazzling beam of sword chi that pierced through an Arab governor. The Arab governor was wearing a thick suit of armor that glowed with light. It was obvious at a glance that this was no ordinary armor, but it was useless against the demonic Emperor Old Man. He couldn't even block the blow before the demonic Emperor Old Man's sword pierced through his vitals. I really can't believe that I would die at the hands of these infidels. Just who are these people? The Arab governor's eyes were wide open, his face brimming with unwillingness, and then he dropped to the ground. The myriad spirit sea art could find the weak points of an opponent, and the evil emperor's sword had not only struck his vitals, it had also severed his life. With the fall of this Arab governor, the balance of the battlefield was broken. The chief of Wushang thrust out his white cane, shattering the stellar energy of the Arab governor and even piercing through his armor and heart. Both the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor were extremely powerful, and ordinary Arab governors were no match for them. Bang, bang, bang. More and more people fell. But this was not the end of the Arabs' predicament. At almost the same time, swords and sabers flashed and battle cries rang out, so loud that not even the howling of the snowstorm could drown them out. While all the great generals were engaged in fierce battle, the soldiers brought by the three titans of Black Radiance were also facing an unimaginable storm of attacks. The Iswaran cataphracts and the Wushang cavalry had worked together to completely scatter the Arabs in the first round, killing countless Arab cavalry in a single clash. Kill them. Team 7, intercept the left flank. Team 8, cut through the left and right. We can't let them regroup. Su Han's Han rode a large blue horse and commanded from the rear. His expression was calm and his eyes were bright. His every movement exuded an intimidating aura. While Wang Chong was participating in the fierce battle on the front lines, he had left the command of the rear completely to Su Han's Han. The edge of a treasured sword had been sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms had come from the bitter cold. Su Han's Han had been honed through battle after battle, once more displaying his lofty potential as a future great general. From Talas to Khorasan, Su Han's Han had experienced countless battles, both large and small. Su Han's Han had displayed his formidable ability to learn, and now Wang Chong could leave many of the on-the-spot commands to him. And in this aspect, Su Han's Han had never disappointed. Bang, bang, bang. In the face of the combined encirclement of the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, and rebel armies, the Arab army crumbled. Amidst the collisions, the Arab casualties soared at an astonishing rate. 7,000, 9,000, 13,000, 16,000. In just a few seconds, the three titans of Black Radiance had lost more than 20,000 soldiers, and they were still losing more at an even faster rate. The battlefield was a vast expanse of Arab corpses. The stench of blood was rapidly spreading through the blizzard, only getting thicker and thicker. Fadi and the others felt their hearts drip blood as they watched their subordinates being cut down like weeds. The Tang's organizational strength and offensive power were far above that of the exhausted, panicked Arabs. While Fadi and the others were struggling through the snow with the Arabs, the Tang people were like fish in water. The intense snowstorm and extreme cold did not cause them any trouble. Instead, it became their best assistance. Retreat! Retreat! Fadi's eyes were brimming with rage, unwillingness, and despair as he stared at the mountains of corpses piling up. The army was suffering losses far faster than he had imagined. If he did not retreat now, the soldiers he had brought with him would be wiped out by the Tang people. Boom! Fadi suddenly turned his horse around and was the first to leap out, fleeing into the distance. Soon after, the rest of the Arab cavalry began to follow their commander into the distance. At this moment, the Arabs finally gave up on the idea of defeating the great Tang in the blizzard and began to scatter like birds and beasts. After them, Chapter 1207. Hong Long Long, the army swept forward, following closely behind Fadi and the others, chasing and killing them. This time, no one was able to stop them. Countless people fell to the hooves of the great Tang as they pursued them north and south. In just a little more than an hour, Wang Chang's 20,000 soldiers had killed 80 to 90,000 Arab soldiers, leaving Arab corpses strewn across the ground. Bang! As the army was pursuing, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the rear of the army. This sound was almost inaudible in the blizzard, but in the ears of an imperial great general like Wang Chong, it was like a peal of thunder. Stop! Wang Chong fiercely raised an arm, and the entire army came to a halt. In a flash, Wang Chong turned his horse around and galloped to the rear of the army. Wang Chong, what's wrong? When Wang Chong stopped at the rear of the army, he heard the galloping of hooves as Go Xianji, Bahram, and the others arrived from the rear. How is it? Wang Chong did not answer, instead turning to the fallen cavalrymen at the rear of the Tang dynasty army. My lord, I'm fine. I can still fight. The Tang dynasty soldier was covered in wounds, but with the help of several cavalrymen he managed to stand up. In this pursuit through the snow, the allied army had killed countless Arabs. After all, the Arabs were no ordinary foes. Even though the extreme cold had greatly weakened them, their tenacity and ferocity had been engraved into their bones. Although the Tang dynasty had won, it had paid no small price, and many soldiers had been injured in the pursuit. Wang Chong gazed at the soldier's frozen wound and then up at the snowstorm. The weather was getting colder and colder, and the flames on the sides of the horses were getting weaker and weaker. The metal cages were on the verge of being extinguished, and his eyes flashed. Pass on my order. Prepare to retreat. Everyone immediately returned to Khorasan. Wang Chong suddenly opened his mouth, and his words stunned everyone. But Wang Chong, we have the upper hand. Are we going to give up so easily? Gao Xinji asked. For 600,000 to 700,000 Arab soldiers to be routed by a sudden and unprecedented blizzard, coupled with the fact that they had been pursued through the blizzard. This was an unprecedented achievement. As the commander-in-chief of the army, it would be a pity to miss such a good opportunity. I can't hold on any longer. Wang Chong shook his head. This extreme cold is the same for both sides. The Arabs have been greatly weakened, but so have our soldiers. If this continues, we might not even be able to return to Khorasan. Moreover, the Arabs have just garrisoned a new army in Shandar. If we pursue them, we might not be able to gain the upper hand. But, my lord, letting go of such a good opportunity is truly a pity. When they come back next year, won't there be another major battle? Bahram urged his horse forward, an unwilling look on his face. The Sassanids were far too thirsty for victory, and this unprecedented victory was exactly what the Sassanids needed. Ha! Who says that they'll be able to gather another army next year and come back? Wang Chong grinned. a hint of pride on his face. Although he had ordered the army to retreat, this did not mean that the Arabs were being let off. From the start of this battle until now, we've killed at least 250 to 60,000 soldiers. Although we haven't continued the pursuit, we've scattered the main force of the Arab army. At least 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers are lost in the wind and snow. In this world of ice and snow, there's simply no place for them to hide. For the 3 Titans of Black Radiance to be able to return with more than 200,000 survivors is already quite impressive. At Wang Chang's words, Gao Xianji Baram, Cheng Qianli Xiyuanqing, and the rebel officers were all dumbfounded. The Arabs had brought at least 700,000 to 800,000 soldiers this time. Could this blizzard and the pursuit have actually caused them to lose more than 500,000 soldiers? This number was absolutely unimaginable to the crowd. No one knew how Wang Chong had obtained this number, much less why he was so certain. But no one doubted Wang Chong's judgment. So many battles had proven his accuracy countless times, and even this blizzard had probably been within his calculations. If that's the case, Bahram has no objections. Bahram quickly replied after a few moments of hesitation. For the Arabs to lose 500,000 soldiers in a single battle was even better than Bahram had hoped for. Rumble. After one last glance in the direction of Shandar, Wang Chong and the others quickly reached an agreement. The 20,000 soldiers mounted their horses and galloped toward Khorasan. Rumble. Several hours later, Wang Chong led his 20,000-some soldiers into Khorasan. Behind him, the 2 massive gates of Khorasan slammed shut. With this, the battle had come to an end. At almost the same time, Shandar rumbled open and several powerful Arab governors stood at the gate, solemn expressions on their faces as they welcomed the 3 Titans of Black Radiance who had arduously trudged over. Congratulations to User for completing the mission, Arabia's counterattack, for defeating the 800,000 Arab soldiers and winning the battle for Khorasan. 40,000 points of destiny energy has been rewarded. Congratulations to User for completing the Battle of Talas. Calculating the mission reward. Congratulations to User for winning the Clash of Destiny. 4,000 points of destiny energy have been awarded. Congratulations to User for completing the second phase of the mission at Talas. 20,000 points of destiny energy have been rewarded. Congratulations to User for killing 360,000 Arab soldiers in the second phase of the mission at Talas. 70,000 points of destiny energy have been rewarded. Congratulations to User for obtaining the ultimate trust of the Khorasani. 2,000 points of destiny energy have been rewarded. As Wang Chong led his army through the gate and returned to his room, it was like some invisible sluice gate had been opened. A moment later, the Stone of Destiny's voice began to pour into his mind like a waterfall. Because the danger of the Battle of Talas had not been completely over, there were still many missions that had not been completed. But now, with the retreat of the 3 Titans of Black Radiance, the Arabs had lost the ability to attack the Tang Dynasty and Khorasan for a very long time. The Stone of Destiny was finally beginning its final calculation. Wang Chang's foot paused at the threshold. This was truly an unexpected development. From his reincarnation until now, this could be said to be the longest the Stone of Destiny had been calculating. As the countless voices washed over him, the Stone of Destiny seemed to be busy calculating. Finally, Wang Chong heard the Stone of Destiny's final calculation. Congratulations to User. After deducting the various mission penalties and costs, User has obtained 122,110 points of destiny energy, for a total of 131,450 points of destiny energy. The sight of these 6-digit golden words left Wang Chong dumbfounded. This mission had taken a very long time, and the Stone of Destiny's reward was definitely not small. But Wang Chong had not expected it to be so much. But just when Wang Chong believed that everything was over, the Stone of Destiny spoke once more. Congratulations to User for completing the Trial of Destiny mission ahead of time. User has been promoted from Controller of Destiny to Ruler of Destiny. Ruler of Destiny? Wang Chang's face was covered in shock at these words. He had never expected that his victory in this battle would also result in a promotion. Ruler of Destiny? Just what is this? What is the meaning of these destiny titles? Wang Chong stood in the doorway in a daze, his mind in turmoil. But a moment later, Wang Chong heard another voice. Congratulations to User for obtaining the title Ruler of Destiny. You have obtained an additional 10,000 points of destiny energy, and you have unlocked the hidden function, Riddle of Destiny. The Riddle of Destiny is the root of everything. User can use a large amount of destiny energy to obtain this information, or to obtain other information. Notice, this function requires conditions to be activated. After saying this, the Stone of Destiny's voice faded away. As for Wang Chong, he was completely stupefied by the information that had appeared in his mind. Heart, body, energy, technique, and power. These were the Stone of Destiny's 5 rewards. Wang Chong had long ago learned this by heart, but Wang Chong had never imagined that besides these 5 rewards, the Stone of Destiny was actually hiding other secrets. At the very least, the function of the Riddle of Destiny had never appeared before, much less been mentioned. With a thought, Wang Chong quickly communicated with the Stone of Destiny in his mind. Above the 5 rewards of heart, body, energy, technique, and power, a line of golden words appeared, Riddle of Destiny. These 4 words were simple, but they gave off a mysterious light, and the light of these words far surpassed that of heart, body, energy, technique, and power. Wang Chong sent out a strand of his mind, touching the golden words, hoping to obtain the secrets of the Riddle of Destiny. But unlike heart, body, energy, technique, and power, Wang Chong did not obtain any information this time. The only thing in his mind was the cold voice of the Stone of Destiny. Notice, User has not met the conditions and cannot activate the Riddle of Destiny. Hearing the Stone of Destiny's voice in his mind, Wang Chong fell into deep thought, not saying anything for a long time. No matter what, I should at least be slowly approaching the truth of that calamity. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, but he quickly came back to his senses. He stepped into his room and slammed the door shut. Chapter 1208. Impossible. This can't be. In the distant city of Baghdad, the Caliph of Arabia gripped the snow-white letter from Chandar, his face pale and his body trembling. An army of 700,000 to 800,000, 10 some governors, countless generals, and the 3 titans of Black Radiance and Healer presiding over it. This was a massive campaign of unprecedented proportions. The Caliph had been hoping for a clean and swift counterattack that would sweep away all the Tang people and Khorasani, but a blizzard had shattered his dreams. Nearly 600,000 soldiers had been buried in the snow, sleeping eternally in the vast region between Khorasan and Chandar, turning that region into a snowy hell. This crushing defeat was like a steel needle stabbing deep into the Caliph's heart. From the moment the idea of conquering the East had been born, the Arabian Empire had lost more than 1 million soldiers, 3 powerful governors, and an important official like the governor of war, Qutayba. In the face of this defeat, even the Caliph couldn't help but pale and find it hard to breathe. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. We still have so many soldiers. We can't lose to the Tang people of the East. The Caliph's body trembled more and more violently, his expression growing more and more agitated. Finally, his eyes turned red as he roared out these final words. Kacha! With a crisp sound, Khalifa clenched his fist, and the armrest made of Zhang steel in his hand was immediately crushed into pieces. Your Majesty, come your anger. Everyone in the hall hurriedly prostrated in fear and trepidation. Wallah! Just when the Caliph was at his most enraged, an Arab messenger with an Arabian hunting falcon perched on his palm, hurried into the room. Reporting. Upon seeing the Caliph, the messenger immediately lowered his head and kneeled on the ground. We just received news from the Tang people. The Tang people are accusing us of breaking the agreement and initiating an attack. They demand compensation of 2 billion taels of gold, or else they will attack Arabia in retaliation. Moreover, they will gather up all the soldiers who died last night and hang them on the walls of Khorasan as a public display. Buzz. All the governors and generals in the hall, including the guards, were startled and raised their heads. The face of the Caliph, who was seated above the great hall, turned ashen. Bastard! Finally, the Caliph could no longer hold back his roar and shouted, "The Caliph! Wang Chong, we will definitely tear you to pieces." In this foreign land of Arabia, the Abbasid Caliphate was publicly acknowledged as the most powerful sovereign in all of history. For the first time, the proud and conceited Mutasim III called out the names of the Tang people. "Marquis, do you really think that the Arabs will agree to our demands and compensate us with 2 billion taels of gold?" While the Caliph was on the verge of vomiting blood from Wang Chong's letter, Xue Qianjun was cautiously following behind Wang Chong in Khorasan. When Wang Chong had written 2 billion taels of gold on the letter, Xue Qianjun had felt like his heart was trembling. In this world, 10 million taels of gold was an astronomical sum. The Bureau of Revenue would have to discuss the matter again and again every year, and it would take a very long time before it would be approved. As for Wang Chong, he had asked for 1 billion taels of gold in the first round of negotiations, and now he was asking for 2 billion taels of gold. Xue Qianjun felt like his brain wasn't working properly. Haha, of course not. Wang Chong continued to flip through the book in his hand, not even turning his head. Ah. Xue Qianjun froze, his steps coming to a halt. Mutasim III is currently in a fit of anger. It would be strange if he agreed to our demands. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he continued to read. This was an ancient book of the Sassanid dynasty. While Wen Shuyang and his disciples were avoiding the blizzard, they had spent a single night translating it into the language of the Tang dynasty, so Wang Chong was able to read it very smoothly. "Then, my lord, you are..." Xue Qianjun was confused. If he knew that Wang Chong wouldn't agree, why would Marquis still write this letter asking for 2 billion taels of gold? Haha! There's almost no one in this world richer than the Arabian imperial household. It's very normal for Caliph to be unwilling to pay in his fit of anger, but in the end we will make him pay. Wang Chong smiled as he finally raised his head from the book. The Tang dynasty was wealthy, but this was the wealth of the entire empire. The wealth was concentrated in the hands of the common people, with the imperial household occupying only a portion of it. Thus, even though the Tang dynasty was wealthy, the Bureau of Revenue still had to fret over how much money the Bureau of Military Personnel would allocate to it. But Arabia was different. The Caliph of Arabia controlled the entire empire, and his words were final. Here, there was no concept of the world serving the public. Moreover, the wealth of Arabia was not reflected in the wealth of the entire country, but in the nobility and the Caliph. Moreover, the wealth accumulated over hundreds of years in the countries bordering Arabia had all been plundered by the armies of the Arabian Empire and offered to the Caliph. One could easily imagine the wealth of the Caliph. It would be strange if Wang Chong wasn't tempted by such a wealthy Caliph. Wang Chong's future plans required the support of enormous wealth, and the Caliph was the best financial backer. Xue Qianjun looked at Wang Chong, half understanding. Thump thump. As Wang Chong and Xue Qianjun were conversing, a knock came from the door. "Come in." Wang Chong immediately waved his hand. The door opened, and a soldier of the Anxi Protectorate Army quickly walked in. "Lord Protector General, my lord has sent me to invite you to the conference hall." Outside the city, while Wang Chong was going to meet with Gao Xinji in the conference hall at Khorasan, another secret conference was taking place elsewhere. But contrary to what many people imagined, there were no Tang people here, only the Khorasani and other rebel soldiers. Great General, you have also seen the strength of the Tang people. The Arabs are so fierce and valiant that they have conquered so many countries, but they have suffered defeat after defeat at their hands. In just a few short months, they have already lost more than 1 million soldiers. This is simply unbelievable, but I am worried that the Tang dynasty will one day withdraw, and when the Arabs come back, I will be the one to die without a grave. Everything will have been for naught. In the hall, a leader of the rebel army said with a worried expression, "The coalition army had won last night, killing at least 500,000 to 600,000 Arab soldiers. This was an unprecedented victory, but at this moment the rebel army was covered in worry, even panic. The easier victory came, the more one worried that it would be easy to lose. Although the reinforcements had completely routed the Arab assault and succeeded in establishing their own power right under the eyes of the Arabs, no one knew how long this peace and victory would last. In the end, they would once more be enslaved by the Arabs, and none of them could accept this. But didn't General Wang agree to become the commander-in-chief of our coalition army? And besides, the Tang people fought their way here with great difficulty. Why do you think they will retreat? No, the Tang people have been here for some time now, but they still haven't taken over the city, lord's residence, or control all of Khorasan. Moreover, they've already lost far too many of their elites in the war with the Arabs. The Tang dynasty army stationed in Khorasan doesn't even number 30,000. This is not the attitude of ruling a region at all." One of the rebel leaders in the hall stood up and said, "That's right. If the Tang people really wanted to establish a foothold in Khorasan, they would have sent an army by now. Although Khorasan is very far from the territory of the Tang people, if the Tang people really wanted to stay here, they would definitely have a way to overcome this problem," another rebel leader said. That's right. If the Tang people want to stay here, they definitely have a way to do it." The others in the hall began to chime in. Bahram glanced over and immediately recognized the last speaker as a rebel leader from the northeastern region of Arabia called Sangar. This person had a composed personality and an extremely high prestige in the rebel army. If even he was worried that the Tang people might leave, one could easily imagine the panic in the hearts of the others. Bahram said nothing, but his brow furrowed and his frown deepened. He was also worried, but he would never voice his worries in front of these people. "Great General, you have the closest relationship with that Tang people commander. Can you think of a way to make him stay? You and I both know how vicious and cruel the Arabs are. If the Tang people leave, you and I both know what the consequences will be. Do you really want to see such a tragedy occur? The Arabs have already killed far too many of our people. Even if we die this time, we will not submit to them. No matter what, we have to seize this chance and think of a way to make the Tang people stay." Everyone in the hall began to whisper into Bahram's ear. Other than the Tang people, Bahram had the highest cultivation level in the coalition army, and he also had the closest relationship with the Tang people. This was why they had invited Bahram to this secret meeting. After witnessing the power of the Tang people and witnessing the young commander of the Tang dynasty's courage, decisiveness, wisdom, and schemes in the blizzard, they all valued their alliance with the Tang dynasty even more and hoped that they could stay and form a long-term strategic alliance. Not even Wang Chong could have imagined that the peace he had displayed in the midst of war would make the leaders of the coalition army so uneasy. "But this is not something I can decide. If the Tang people want to leave, what can I do?